Let's go ahead and have Emily and Ben come up. We're not started yet, though, right? For the live audience?
Just the heads-up screen is on.
Okay. This picks up really good. This microphone. So for our audience, the restrooms are around this little corner, right across the way. Coffee and some treats right out here to the right. Cell phones, maybe silenced.
You ready, Beth?
Yes, I'm ready.
Okay. 1 second.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for being here at the Native Edge Institute here in Anchorage, Alaska. We're so thrilled to be back. We were here back in 2018, and that was one of my first trips on my third return employment opportunity here with the National Center. I know we look like we're probably 100 staff strong, but we are actually 26 staff in total at the National Center. We have a new tourism program that we just implemented this year, so staff are eagerly getting onboarded and learning their new roles. Welcome, everybody, come on inside, find your seat. We're just starting the welcome. My name is Yvette Fielder, and I'm an enrolled member of the 3 affiliated tribes from North Dakota. I'm 2 of those tribes. I'm Hidatsa Mandan, as well as descendant of the Cheyenne River Sioux tribe. A little bit about the National Center. We started in 1969 in Los Angeles. Some very smart businessmen that came together and decided that they wanted to share their knowledge for those that just didn't want to work 8 to 5 and get into entrepreneurship for themselves. So they shared that information. They started out, and it was called UIDA. Eventually, they did change the name to what we are today, the National Center for American Indian Enterprise Development. In the mid-'80s, we moved to Mesa, Arizona, where we currently reside, right off of Stapley in the 60s. So if you're ever in Arizona, please stop by our office. We also have a couple organizations that are there with us. Unity is one of those organizations. Mary Kim Titla, if you're familiar with Mary Kim. Chris James is our president and CEO. And just welcome everybody. Thank you so much for being here. Our Native Edge Institutes, we started off, like I said, around 2018, and we have been growing by leaps and bounds and trying to get our smaller, more intimate trainings out into the communities to provide that one-on-one technical assistance, because that's really what we do at the National Center. That is our primary goal, is to connect with those that want to open and grow their businesses, and we will sit down with you. If we don't have all the information, we have a huge network of friends and family and resources, but that's what our primary job is with our business development specialists and our technical assistance specialists. So thank you so much for being here. We have a great team here to welcome us this morning into the community. So we have Miss Emily Edenshaw, thank you, and Mr. Ben Mallett, thank you so much. Say that again. Say,
Yeah, you're good.
okay, I just want to make sure I'm pronouncing. We just got back from Hawaii, so those were really fun to say those names from Hawaii. So I apologize profusely all day long. So thank you so much again for being here. Come on in, come sit down, don't be shy. And so I will turn it over to Emily. Thank you. Let's give her a big round of applause.
Thank you, Yvette. Can you hear me? Well, good morning. Hello, everyone. My name is Emily Edenshaw. I am Yupik and Inupiaq. My family comes from Imanak, Alaska. I am a tribal citizen of the native village of Imanak. My grandparents are the late John and Cecilia Sipri, and my great-grandparents are the late Pearlie and Axel Johnson. I was also recently adopted into the Raven Slatlanis Thunderbird clan out of Old Masset, Haida. So the Edenshaw name, my husband comes from Heidelberg, Alaska. I'm a very proud mom of 5 beautiful kids, 6 if you count my husband. It's okay to laugh at that. For the last 6 years, I've had the honor to serve as the president and CEO of the Alaska Native Heritage Center, your Heritage Center. So thank you again for allowing me just a few moments to share some brief remarks, and hello to everyone who's listening online. Before I begin, I just want to start off with a land acknowledgement. Although I am Alaska Native, please come in, please find a seat. I know that I am a guest on Dena'ina lands. Yesterday I was in a meeting, and I want to lift up my sister Tisha Simmons, and she shared, when we do these land acknowledgements, just really invite everyone to really think back thousands and thousands of years ago, and just knowing that the lands in which we stand on today have heard our songs and our prayers and our languages for thousands and thousands of years. So the land in which we stand on today would not be the land, the city that it is, if it wasn't for the Dena'ina stewardship of our relatives. And so I just want to start off by saying thank you to the Dena'ina people. I am a guest on your lands. So again, ulalota, good morning. I know between Ben and I, we both have 15 minutes to speak. I might yield 10 minutes of my time to Ben because he's Tlingit. And if you know, you know. Just kidding, I love you, Ben. He also serves on my board, so just so you all know. But in all seriousness, it really is such an honor to be here with you all today. As I shared, I am a very proud Alaska Native woman. I also am very honored to share that I'm in my final stages of finishing my doctorate. So I'm a PhD candidate, and so, yay, there's a light at the end of the tunnel. I always share with women that I mentor, we have inherited a narrative about who and what we're capable of, and I would say that is the absolute truth for everyone in this room and who's listening online. For me, I am committed not only to breaking stereotypes, but also breaking glass ceilings. But I will say my most important hat that the most important hat that I wear is I'm a mother to my beautiful children, as well as an auntie to countless Native youth. I carry 4 different Native names. My first one is Kenegnagiagak. It translates to person with good aura. My first Inupiaq name, Shinauguk. It's so old I don't know the meaning, but it was given to me by my auntie. My Hodkill Haida name translates to Clawkillhunj, which means the people's echo. And my last Native name translates, it's Tipuk, and it means fancy. And it was given to me by the late Dr. Oliver Levitt. So I want to start off by saying thank you to not only Yvette, but to the entire team for your leadership at NCAID. While Chris James can't be here with us today, I want to thank him, your board, and your incredible 26 staff. That's just amazing, for your tremendous work and for all that you do to build a stronger, more vibrant Alaska and Indian country. All of your efforts matter, and they are seen, and I want to say thank you, Yvette. When I look around this room, I will say we are small but mighty, but I know that there are people listening online. If you look around, you might see entrepreneurs, small business owners, executives, consultants, but you also may see family members and friends. But when I look out into this beautiful crowd, I don't just see names and titles, I see hope. And I want you all to know that. I love seeing all these seats filled. And I really want to make mention that hope through hard work, vision, and community, we can build something better for the next generation. Now, I'm sure many of you can agree with me that it is really easy. Sometimes it is easy, and sometimes it's not easy to sit in rooms like this and talk about the future. We can talk about business growth, we could talk about workforce development and self-determination, and those are absolutely incredible, important conversations to have, but we cannot talk about the future without first honoring our past. And I'm sure many of you all can agree with me that not too long ago, our ancestors were not even allowed in many businesses in Alaska, let alone even own them. They were excluded, erased, and even denied the basic right to participate in our economy. And this history isn't ancient, it is recent. And it's part of the story we carry even today. And that's why our work today matters so much. That's why spaces like today matter so much. So every Native-owned business, every job created, every contract signed, every storefront opened, these are not just business achievements. These are acts of reclamation. These are answered prayers of our ancestors who fought, dreamed, and sacrificed so that we could stand where we are today. And I want you all to know something. You all are not here by accident, and I'm trying to make eye contact with everyone in this room. You are here because of the hard work that you all put in and the hard work that your ancestors put in long, long before you. And it is now our responsibility to continue that work, to continue showing up, to continue building, and to keep pushing forward, even when the systems were never designed for us to succeed. Because while policies and administrations may change every few years, we are part of something much bigger. A 10,000-year legacy of indigenous innovation, leadership, and resilience. And that story is still being written through each and every one of you, even today. I also want to be real about the systems we are working in. Whether if you're a new business owner or a seasoned business owner, one truth remains. We all have inherited systems that were never intended for us to thrive. And look at us today, especially our Alaska Native corporations, our tribes, and our village corporations. One of the sectors that I want to just take a brief moment to talk about today is tourism. For those of you who know me and for those listening online, you all know that cultural tourism is one of my love languages. And I really want to lift up my colleague, Chris Delgado, if you could raise your hands. He is, if you want to know anything about cultural tourism in Alaska, Chris is your guy. But just for some context, tourism in Alaska is our second largest industry and one of the state's biggest employers. And yet, neither the state nor the municipality of Anchorage is required to invest a single dollar in growing new businesses or indigenous-owned tourism products. I'm going to repeat that. Even though it is our second largest industry, our state nor our municipality allocates 1 penny towards growing new tourism products. Meanwhile, millions of dollars are poured in every year into marketing our state to the world. And I ask you this, who benefits most from those investments? It's a systemic issue, and it is exactly why we need more indigenous businesses across every sector working to change the system. We need all of your voices at the table. We need your vision shaping the future of our economy, because as I'm sure you all would agree, one job in a small village, one new company in our Native community, that can have ripple effects into generations. It could have ripple effects into generations of opportunities. One of the things I want to share is I recently completed a leadership program through the Obama Foundation. And one of the most powerful lessons I learned was this: we cannot solve systemic problems with surface level solutions. The lack of investment in indigenous business ownership is not random. It is part of the broken system. And if we're gonna fix it, it's gonna take bold action, courageous leadership, and relentless commitment. And that's why we're here. Not just to dream, but to work. Not just to hope, but to build. Now, I'm not a business owner myself, but I am fiercely committed to fighting for you, every single person in this room, both at the state and national levels. I'm fighting for Native businesses to have a seat at every table. I'm fighting for indigenous business owners to be prioritized, invested in, and celebrated. But I want you all to know something. I cannot do this alone. This is a collective fight. So I ask every one of you this: are you doing everything that you can do for our communities? because I know for myself there is always room to do more. And that's the challenge for today. Take full advantage of this conference, build meaningful relationships, ask the tough questions, and please push yourself. Then go home, roll up your sleeves, and do the hard work in your communities. Starting your business is the first step. Lifting others up as you rise is the real work. So before I close, I want to leave you with a piece of advice that my auntie Valerie Davidson once shared with me many, many years ago. She shared, "Emily, when you get into these rooms where you might be the only Native person, do not be flattered. You go into that room, you use your voice, and you speak up." So I'm looking around the room right now, and again, trying to make eye contact with everyone, because I'm passing this advice on to you. Get into those rooms, get onto those boards, use your voice, and push for systemic change. Because if the policies don't change, the issues we care about don't change. And our children deserve better. So I want to end with this. When future generations look back on this moment, what will they say about us? Will they say we hoped for change, or will they say we fought for it? I don't know about you, but I want to be the kind of ancestor who didn't just hope. I want to be the kind of ancestor who cleared a path, who stood firm when it was hard, and left something better behind. The work we do today is sacred. The future is calling, and we are the answer. So thank you for allowing me to share a few brief remarks, and I'm going to invite Ben Malott to come up and share a few words. Thank you.
Thank you, Emily. I really appreciate how you embraced your Southeast.
We are super excited to be in Anchorage,
influencer with
Alaska
your
at the
brief
SB.
remarks, for like a clinic a week. So I just want to thank you for that and making my job a little bit easier, because I just kind of want to say ditto to what everything you said. I don't have much left to say anymore. Good sheesh. For background, my name is Ben Malott. I have the honor of serving as the president and CEO of the Alaska Federation of Natives, or AFN. I'm in this role just about 7 months. It's been a wild ride since I started in October, but I want to thank you all for being here and being in Anchorage and being in our state. I know many of you are from here and call this place home, so good sheesh Koyana for traveling here and being here to learn in this space and to connect with our community. AFN is the largest statewide Native organization. Our membership includes 177 federally recognized tribes, 156 village corporations created under AINSCA, 9 reach corporations, and also 10 tribal nonprofit consortiums around the state. And together, it's about 160,000 Alaska Natives through AFN's membership. As such, AFN, we don't tell membership what to do. My job is to make sure that we have the right people in the right space at the right time to make the right story. It's not my job to tell you what to do, it's your job to tell me what to do. It's my job at AFN to make these spaces and to connect our community with the outside world. As Emily said, we have a lot to be grateful for. As we look to our previous generation, my dad's generation, they started what we have without this training. They started in these spaces without knowing anything about business. They started in this training and they started in this journey just knowing their lands. And so part of us why we're here today is because we see what we want in our communities. We see that we want economic development. We also see that as a very, 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 very fine line to ride between what is our traditional values and what we need for economic development. And when I say that, for subsistence is one of AFN's top priorities, but we can't have subsistence without the fuel to buy the gas to go subsistence hunt. So it's up to us in our communities to know what's right for our communities. It's up for us as Native peoples to know how to work with our communities, and it's us that will be the last ones in our communities, our lands, when other economic engines move on. So it's for us to kind of really create our communities and what we want to see for economic development. With that said, what Emily mentioned, it is a true state that state of Alaska does have tourism as our second largest economy. We have a barrier there. It is a lot of cruise ships, big companies that kind of control the barrier. Our economic engines have always faced this really high economic burden to enter. Our agencies did that, our tribes do that today, and now we still do it today. But we have this opportunity here. Like I said, my father's generation didn't have these business opportunities. We didn't have Marvin and know how to get capital. We didn't have, a really strong SBA system. We didn't have this stuff. So now we have a lot of opportunities to take advantage of. So I'm really happy to have these opening remarks to tell you that we're in a great space. While every day the news may be chaos, there's still a lot of opportunity there for economic development, and to really take that and drive with it. But we know how to do it. We know how to create jobs and also protect our communities. Look at Nana and Red Dog Mine, an example, how they created one of the world's largest zinc mines in the world, but have been able to manage the subsistence fishing around their community and caribou. So we know how to do it. It's just up to us to share that story and be right place at the right time. So I'm going to embrace my Athabasca and Rampart side and be a little bit briefer than my Tlingit side. But it is true, we have a lot of barriers. If you look at the 1990 amendments for Alaska Native Claims Settlement Act, AINSCA, 20 years ago, our shares wouldn't be able to be sold on the open market, right? Congress would have allowed non-natives to buy our corporations. We changed that. We had to go an uphill battle for Congress. It was uphill battle to get it passed in 1971. So we've always had this barrier to entry. But nowadays, like I said, we have a lot of opportunities to grow, work with each other, not be competitive, and to really be mentorship. That's something that our generation did not have. They had each other. So nowadays, we have opportunity to not only be mentors to each other, be mentors to also to the next generation as well, to hold them up and make opportunities for our communities. So that's what we need. I also realized I forgot to introduce who I was too. Besides Ben, I'm also Tlingit Athabasca. My father's from Yaktat, mother's from Rampart on the Yukon River. Been AFN 12 years, worked for Summer Murkowski in Senate Community Affairs as well, Oregon State graduate. I was actually supposed to be a commercial pilot and actually ran out of money when I got my CFI, and Judy Kitka hired me, and that was the end of that career line. So now here I am talking about politics and policy. So with that said, I'm so happy that you're here. Please use this space as an opportunity to learn, engage, and really mentor the next generation of leadership. That's what we need to do. I was in Japan last November meeting with the Ainu people. The Ainu are the only indigenous people in Japan, and they're recently recognized as indigenous by government of Japan in 2019. So, less than 10 years ago, they're recognized as indigenous, and they have their own self-identify and self-determination in the government of Japan. With that said, they're amazed just by how far we have come in our history, right? They're on a pathway that they can make their own history with the government of Japan. They have their own pathway for economic development. So we also have opportunity to share what we've learned with other countries and other people around the world. But also I want to recognize that mentorship too, and how you today can help mentor the next generation. Because when I was in Japan, they were amazed. They'll be amazed by just how young Emily and I in terms of leaderships. And I told them that is actually on purpose, that our leaders brought our youth into the boardrooms. Our leaders brought our youth so we could learn, so we could take up in steps. So, Gunik Shrees, Koyana, Anabasi, thank you for being here. I'm happy to have you guys here in Alaska. Again, use this opportunity to connect, grow, and really mentor the next generation of leaderships, because I appreciate that, and Emily and I did. Yeah, so Gunik Shrees. I think Marvin's question. Yeah. Hi, Marvin.
Is it working? Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm taking all the mics down.
Marvin Adams at National Capital. Ben, I really wanted to take this time to thank you. Although you've only been on the AFN president and CEO for 7 months, you've been pulling everybody together. Your leadership is amazing. Every National Indian American Congress, you were there, Res, bringing our people together, and I really want to really respect and recognize you for that. I think that's really good in your leadership, so good job.
Gunik Shrees, Marvin. Gunik Shrees for that. It's a team, and I'm also happy to have Emily as my mentor and cohort here. And one thing at AFN that we're doing is really trying to pull together our statewide organizations. So we're having quarterly and monthly meetings with all of our statewide orgs, including Emily, and it's just really is kind of working together. So Gunik Shrees.
Right, thank you so much. Looks like we have another question.
Koyana. And here might look from Imanak, Richard Bender from Kuklik, Presidency of Kankilamit Yuita Corporation. Affiliated tribe is Billmore Slough, and thinking forward, I'm creating a plan and a strategy to deal with tourism. One of the reasons I'm here, I have some activities going on in our corporation. And since you guys are up here, I've been hearing talks about cruise ships reaching Nome. And how do you have any advice for me or my community to deal with the tourism? Thank you.
I could go ahead and go first. So they are reaching Nome. They're also reaching Unalaska. I think in Unalaska it's 23 ships this summer. Expected about 23. I think last year in Nome it was roughly around 24 ships. So I can make sure the exact number for you. So your question about how to prepare and work with tour operators, cruise lines that are going up there. My first piece of advice is really know the data and know the like what is to be expected and who's going to be coming into your region. That information you can find whether if it's on Cruise Lines of America, so I think it's CLIA. You could also reach out to Visit Anchorage. They might have a schedule of all the cruise ships that are coming in, like a daily schedule and the times and the dates. That's the first step, is really knowing what the expected plan is. Once you find out which line, like if it's Holland America or Royal Caribbean or Princess, Chris or I can get you connected with those people or those entities. I think it's really important to note, though, when I'm in these spaces with tour operators, I have openly shared with them that I have heard from our community that certain communities do not want cruise ships, and they do not want tourism. And I will say in those spaces, it's really hard for them to hear that information. So while you're getting the information from the industry, I would really encourage you to work with your tribal council or your village corporation or your regional corporation to figure out, is this something that we want? There are great models out there. I know at the Heritage Center, we've been doing tourism for 26 years, but it's not gonna be the same thing in every region. Look at what Icy Street Point is doing down in Hoonah. Look at what Doyon is doing with Na Dana. So the reason why I share this is that there are a lot of success stories, but my number one advice for you is to really work with your community within, if it's the YK area, which I'm a tribal citizen of, and I see my sister, Tanya Jimmy, just walked in. I think we need to have that conversation for our region so we can shape what we want tourism to look like, because it's not gonna be like Southeast tourism, and it's not gonna be like interior. So the other thing I would say is, working in relationship with these entities takes time. I encourage everyone in this room to put your name in the hat for the State Tourism Board. I will say I did my 3 years and then I got voted off because I was such a disruptor. And as my auntie Lagunai says, like, wear that as a badge of honor, because you have to understand, when I talked about us inheriting these systems, they don't want to let go of power. They don't want to share the space with Native communities, and I will openly say that, and I know people that are listening online, it is directly tied to, there is a very fear around, if we invite more Native entities or Native people to the table, it's gonna take something away. That fear is very much fear, or the thoughts are very much fear-based. But I wanna end on this, and this is something both Aaron Shutt, myself, and Russell Dick always say. It's not about taking a piece of the pie, it's about making the pie grow bigger. And so I would just really encourage you, my brother, a leader in your community, know that there are people like Chris Delgado and myself that are fierce advocates for cultural tourism. We also have a lot of resources on the Alaska Native Heritage Center website, like a business plan template. We have an online map showing the 100 of different cultural tourism businesses across Alaska, but also being able to work with people like Yvette and her team to really help in real time figure out what you want for your region.
Yes, thank you for your question.
I just want to say ditto to what Emily said. one thing also recognize too is we got to be innovative and think of what the other opportunities are, right? When you think about tourism, it's not only just the front-facing tourism side, it's also like the back end. So what you need for ports, what you need for infrastructure, and how you can make that dual use. So it could be a cruise ship dock, a barge landing in one, and how we can use maybe this new administration's very hard economic push to take advantage of that, how we build infrastructure in our communities, but it can be dual purpose as well. With that said, also too, growing up in Juneau, I grew up talking too fast, I grew up cluttering my speech, I grew up stuttering, and part of me getting over that was I became a kayak guide, and nobody wants a stuttering kayak guide for like 4 days. So I became a kayak guide for 4 days, and nobody wanted a stuttering kayak guide. So for our youth to be in tourism, to learn how to share language to non-native people is also something you want to consider too, because it takes a lot for communities to do that. And what Emily said is really up to the community side, and we do have a barrier to entry, because when you look at tourism in Alaska and how they sell Alaska, it's not us. It's they sell the glaciers, they sell the mountains, they sell the water. They don't actually show pictures of our communities and who we are as Native people. So really, it's also changed the narrative there and how we sell Alaska to the world. But also, I think, for tourism, it's more than just the tourism itself. It's also how we could take advantage of that as an avenue for other economic resources and build infrastructure around it for other, for example, Yaktat has an airport from World War II, and we have that, and that brings in sport fishermen every year. Look at other models too, like British Columbia, Hartley Bay, it's a small First Nations community in the Inside Passage, and they have Indigenous-only permits for spirit bear viewing, and they work with that through their First Nations council. So other opportunities to do that also even on a smaller scale of tourism that really walk that line. So.
Great, thank you.
I have one more
Yes.
thing, if possible, and I will keep this brief. Follow the money. Every person in this room is whether if you're an Anchorage resident or if you live in the Mat-Su Valley or if you live in the Southeast, every one of our boroughs, there are, whether if it's through bed tax or through other tax structures, know how your destination marketing organization for your city or for your state is structured. And that is one of the biggest things that has been a resource for us here in Anchorage. I just had a meeting with Visit Anchorage yesterday, and I'm being very open that I want us to propose to go before the Assembly to really revisit the 12% head tax that our relatives pay when they come in for AFN. When we come in and we have conferences, we pay into that bed tax. But what we all don't know is that we are not benefiting from that 4%. And so I just want to really encourage everyone in this room, follow the money. See how our state and our cities are really supporting. Because again, like what I shared in my remarks, we could run our businesses all day long, but we're part of a larger ecosystem, and right now that ecosystem is not equitable. And that's where I'm saying that's a lot of the work that I'm leading, that I'm getting kicked off boards for, that I will say, but we may not see change in our lifetime. And this is something else I want to end on. We may not see change in our lifetime when we start talking about tourism and cultural tourism in Alaska, but it doesn't mean that we don't try, and we don't try to change the system. So I really want to encourage everyone, follow the money and see how it's being funded, not only at the state level, but also within your regions and your boroughs.
Great, thank you. Great comments. Let's give them a round of applause. And absolutely on the taxes. Those bills are roads and schools and everything else. So thank you so much. Next up, we have Ms. Kaya Jackson, and she put this together, the Native Edge Institute. So she's starting to oversee all the Native Edge Institute programming that we have at the National Center, as well as we have Erin Abrahamson in the back. She is our chief of staff, and a big shout out to Skybear Media to always make us look good on some of the videos, as well as Michaela Garcia, who is our videographer. She's running around taking pictures. And then we also have Charmaine Charlie out there. She's our administrative specialist and keeping us online. That's who we all report to, actually. That's our other boss, really, is Charmaine. We also have Yvonne Phillips in the back. She just is right at the table with Charmaine right now, and she is our technical assistant specialist for this region for tourism. So again, Kaya.
Thank you, Yvette. My name is Kaya Jackson. I'm in St. Carlos Apache from Lower Arizona. Thank you all for coming. responding to my emails. But next, I would like to bring up Greg Wolf and Paul Johnson for our export panel. So if you could please welcome them, that would be great.
Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you for the kind invitation. It's an honor to be here. I see a lot of friends here, people I've known in the community for a very long time. I'm a lifelong Alaskan. I was born just downtown here, not far from here, and have lived here all my life, but I've also lived overseas. You'll see in the bio information there that I went to universities in France and in Japan, and I've worked overseas. I worked for the state of Alaska in Japan for almost 5 years in our state trade office, and been spending my adult career almost 40 years now, hate to say it, but working on helping Alaskans to export primarily their products, services, resources around the world. So I would like to talk to you a little bit about one of the topics here is what services, what resources are available here locally. So I want to talk about our organization, the Alaska International Business Center. This may be a relatively new name for some of you, but it's an older organization. We rebranded from the World Trade Center Alaska brand to this brand about 1.5 years ago. And we did so for a variety of reasons, but we think that this name better represents the types of work we do, the fact that it's statewide. We do activities around the state, primarily in Anchorage, Fairbanks, Juneau, and Kodiak. And we have members statewide, and our advisory board members represent people from around the state. So let me get started here. These are some of the things that we do. Basically we say customized export and import research and market entry. We work with companies. We have about 120 companies who I represent. These are companies they fall into 3 categories. They are either companies that are exporting now, and maybe they're exporting fish, seafood to Japan, but now they want to get into a different market. So they're not new to exporting. They've exported before, but now they want to get into a new market, and they know little or nothing about the new market. That's where we come in. We become basically their international department, and we work with them hand in hand, and including taking them overseas to meet buyers, welcoming buyers to here, inviting them, providing the market research, what's required to ship, particularly food and beverage products. Most countries are very strict about what you have to do to get in. And we help them navigate the sort of regulatory situations. And of course, today we're spending a lot of our time answering calls about the new tariffs. I'll talk a little bit more about that because I think there's a really broad misunderstanding of tariffs. A lot of people, including our leaders, don't know what a tariff is or how it works, and that's a little bit frightening, but it's true. I've done 4 radio interviews, 2 television interviews. I got another television interview coming up in a few days. I've testified before the state legislature, the State House Labor and Commerce Committee, and I've also briefed members of the governor's staff on what these tariffs are and what they mean specifically for Alaskan exporters. We do also foreign direct investment, cross-border investment. We have a lot of companies in Alaska have lots of land and resources, but what they're looking for is they want to monetize that. They want to have investment of some type. And so some of that would come from the United States, but some of that would come from overseas. And when it's the overseas part, that's where we step in and try to be helpful. We work on foreign trade zones. I don't know if you're familiar with foreign trade zones. In some countries they're called free trade zones, basically the same idea. We have about 5 here in Alaska already, including the one in Anchorage. You could see from the top of the hotel here, it includes the Port of Anchorage and the International Airport. That is one trade zone. We also have trade zones in Fairbanks, Valdez, Kodiak. The one in Kodiak's associated with the rocket launch facility. And so we help people understand what they are, what you can and cannot do in them, and the reasons why you would want to use one. They're sort of an underutilized asset here, and but it pays to know a little bit about what they do. Global sourcing, this is sort of a new thing that we do, and this is sort of a positive thing in the sense that we have a very, very small manufacturing industry in Alaska. One of the ways that they can be competitive on a national or international scale is to source some of the inputs of that manufacturing, parts and pieces and these types of things from other countries where they are cheaper to obtain. Now this is not an anti-patriotic thing. This is helping our Alaskan companies be competitive so that they can sell more in more markets by being price competitive. We also provide advice and sort of a clearinghouse if you're looking for trade finance. There are a number of sources. Also trade, export logistics. We work a lot with the shipping industries here. Many of them are members of our organization. Some have been members for over 30 years. And so we have a good contacts here and can help with that. And then finally, foreign visa assistance. This is sort of a thing that we've done more and more recently when our members want to travel overseas and they look at the applications and they're kind of befuddled. Some of them are a little bit complicated. It's not that the information is hard, but this is the way it's sort of stated. Things you have to be careful on to make sure you get approved. So we do that as well. Some of those are things there are public-facing events. We do sort of semi-weekly luncheon meetings where we have speakers from the lower 48 or from overseas or local speakers to talk about trade topics or economic topics. We do conferences. We do a variety of conferences. We just finished our 18th annual Alaska-China Business Conference. And then we have one coming up in May. It's our Alaska-Hong Kong Business Forum. We do a logistics conference every year, and we do a technology conference every year. And then there are others sometimes in between, but those are the four major ones that we do. We do trade shows, both here and overseas. Paul and I were in China, I guess it was last year? Year before, yeah. In November at one of the world's largest trade shows in China. We had an Alaska booth, and we had both the Alaska flag. We were carrying the Alaska flag and the American flag. And turns out we were the only state present. So we got a lot of attention, probably more than we deserved, because people are very curious about a state like ours. There's a natural curiosity about Alaska, which certainly helps us on the tourism side too. And it's funny, and if you've traveled a lot overseas and people find out you're from Alaska, they kind of think, well, there's America and then there's Alaska. And you're treated like an Alaskan citizen. You know, sometimes that's better. So we welcome that as well. We do receptions. We just did one for the Italian Consul General who was here. We did one for the French Consul General, the British Consul General, the Dutch Consul General. We do them for both government visitors here, and we also do it for foreign business executives. And then finally, we assist we organize outbound trade missions. We generally do 1 or 2 a year. We got one planned for this fall to Japan and Korea. We've done several to China in the past several years, but we've also gone to Europe and Canada as well. Okay, so this gives you an idea of who our customers are. Who are the customers of what Alaska exports? And you notice our #1 customer by far is China, and it has been since 2011. Virtually every single year for the last 14 years, China has been our #1 customer. You can see last year, in 2024, they were double our next closest trading partner. Now, the second one there, you see Australia, may be a little confusing because you may wonder what the heck do we export to Australia, because they have everything we have, perhaps more in some cases. But you may not know that the Pogo gold mine, a very lucrative Alaska gold mine, recently sold to an Australian company. So it was owned by a Japanese company, and now it's owned by an Australian company. And they take the ore and they export it back to Australia for refining, processing, that type of thing. But you can see in our top 4 or 5, you see Japan, you see Korea, and Canada. Those 4 or 5 usually represent about 70% of Alaska's total exports. So we are very Asia-Pacific region focused because that's where we traditionally and today do our most business. We're very fortunate to be part of the Pacific Rim. When people talk about the Pacific Rim, some say they act like it's some faraway place. Well, guess what? We're part of it, and these are our neighbors. And the great thing about this, these are the fastest growing economies in the world and the fastest growing populations in the world, and these people are getting wealthier and wealthier year by year. There's a big shift from west to east of wealth. You can also see between European countries in here, Netherlands, Spain, Germany. The numbers are far less than the others, the Asia Pacific, and the reason for that is they generally are they buy like one thing in our export menu. Usually it's seafood. So that's probably all they buy. I know last time I looked at Germany, it was 99%. They just buy Alaskan seafood. So these are our customers. This shows you what we sell to them. You can see metals and ores is increasing. Seafood has been, and is, in terms of a single category, seafood has typically been our largest. I've been doing this for almost 40 years, and I never have to look when I get to this slide because it's always seafood. But you can see the growth in the metals. Part of that is a reflection of greater output, but another part of that equation is higher value. I mean, a couple days ago, gold hit an all-time record high. So even if you sold 1 ounce that last year at 2,000 and this year 1 ounce at 3,000, you got an increase. So we have that. We have non-ferrous metals, so things like copper, zinc. Someone mentioned Red Dog. Really one of the, in some years it's the world's largest zinc mine in terms of output. Oil and gas is not a large category. Oftentimes that comes in terms of aviation fuel, things like that. And then you can see the other categories. But primarily, if you just had to summarize it, number one, we're basically natural resource exporters. And number two, it's mainly, at this point, seafood and metals and minerals, which are driving our export economy. This shows our overseas exports for like about a 20-year chart. I can't really see it, but you can see it's been a pretty steady path upward. It's been a pretty steady path upward. So we have a real growth story to tell in terms of exporting. Been pretty good for our export community. Last year was the second highest level in our history. So far so good, but we'll see what happens with the tariffs. I'm asked by the media, how do you explain this growth, this almost consistent growth for 20 years? So I call it the 3 rights. And first of all, we happen to be in the right place. As I mentioned, we are on the Pacific Rim. Our next door neighbors, our friends, are the fastest growing economies and the fastest growing populations. We are at the right time. We are benefiting from the largest mass migration of people in the history of the world. The largest mass migration of people in the history of the world. What we're referring to there is the migration of people from rural China into the cities to work in factories and offices and work. Maybe for the first time, they've gone from an agrarian society, almost a subsistence way of life. Now they're working in Shanghai or someplace, and they're earning a paycheck, and they're working at a factory making your iPhone. Okay? That's the difference. So now they have disposable income. They want the same things you want for themselves and their family. So they want to get a car eventually. They want to travel. They want to have a nice apartment and all that, just like me and you. But we're benefiting from that. And then also, the third one is the right stuff. What I mean by that is we're not selling Gucci watches or iPhones. We're selling natural resources, which are the building blocks of economic development. Without those, an economy cannot grow. And we just happen to have a lot of them, and we're selling them. There's also a 4th right. I didn't list it up here, and that's direction. The world is increasingly looking north to the Arctic, which happens to be in our backyard. So this is an opportunity that we can grasp. It's right literally in our backyard. So what we make of it and what we're allowed to make of it is up to us. I just want to wrap up with a quick, just a couple minutes in closing on the tariffs, because this is on everyone's mind. You cannot watch the news anywhere in the world right now without hearing about tariffs. I think that a lot of Americans, and I've talked to leaders, people who I thought would know better, frankly, they weren't sure. They say, well, China is going to write a check to us for $700 billion this year. That will never happen. It's never happened in history. Countries don't pay tariffs. Countries do not pay tariffs. They never have. There's no mechanism for that. I don't know if they ever will. So not one penny from Mexico, not one penny from Canada or China or France or any other country, nor do we send any money to any other country as well. These are what's called import tariffs, and by definition that means who imports it pays the tariff. Who imports it pays the tariff. So when Apple brings in iPhones from China, 95% of which are made in China, actually by one company, it's a Taiwanese company, interesting. They're the largest in the world. They make all the Apple devices. They make all the PlayStations, Xboxes. They make phones for Nokia. They make phones for Samsung. There's one company in the world that makes all of them. And I was in China. I go there frequently. I'll be there in a few weeks again. And I walked by, the name of the company is Foxconn, and I walked by one of their 9 factories in China. And it took me a long time to walk. I sort of regretted. I thought I'd get some exercise and walk around this plant. Well, that took a while. Turns out, inside that factory making your iPhone, 300,000 workers. What's the population of Anchorage? About 300,000. Can you imagine every man, woman, and child in Anchorage working and making iPhones in one factory out of 9? Anyways, it's quite impressive. But anyways, I just wanted to say that if, for example, if I start an import company, and it's Greg's importing company, and I start importing iPhones, this is a very simplification of the process, but basically, when it arrives at the port of entry, Port of Anchorage Airport, I write 2 checks. I write 2 checks, one to the manufacturer and one to the U.S. government. I do, as an American. I pay the tariff. And that's true of Apple, it's true of Greg's importing company, it's true of every company in America. And then I have to decide, okay, it's cost me $250 or $300 more. What am I going to do? Am I going to eat that cost, or am I going to pass it on to you as a customer? And this is what the problem that companies are facing right now. So just be aware when you hear on TV that all these countries are going to make us rich. That's not the case. It's essentially a tax on Americans. Always has been. It's that way today. And if someone tells you differently, they are unaware of how it works. Anyways, with that, thank you very much. If you have any questions, people here know how to reach me. Yes, sir.
Thank you. I guess back in 2019, when the tariff trade wars first started, we were doing exports into China, as an exporter of timber and round logs.
Yeah.
And it was, for Sitka spruce, it was running right around $20, 20%. And it had a significant impact on our operations. I mean, the bottom line is that they were taking $2 million a ship coming off of our operations.
Yeah.
My question here, based on that history, what can we expect today? I mean, as I understand it, now the tariff's at 48%?
145, yeah.
145, yeah. But what does that mean to us as exporters, and how would we address that?
Yeah, see, our work is on the opposite side. Of course, as an American citizen, I'm worried about the tariffs that we are putting on countries. But my members are worried about your problem as an exporter. What's the other country retaliating with? what are they putting on us? So right now they're at 125% on American goods. So it's just how long this will last. I've been through many tariff wars in 40 years and also some out-and-out trade wars. Some may remember the trade war with Japan. And in my experience, there's no winner. It's usually a lose-lose situation. And consumers and businesses on both sides pay the cost of it. With that, I'll turn it over to Paul.
Yeah, and if I can really quick, if I can add to that, Marvin, to your question, what's going to happen? Substitutes. Those tariffs are going to push Russian timber, which the same timber we have, they're going to buy from Russia. The fact that I happen to know the company as a client, just imagine what had happened to your company now that they're basically borrowing Canadian timber, which is why they're one of our biggest customers. So your business would have lost, probably the Chinese market would have gained from the loss of the Canadian market. But really what's happening is going to push Chinese imports for Russia. That'll do it for a lot less environmental controls. But I wanted to add to that. I happen to know Marvin and the timber company pretty well.
This is already happening, by the way, exactly what he's talking about in timber. This is happening every day now with seafood. I was just in China 3 months ago, and we were working on a fresh and live seafood export project from here. And there was already a tariff on American crabs, including ours, but they can get them from Russia, the same species, with little or no tariff. So say it's a 20% tariff, we're automatically at a disadvantage from the negotiating point, at a 20% disadvantage from the get-go. So it's a real challenge for us.
All right, good morning. My name is Paul Johnson. I apologize, it's pretty raspy there. I also apologize how small the presentation came out. It always looks good on a laptop, but when you see it on a screen, we'll make it available to you guys to see, and I will try my best to keep looking to the side and talking to the microphone. First of all, I'd like to thank the National Center for making a presence here in Alaska. We make an annual trip to RES. Everybody been to RES before in Las Vegas? It is the largest tribal economic development conference in the world, and I'm really happy to see that RES is making a presence in Alaska to allow some of those people that maybe don't have a chance to go, or when you do go, it's very easy to get lost in the large volume of activities going on. So it's great to have this presence in Anchorage, in Alaska, and I will do my best to help get more people from Alaska to be involved. My conversation today is great to piggyback with my friend and colleague, Greg Wolf, from the Alaska International Business Center, is a little bit about what we do as an export management company complementing the service in that level. There's a couple of myths that are out there that are probably stopping you from exporting. Number one is it's only for big companies, and in reality, it's not. The U.S. government and has the U.S. Commercial Service, the Export Bank, takes a lot of the sting and concern out. Plus, you have organizations like the U.S. Commercial Service, Greg's non-state or federally funded organizations going out there and hope to demystify international exporting and business as an opportunity for you to grow and expand your markets. Number two, international regulations are too complicated. I'm not going to lie to you, some of the most complicated regulations are our own countries. And a lot of countries are just reacting to those protectionist tariffs or other type of safety mechanisms, but they're not unavoidable. Myth number three, it's too risky to sell overseas. Everybody's worried about getting paid, making sure that items. So like I said, our government for many, many decades now has made it much more easier to export and import as a small business, but a lot of our small businesses, their export markets actually are USAID. So it should matter to you if you're an ag or seafood or anything, what's going on with USAID, because that was your mechanism to international business. In fact, we've had projects that are I could share later on, that would surprise you what the rest of the world needs. All right, so a couple of recommendations for you as you're considering, or if you've been in it, or you're struggling right now with some of the business functions or governmental policies happening, is stay informed and agile. Monitor the information, look for multiple sources, look from both sides of the ocean, if you will, to see what's happening. So for example, a little bit of newer stuff, tariffs on importers. And other parts of the world now, they're starting to counter with their own tariffs, but also direct ordering, direct shipping. So if you've got some sort of online-related business, you might actually benefit out from getting rid of the middleman, which tends to take a lot of markups there. Build diverse partnerships. Do not rely upon one individual buyer, seller, representative. Utilize the U.S. Commercial Service, for example. It's a free service. Some of it is to you, but even their paid services help weed out a lot of the bad apples that are working. And again, there are different business rules and laws, and the government tries to even out the playing field for you. Invest in innovation and talent. Spend some time, come to sessions at Greg's great events. They're bringing the foreign consul member offices to Anchorage. They also make trips to many of the offices in San Francisco, where I think we hit, 12 different consulates on a 2-day period. Go and listen to what they're seeking, what they're buying. Offer to talk about what you're selling, and it might surprise you. There's never a lack of demand for Alaska products, seafood in general. There's just a matter of maintaining supply. And in that said, many of us, how many people have a fish processing plant in their hometown or where they grew up, where they live? Okay, a lot of those plants were designed for 1980s model. Japanese-owned, very large factories, where the real money and value is in value added. And unfortunately, Alaska just does not do a lot of value-added production, whether it's timber, whether it's seafood, whether it's minerals. So there are different opportunities. And so while everybody is clamoring for the huge market in China, which it is hard to comprehend just how big it is. It is so huge and immense that not any one company can take it all. And you could do very well taking a very small percentage of a relatively small town of 3 or 5 million where we went to. It's a relatively small city. And that would more than have the bounce. So there's never a lack of demand. It's just understanding what your customers are buying. And with that, talking about rapidly evolving markets. So you probably hear a lot of news. Just pick any product. Pick an American product. Industry, autos. They're not buying our cars. If you've ever been to any place in Europe, anywhere in Asia, is your American car going to fit on those roads? No. You have to modify your products to what your customers are buying. I think we've been so trained throughout our history to always make the world America. You know, it's okay to sell American movies, American jeans, things like that, but anything that requires infrastructure, we have to change our mindset. And so, for example, with seafood, you know, we might be exporting salmon in the round, whereas a smaller company like Vietnam is looking just for the salmon oil. Or places in Africa are needing the calcium powder from fish carcasses that you're already going to throw away. So I don't mean to throw leverage in there, but if you come from a culture that uses every bit of the resource, then you've already got a leg up in mindset, is that maybe we need to understand, what are they looking to buy? Are we in a position to sell? So in addition to representing our own professional services in that part of the world, we also represent several different groups. And I'm happy to say, and I wish he was still here, that we also are looking at exporting cultural tourism and learning that through an event that the Italians per capita pay more than any other European group on a cultural tourism experience. Would not have known that. Italians. We would think it's Chinese. And I still am baffled at the marketing genius of somebody who convinced 747's charter to Fairbanks in the dead of winter to look at the Northern Lights. But understanding in their culture that they find to be very, what's the right politically correct word? It's lucky for them to birth sons.
A good time to.
If they do that under the Northern Lights. Okay, that is a little bit of a cultural situation, but understanding your customer, understanding things that maybe not work for you, marketing may not work for you, but understanding your customers. So, and you know, there are some challenges, and I want to say this. Every one of you, whether what line of business you're in, you could absolutely do this yourself. But why would you seek out an export management company? Well, leverage people's connections, experience, and knowledge. And you absolutely can do everything I'm telling you by yourself. So it's not a sales pitch, not an infomercial, but it is a way to think about what's the time and value of your time and knowledge and experience. So understanding supply chain, there are logistical challenges, but there are also benefits. And one of the things that Greg alluded to is that Anchorage International Airport is exactly 9 hours away from every industrialized country in the world. We also have something that no other port, I don't believe, still has, that allows for cabotage, which allows that foreign cargo carrier to stop, pick up another parcel load, and continue on. That may have changed, but it was the only thing that we could do here. And something that might shock you, every one of those cargo planes are nearly going back the other direction, empty. So there is potential for adding on cargo to going that direction at a much reduced rate. Now that came directly from Singapore Air. When we were meeting with them in Singapore, understanding that they would take darn near anything going back over. So those planes that fly and stop here, they are paid for back and forth because of the cargo they already had sold. Now that might change with the current import regulations, but just something to think about. It may be a little bit out of your scope, that something will pop up when you're there. And so with that, there's a lot of different things of what export management companies can do. And Greg's services, they kind of overlap, and we're not there to compete, but just to kind of work with you on that. Then export readiness assessment. If you're in a situation where you might own, if you're a village corporation, you own surface rights. If you're a regional corporation, you have subsurface rights. You know, there are a lot of groups that have, our home village has been looked at for rare earth minerals, rare earth metals. That's what builds cell phones and technology. And understanding that there is a resource war, if you will, between the two largest growing economies in the world, China and India. And I could share a situation where, actually, Marvin, if I can just kind of piggyback on this, that they were looking at exporting coal from the Four Corners mine in your guys' neck of the woods when it was shut down due to our social political situation was, well, how can we export that coal? And they were looking at China. And I ended up, at that time when I was on a trade mission with Greg, was looking to promote our construction management services, but I sat in a meeting with the Minister of Coal in India, as close to he and I, and took his business card back and came back and said, well, hey, if China's not going to deal fairly, we've had India. And a relationship we built with the Consulate of Mexico through Greg that was here, there was Canadian restrictions on exporting American coal and a lot of other environmental concerns. Well, the Port of Guaymas in Mexico, right through there, we could leverage the most favored nation trading status between Mexico and China, which the US did not have. And so where we're getting into, why it's important to be here, is that we're starting to look at leveraging tribal sovereignty. Tribal sovereignty is true governments and learning to export your resources and leverage that. The free trade areas that Greg talked about, we're working right now on with 3 or 4 tribes to develop their own free trade areas. Now, initially it was for meeting domestic content requirements for either HVAC or the systems, but now with the current political climate, we're talking about free trade zones in dual border tribes. Talking with the Cree right now that overlap the US and Canada. There's also talks about free trade with tribes on the Mexican and US border. So tribes right now are in a very unique situation of leveraging that tribal sovereignty truly as a government. And so that's where the kind of the things I'm at. And on a more smaller site, we're not just promoting seafood. We're talking about native artisans now, designers. Shanghai is the design capital of Asia. Milan is for Europe, Shanghai is for Asia. And we're talking to our small town native designers who are adding the work and talking about representing them in Asia. So it's been very interesting about what we're pushing out, but also what we're bringing in. In our last trade mission, we actually looked at people who would be interested to coming and invest in the US. Now, Greg did allude to that, and I'm not a political office or holding, I'm a private business owner. So I could comment that we do not meet with our largest trading partner for political reasons. We refuse to meet. Our leadership does not meet with them. Our state does not utilize the STEP grant, a federal grant that allows small business like you to go over to get supported. Our state does not use that money and has lost that money in the past. So it matters what happens. There's a lot of resources to help you get abroad. And I can tell you before, when work we did in the Middle East, we spent millions to develop a construction management market, and we brought over 4 Alaskan companies. We could have saved a lot of money had I known Greg back then or worked with the U.S. Commercial Service and worked and did a lot of those things in that area. So just a couple of photos out there. When you go abroad too, you also meet business connections. And so one of our technology partners now is they have a software service that helps with clinic management services. And so we are bringing that to Indian country, to rural Alaska, on helping our management and help with continuity of care and service. And some of the photos are with Greg's group and some of the different group that went over, and trade missions, consulate visits. So I'd highly recommend, if you have any interest in international business, exporting or importing, you're looking for foreign direct investment opportunities, please get a chance to talk to Greg and I. We'd be happy to help. We're both locally Anchorage, but we will be doing trade missions. You should go. If you're not in a position to go, have somebody go in your stead. But with that, I think that is time for any questions. Thank you.
Is this on? Can you hear me? Yeah. Oh, okay. Wait a second. One. I just wanted to make a couple comments real quick and then take the question. Just two little quick points that I didn't bring out in the presentation. 95% of the world's consumers live outside the United States. 95% of the world's consumers live outside the United States. So if someone asks you, why would we think about exporting? Well, that's a pretty darn good one. If you're limiting yourself to the only 5%, think of the opportunities elsewhere. One other thing, it's a structural problem in our economy, and I'm starting to talk more and more about this with people in our state, is we have a structural weakness in our economy, and Paul mentioned it. We don't do any final processing of anything. So our seafood is primarily processed, head, gutted, frozen, and shipped to China. They do the final processing. They make fillets, they make steaks, they package it, and they ship it back and sell it to us. That type of thing. And that's true of the timber industry, it's true of the minerals and metals. And this, because of this structural weakness, two things happen, which neither are good. One is that we get the lowest value for that product. There's probably more money to be made selling lumber than round logs. I'm just guessing. It's true in metals and gold and silver, all this same thing is true. With the tariff situation we have now, imagine this. So like the gold from Pogo, okay? We export it to Australia where they do the final process and they refine it. So when it enters Canada or Australia, there's probably going to be a tariff on it. Then when they send it back to us in America somewhere, we're going to put a tariff on them, so our stuff can get double tariffed. Our resources can be double tariffed. If we actually processed it here, we'd only be subject to potentially just one tariff. So I'm reminding some of our elected officials that this is something they need to be aware of, that we run the risk of being tariffed twice. I think we're over.
I guess one of the questions I've got, obviously everybody's thinking about, the tariff trade wars that are going on. And I'm wondering if this might be a good time to start thinking outside the box, because I don't envision the trade war is going to be over in the next 90 or 6 months. I think it's going to be an ongoing issue. I think we'd be fooling ourselves if we think, that we're going to wake up one day, it's going to go away. There's a major deal going on. In that vein, in a more positive light, what about setting up a inland port? An inland port is where tribes can own and operate these ports where they're tax exempt, trade war exempt, and then maybe bring products into these inland ports and, try to get around some of these real huge obstacles. I think we need to start thinking outside the box right now. And I think, even if it goes away, I still think we should have that infrastructure in place. And I just would like to hear your comments on that and see if that's a viable option.
Thank you, Marvin. Actually, I'm hoping it is, because that was a strategy that we had at RES in March, was to meet with a couple of tribes that had the right resources They were close enough to multimodal, that's a fancy word for different transportations. If they're inland, they gotta be near an airport or a rail port or a seaport. And also typical points of entry. We're thinking out of the box. I mean, that is really gonna leverage tribal sovereignty if you start doing direct exports, you know. Would tribes be truly exempt? Could this be an opportunity that opens up windows where they become corridors? The Canadian consul believes it is. They're willing to try it. They're willing to do it. So this might be an inadvertent way to backdoor into a treaty area. But I think we also have to take a look at tribes that had resources to fight off a potential legal dispute, because that is going to end up in the courts, whether or not they have the jurisdiction to avoid federally mandated tariffs. We are U.S. citizens, but they also have tribal sovereignty. And that's a new part of it, is leveraging that economic development. Are tribes exempt, or could they be exempt from politically innovative tribes? Now, there has been outreach already, we know, to the larger nation, the Navajo Nation, directly from some of these countries that have had trade challenges with, and looking at saying, well, you are a sovereign nation, so let's talk. So that's it.
We'll do one question, and then we can do some Q&A later.
Hi, good morning. I'm sorry, I have allergies. My name is RJ Husky from the Navajo Nation. I'm a virtual CISO. I own a cybersecurity firm, and one of the things about your conversation here, it's really interesting because I actually have an international trade background, but I think you're focusing a lot on the exports, but you also need to focus on the imports. The tariffs are really on the imports of commodities, and I don't know if like services are included, but there's a tremendous amount of opportunity to drive down costs with those imports if the tribes are leveraging that import ability, where Alaska can then export to other parts of the lower 48. And I think that is an important part of your conversation that should be considered.
Yeah. I'll just briefly respond to that. Most of Alaskans that we work with, for example, we work with about 120. They're mainly almost exclusively exporters. We don't really we have export numbers because there's a good paper trail on that. Import numbers are harder for us to know or understand because Alaska is not a port of entry for a lot of the stuff that goes to Long Beach. It goes to Port of Seattle, Port of Tacoma, Long Beach, LA, and there it's recorded as an import to California or to Washington. So then it gets in a truck, or usually in a truck, and it comes to Alaska. So we don't have a lot of direct. Our port here is it's basically an import port from the lower 48. Usually the vans go back empty, just like the planes leaving Anchorage going back to Asia are partially empty or sometimes completely empty. Sometimes when they're completely empty, they don't even stop here. They can just fly. If they're not carrying anything, they can just fly nonstop, and they overfly us.
Great. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you for your questions and being so interactive. That's what we want, because this is your session. Next up, we have Mr. Ed Byers. Even though we work with Ed and he's kind of a part of our team, we spelled his name wrong on his, we didn't mean to do that on purpose, Ed. Sorry about that. So while we were here a month ago, we were able to put together a video of our visit, and I just wanted to feature that right now, if we can.
Who has that skywalk? Why can't we do something like that? Why can't we tap that kind of funding? If you look at the numbers that are coming in for the Wallaby tribe for that particular structure, numbers are huge.
That's actually our podcast, and you're welcome to tune into our podcast, the Native Edge podcast. If you haven't caught on yet, everything is Native Edge. So we have Native Edge Institutes, Native Edge Tourism, Native Edge Podcasts. So we're going to pull that up right now.
We are super excited to be in Anchorage, Alaska at the SBDC, Small Business Development Center's Summit, focusing on AI and how AI technology can assist your business. We're here to support our export program, our tourism program, and all the work that we do at the National Center.
We're really hoping to showcase some of the opportunities using generative AI, particularly in rural and remote communities, to try and facilitate economic growth. Just showing people what's possible and then bringing different organizations together.
It's a really cool time to have a small business. We're utilizing AI, but we're just barely scratching the surface. It's exciting to listen to other people talk about the way that they've utilized the tools and think about the way that we could use tools like that in the future.
Right now, broadband and infrastructure is a huge topic. It's also going to create jobs and impact all these other sectors that are so important for the next generation.
Right now, AI is expanding so fast, and it's been such a huge game changer, accessing different alternative funding or grants. I've actually met some people who are just starting out. There's already resources here, so as part of our program, I can point out to the ones they have locally available and actually sit down with someone.
It's important to meet and listen to people just as a part of human connection. I'm here more to make contacts, identify early adopters who are doing the creative, innovative work in Indian country.
Our tourism program is in Anchorage, Alaska at the Alaska Native Heritage Center. Let's go inside and check it out. What do you think, Yvonne?
Let's go!
We're celebrating our 25th year anniversary. We have the only indigenously owned and operated gallery in the state of Alaska. The Hall of Cultures. We break it down with each different section here by the different cultural regions of Alaska. We try to represent all the different cultures and all the 229 federally recognized tribes and villages. We have 6 different interpretive village sites. In those village sites, we have amazing cultural items. A lot of people are familiar with our snow goggles, but people aren't familiar with our waterproof stitching, the importance of kayaks, different indigenous tools and things like that. So come say hi. You have some new friends over here at the Alaska Native Heritage Center.
Alaska tourism is such a foundational industry. It's so important to our economy. Small businesses and entrepreneurs, particularly indigenous entrepreneurs, are taking these outside dollars and using it to create businesses that leverage, what Alaska does best, which is the great outdoors, but also culture and history.
The drum, it's pretty important in the Yupik culture. It's kind of like the heartbeat of our dance. It's a very spiritually healing event, brings all of the dance members joy, and we feel like we are connecting with our ancestors every time we start dancing.
We're in Anchorage, Alaska at the sculpture competition for the state of Alaska. There's a lot of activity going on here in the town. We were just at ice bowling, and look at all the activity with these beautiful horses, and we're going to go check out these sculptures.
Tourism is now expanding. It used to be 3 months out of the year, say May to August, and now it's turned into something that starts as early as April and doesn't end till the end of October.
Tourism is one of Alaska's great renewable resources. For people starting out a tourism business, find your niche, find what you're passionate about, what you love to share with other folks, and really focus on that and build that.
We just saw the Alaska State Snow Sculpture Championship, and now we're going to go into the Ulu factory.
Tourism. We are noticing that huge shift for Alaska, especially for port towns.
I've been hired by a number of cruise lines to give talks about Native peoples in Southeast Alaska. I go into how we acquire and pass on our knowledge and how we live together. We influenced, shared, and cared for each other.
I was facilitating an Inuit blanket toss. The event itself was just a celebration after a successful whale hunt. It's a lot of fun, getting folks who don't know anything about the culture of Alaska and to get tossed on the blanket. This blanket represents unity, cooperation, trust, commitment to a common process, and harmony in action. Everything needed to survive in the harsh climate of Alaska.
We're at the Fur Rondi and we're getting ready for heat number 3. Stay tuned.
I'm Alaska Native Yupik, and I'm just so happy that we have a voice for rural Alaska and for Indigenous businesses and Indigenous people. It's just so great to be able to help support and promote those businesses and to encourage the next generation of entrepreneurs so that they can start businesses as well.
Pulling it up. So a couple quick questions. So who's starting their own business or wants to start their own business? What kind of business do you want to start or develop? Yeah, start with you.
Engineering and technology.
Oh, good. Okay, great. Why do you want to do that? Just curious.
Been 3 years and I'm starting out on my own.
Okay, perfect.
Real quick for our online audience, he said engineering and technology, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I'll let you bet. What else over here?
Indigenous language translation services.
Oh, nice. Excellent. Do you want to work with like OIED or one of those type of groups, or a lot of opportunities there?
She may not know what OIED is. There you are getting those
Office of Indian
acronyms
Economic
off.
Development. They have a lot of opportunities there in language translation services. Anything else? Who else?
Right here.
Yeah, also tech, data analysis, and AI.
Nice. Were you at the event a couple weeks ago?
No.
Exceptional event. So a lot of opportunities in healthcare with the AI, coding and those type of things. A lot of great things there. Okay, I think we're all ready. I'm going to take this. I got to turn sideways a little bit. So Ed Byers, I actually am a consultant with the National Center. I've been doing that now since July 28th when I had lunch with Yvette, and she dragged me in and said, you're going to start working for us for a couple hours a week. And I've been working with her now for 7 months, eight months now, and really loving this tourism aspect. There are so many opportunities in tourism. I cannot believe it. I wish I had $1 billion, because I could turn it into $2 billion. You know, like that Shark Tank thing, that program Shark Tank? I would like to have a Shark Tank program just for tourism in Indian country, because there's so many opportunities out there. And we're going to talk about that. Just amazing. We were just in Wallapai last week, and that's on the northern Arizona Grand Canyon. Endless opportunities. That's their #1 goal, develop their tourism program. Just in Navajo Nation in February, they got a whole tourism economic development group there. Again, just amazing. So let's talk about that. What's going on? Okay, now, I got to do it. It works, okay. So my experience, I used to be a partner at Deloitte. Who knows Deloitte or Price Waterhouse? Yeah, so I was a healthcare partner and also financial services. And when I was in financial services, I was an auditor, and I used to come up to Anchorage. But I was always afraid to be out here, to wear those hats over your ears. When do you do audits? You do audits like in January and February. So I didn't like that too much, but yeah, well, with a little side note on that coming up. Then I switched over to healthcare and did healthcare consulting and helped a lot of clients develop their IT systems, their coding, those type of things. And the last part of my career, AI started popping up as well. That's a big initiative. I started my own company, work with my son, Byers Holding Group. And my son does supply chain side of our business. And guess where he is right now?
and Vietnam. There's a lot of issues with supply chain, getting things, how do you ship things around, so a lot of aspects. That was a great discussion before about importing and exporting. I want to go through about states I visited, because, hey, if you're a tourism person, you must have visited a lot of places. Well, I visited all 50 US states. And I have never met a person who's visited all 50 states until last night. Ashley over here has visited 50 states. So congratulations, Ashley. And also one other thing about Ashley, she is a rattlesnake handler. Does anyone know a rattlesnake handler? No. Yes, well, that is Ashley, and she's presenting in a couple hours, I think, aren't you? On feasibility studies in the tourism space. I want to come back to your question over here. You had the gentleman over here. Great opportunities to talk to Ashley and Yvonne. Yvonne is our tourism person for Alaska. So great contact for you to work with her on feasibility, planning of tourism ideas, those type of things. Great things there. Countries I visited 55 countries. How can you visit 55 countries? There's one easy word. What's the word? No? What? No? Cruising. Who said cruising? Because you go, I did the Baltic Seas cruise, you know. How many countries can you see in one Baltic Seas cruise? Like 12. Then you do the Caribbean cruise. Those are all little countries down there. I did the Mediterranean. That's 12 more countries. It adds up really fast. So for work, I visited China, Philippines, those type of things. But cruising is really where you visit all the countries. My goals in the next 10 years, since I'm semi-retired, is really to help Indian country. That's my whole goal in life. Help small businesses develop. There are so many opportunities if you develop your own business. We were talking last night, young lady in the back, cost savings through your taxes. Develop your own LLC. Develop it in the tourism space, AI space, or cyberspace. That's why tribes, individuals, my tribal members, family members, those type of things. We always got to have fun facts about everyone. We talked to her about being a rattlesnake handler. Our CFO back here, Rich, he did how many miles? You did like a 1,000-mile bike ride? 1,400. 1,400-mile bike ride. Who has done that? I mean, it's just amazing. Thinking, here's a person, the CFO, he's, nothing in his life, anything exciting. No, 1,400-mile bike ride. Okay, so I can't top those two things. My fun facts is I used to run the donkey derby. Who's done donkey derbies? That's where you pull a donkey like 3 or 4 miles up a hill. You have to go through water, and if you can get through the water, cross the finish line, you win. So I won that 2 times. What state? California. Way of background, I'm Maidu from California, Feather Falls, Orville area. So we have rancherias mainly up in Northern California. We don't have reservations like a lot of places. So donkey derby, number one. Another thing is I do a lot of cyber work, and I do a lot of cyber assessments on the death file. Who knows what the death file is? No one's heard death file? So when you die, you go into a file called the death file. Then institutions use that death file to do research, hospitals, those type of things. So it's like a huge, huge file, and for that research purposes, they got to do a cyber assessment. And I do that cyber assessment on death files around the country. So just a little interesting side note, because no one I didn't know what a death file was. So very interesting. Okay, so next, who we are, Native Edge Tourism. We have Yvette she's walking around doing her exercise around her, getting ready for tourism. So the new program, Native Edge Tourism, is there to assist Indian country with tourism. That's what we're there for. Who we are, so what we do really is do technical assistance for tribe and entrepreneurs. And we're going to talk about a little bit later what we actually do, the different aspects. We have 5 regions. One is Yvonne here in Alaska. We have the southwest, northwest, the Eastern, and Hawaii. So one of our big regions is Alaska because there's so much going on up here. We have our website, Native Edge Tourism. Bottom line, we are here to help the 574 American Indian tribes and the Native entities up here. All of our services are free. So we are here to serve you. So if you have a question about tourism, give us a call, reach out to Yvette, reach out to Yvonne. You already saw these pictures, and you're gonna see a bunch of pictures. It seems like everyone's always having fun. Yvette's always in all these pictures, dune buggies, those type of things. So tourism should be fun, and that's what's the good opportunities to have fun with the people coming as well. We just had the RES conference back in March 10th through the 13th, and we actually had a new track for tourism. A great tourism track. And here's what we heard. Lots of positive things. Can't see it, sorry about that. Oh, states are getting very interested in Native American tourism, so many opportunities there. Foreigners are willing to spend a large sum of money. We talked about it before, about tourism spend. Amazing. Australians, the Germans, they want to come for 3 to 4 days, 5 days. They'll spend $10,000 to see Indian country. Why is that? Why do they want to spend so much money on Indian country?
Because they want real information.
Yes, yeah, so what I always forget, you got the audience. They want to know about American Indians. They want to know about Native Americans. They've been watching films for all these years, John Wayne, for 30 to 40 years. So they want to understand and know you. That's their goal. I was in Australia a couple years ago. I'm Indian. Oh, you're Indian. Oh, we want to talk to you. Can we have coffee, have a beer, chat about it? They want to know about your tribe, your organizations. If you want to open it up for tourism, that's great. If you don't, you don't have to. But there's so many opportunities like that. Visitors don't want a 1 or 2 star experience. They want a 4 or 5 star experience. It's just like going to a casino. Do you want to go to a 1 or 2 star casinos? No, yeah. Remember the old days, you go to the casino and it was
He said bingo.
It was a tent, those type of things. They don't want to go to that. So in my area, we have 5 casinos in my little region, Northern California. One just closed down. You know why? It was a tent. No one wants to go to a tent. They want to go to that 4 or 5 star experience, coffee shops, restaurants, those type of things. And sports betting, those are all included now. Tribal nations are really starting to invest in tourism, like we talked about. Navajo, Wallapai, North Dakota, South Dakota. We're helping a lot of tribes up there with their tourism programs. So great things there. Visitors to Indian country is key. Visitors to Indian country want to hear from Indians. They don't want to talk to white people. They want to talk to Indians, understand their languages, their culture, those type of things. So remember that when you're developing your business. Great opportunities there. Learning about Native American culture, food, monuments, and celebrations is a must for everyone. They've been seeing it on TV. They've been seeing all these things for years. They want to learn about it. And what else? I think that's good for that. That's a lot of good things, what we just heard. So again, if you're interested in tourism, next year I know Yvette's going to be organizing a tourism track again, probably even bigger and better, because we had probably about 700 people in our sessions in tourism. That's how big it's becoming. So a great thing. Okay, so where are the tourists coming from Alaska? I think you already know this. We kind of talked about it. When the domestic is primarily from California, Texas, Florida, Washington, and New York. Why is that? One, it's easy to get here. They have a lot of money, a lot of retirees, those type of things. So it makes sense. Secondary, I was surprised by this. Chicago, makes sense. A lot of elderly people there. They got the nonstops with United and Alaska. Phoenix, a lot of elderly people there who have a lot of money to spend. They want to come up here. Then Minneapolis as well. International. So as you're developing your kind of programs, thinking about it, you got to cater to these type of people. Australia, New Zealand, #1, the United Kingdom, India and China is in there now. We kind of talked about that. Now the big target for Alaska from a tourism perspective is targeting German-speaking Europeans, Germany, Australia, and Switzerland. Very interested in coming here. They want to come here. They have a lot of money. They want to spend a lot of money. That's the key thing. If you have money, you want to grab that money. Same thing with importing and exporting. Now, we know what they're doing. We already talked about it. 55% of the people coming up here are doing cruises. Who's on an Alaska cruise? Yes, it's fun. Hey, welcome. Yes, I've done 2 Alaska cruises, and I gone on Princess and Holland America. You don't need a 5-star cruise line to do these. Why do you come to Alaska? What's that?
She said wildlife.
Wildlife, and I'll repeat it. Why would you want to come on a cruise ship? The glaciers. The bald eagles, right? All those things. We got some story about the bald eagles. You want to come for the excursions. You want to come for the excursions. That's what all I thought about when I was planning my trip up here. What excursions could I do? What cultures could I see? The glaciers, I wanted to go see them. I wanted to see those sled dogs. That's what tourists want to see. They also want to hear from natives. They want to hear from those from the cultural perspectives. Yes, sir.
Wait, hold on.
Oh,
Let me get the mic.
So when you go in a hotel and you turn on the TV, those are the people that get off the ship and go on all those cool stuff. Is that an excursions?
Yeah. So, I didn't quite hear what you said. I'm sorry.
You said.
Anyways, when you check in a hotel here in Anchorage, you turn on the TV, there's like these ads of all these hiking and glacier tours and
nonstop.
get on the trolley. Is that what you mean by excursions?
Yes, yes. So you spend like $249, and you can go and see the sled dogs. $249, they'll take you to the cultural center. Those are all the things that you can do. I did the excursions where I went fishing in Ketchikan. That's all I thought about when I came up here. It was a 10-day cruise. I was going to have 10 excursions, 10 different fun. That's all I thought. I didn't care about the ship. I didn't need a 5-star experience on Holland America. I only needed a 3-star. My 5-star I wanted when I got to Alaska, those excursions and meeting the people. And I really wanted to see a bear. That was I don't know why, that was my thing. We got a picture of a bear coming up. I missed a couple things here. Hold on. Oh, so there's a thing up there about Juneau, a record for cruise passengers. I think it says 1.65 million cruise passengers last year. 1.65. Those people are going port to port and want to spend money on tourism, excursions, tour operators, those type of things.
Hey, Ed.
Yes.
Really quick. One of my friends that I grew up with, her family decided that they were going to come to Alaska last year. I don't remember. I need to catch up with her because she told me this story, before we started the tourism program. But she said that there was a little tiny hut in the town that they stopped at, and this gentleman had everything. He had the ice chests, he had the fishing gear, the nets, the waders, everything. And she said it was just a little tiny little, just a little spot. And so they rented everything from him. They drove on to where they were staying, the cabins. It was salmon season time. When they got to the cabins, they had a little butcher block there. And she said literally they're throwing the line in and pulling it back, and fish are just popping right up, you know.
Yeah.
And so they packed everything, took it back to him. He shipped everything back to them, and they had their experience.
That's
So
the
that's
amazing.
a
that's
great business right there.
Yes, that's what's amazing is popping. And you right now with the social media, you can book those things online. So easy. I mean, before I used to book it through the boat. Now I just book all my excursions, pay half the price. I can book directly with you, your friend, over there, and book that same fishing excursion for $200 versus $400. And all that money goes to the individual. So that's the key thing there. Okay, I can't make sure I didn't miss any pictures. Hold on. There's my bear, of course. Yeah, there. Yep. I've been on the train. Who's on the train ride? I wasn't very excited about that. It was okay. Train. It's a train. There's the fishing. You know, we've all done fishing. Now, did anyone catch that many fish? Dumb question. I caught one little fish when I went fishing. One little teeny thing, like a little guppy. So, oh, what did I push there? Hold on. So not everyone gets lucky. Okay, so what's the opportunities, like Yvette was saying, there's so many different opportunities for Indian country, Indian tribal members, those type of things, because it is opening up here so much. That's what we have down the bottom. Due to warming waters, more places are becoming accessible to tourism. You know, the sea cap is not quite as extent. You can actually, things are opening up more in Alaska. So the opportunities for Indian country, tour operators, independent tour operators, fishing expeditions, same thing that Yvette was talking about. Tribes or tribal members can do this. Cultural extractions. Remember, people wanted to understand your culture. They want to understand you. So we were talking to Wallapai about the storyteller. What an opportunity to have the storytelling with a cultural center all mixed together. Great thing. Hotel bed and breakfasts popping up everywhere now with Airbnb. The destination marketing organizations developing the marketing material. Transportation providers. It could be, you know, helicopters, bus tour operators, those type of things. And these don't take a lot of money. They don't take a lot of money. And there's native banks, those type of things, who want to actually help you with those lending requirements. Yes, sir.
I like to share an activity. I don't really know much about it, but kind of one of the opportunities that I see potential in it. It's like living nests. It's like Airbnbs in the village where they travel in and they like live a day with the host and get to experience the life and everyday activities of our villages. I think one of the regions is preparing those for tourism. Do you know anything about that type of activity?
Oh, yeah, most. In fact, we were just
Airbnbs.
Oh yeah, I was just talking yesterday with Waylon Honga with the Wallapai. So he wants to develop. It's going to be more of a 2 or 3 star experience, bringing in trailers, because a lot of the people who are more rugged, who want to just come out there for a couple days and understand it, he's going to be developing exactly what you're talking about, because there is a high demand for that. So people who want to be out there in the rugged territory, like in Alaska, they don't want to be in the Four Seasons hotel. So I think it's a great opportunity. That's what we were talking about. And we can talk more about it.
Hundreds of ideas to be created.
Yeah, and Yvonne, of course, is your contact right next to you. So she has all these great ideas as well. Yes, sir, in the back.
Thank you, Yvette. Chris Delgado with the Heritage Center. I'll share a quick story. So part of the cultural tourism side is fairly new to me. 20 years in behavioral health, 20 years at 3 different medical, different hospitals, Connect Tribal Council, compliance officer, a lot of cool stuff. But my passion for cultural tourism grew last year. I came on as the outreach, I have a new title now, but I was the outreach coordinator, or manager at the time. I met with our director of operations, Rena, who's my supervisor, and I asked her for the tour vendor list. And what I ended up doing, I wanted to introduce myself as the new cultural tourism manager for Alaska Native Heritage Center. I actually got a response back from Mark from Entree Destinations in Canada. He is the president and CEO of what he calls boutique cultural tourism, what he does for Canada. They do week-long excursions out northeast Canada, things like that. They charge, again, they have a really high income travel group. It's very niche, of course, but they charge $10,000, $15,000 for a week-long excursion up in northeastern Canada. And so then I got to sit down and meet with him virtually over Teams, and he really inspired me. He was telling me that, of course, visitors come to Alaska for the wildlife and for the scenery and for just for everything, fishing and everything. And he's like, you guys have a unique position. You guys have a unique opportunity. He was like, there's something that I can't do. There's something that I can't bring to the table. None of us can. And he was like, the authenticity. He was like, what indigenous tourism groups are you working with? What are you doing outside of the Heritage Center? You guys do amazing dance demonstrations, games demonstrations. We can make a guduk, we can have a good time with our village sites and everything like that. He's like, but what are you guys thinking outside of the Heritage Center? You guys have a unique position to start building the web and connecting with everyone and getting to know other indigenous tour operators. And it's gonna be there. So short story long, I kind of got inspired because once I started doing research, 1.65 million visitors went through Southeast, but where else did they go? Southeast is only 11% of Alaska. So when they go on these cruises, they come to the Heritage Center. We have around 500 visitors every day starting, we start Mother's Day, we end in September. About 500 visitors every day. And they're all asking, what can we do? What can we do around here? I'm going to Anchorage, I'll be in Anchorage for a couple of days, or I'm gonna take the train to Fairbanks. After Denali, what can I do in Fairbanks? Things like that. So I got lucky enough, I ran into his name's Bobby Evans. He is one of the board members of Bering Straits Native Corporation, my native corporation. So then I asked him, again, just watching basketball, I was like, what could we offer? My family's from Nome and Shishmaref, things like that. What are we doing for us Inupiat people? How can we get these visitors that are coming from the Southeast that have time and they want to keep going and they want to learn more? What can we do? What can we offer? They ask us hundreds of questions every day. So again, that's kind of what inspired me to really start thinking about cultural tourism, to think bigger than, I love the Heritage Center, I'm gonna be there forever. They're gonna be paying for my retirement. They're kind of stuck with me for a long time. But bigger than the Heritage Center, what can we do? What can we offer? What's going on in Nutiyavik? What's going on with the Anungan culture? What's going on with the Aleutian Islands? Things like that. So just things to consider. Like you were saying, sorry, Ed, very, very excited time right now. Very, very exciting times right now, guys. We just need to really come together, focus, and let's do it. The only thing that's gonna stop us is ourselves, right? The only thing that's gonna get in the way of our really achieving it is ourselves. So just something to think about. Like I said, I have my business card. I want to really start networking with indigenous tourism, indigenous activities, indigenous excursions, if you will. But right now is an amazing opportunity. So that's all I wanted to say. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Great comments.
Yeah, very good. And that's why we even have the travel, we said travel planning down there, travel planners. So if they come to Anchorage, they want to see the cultural center, but 2 or other things around it. Give that program, give that opportunity to the cruise ship lines, because they're looking for opportunities to sell to their passengers, or you can sell that online. So travel planning is such a big thing now, especially with social media, because you can sell those packages online. Restaurants and bars, of course, especially up here with all your great beer and those type of things. So many good opportunities. I had your Alaskan Amber Ale, which was great, so fabulous.
But there's also a lot of native breweries now, so if that's a plan and a goal, then incorporate all the other native entrepreneurs that are creating these great drinks for people to experience.
Right. And again, now starting up a little brewery is low cost, very low cost compared to the old days. In the old days, how many breweries were there in the U.S.? Like 50 different companies, down to 5 all of a sudden. Now it's like 5,000 little breweries. You can start your own brewery. Again, a great business opportunity. I think I went the wrong way. I don't want to get in trouble here. Of course, there is some challenge that you got to overcome. Limited season here is only for 6 or 7 months. You got to worry about some of the travel restrictions or economic downturns. We all face that for all businesses, same type of thing. Competition, and of course, repurposing. That's what a lot of places do. Repurpose the people, those type, because people could be up here for 6 months, be down in Arizona for 6 months. A lot of people have those programs with employment. Yes?
And I actually put that in the slide because An example would be in Arizona. So we have a ski resort in the White Mountains, and in the summertime, you still can use the ski resort and go up to the top of the mountain, take great pictures, take a little sandwich with you if you want, go on a little hike, and then you can come back down the ski lift. They also have these little, I don't know what they are, but they're almost like, they're not the sleds in the wintertime, but you can take other type of little, you know, wheel type things and still go down the hill on this in the summertime. So that's the repurposing. So don't just think that, oh, I can only do this in this season. Just think outside of the box. If there isn't a road, build the road. Mr. Rich over here, our CFO, who's going to be speaking later, told us a great story last night. He graduated high school. He got on a Schwinn 10-speed bicycle and went all the way from Arizona up the coast all the way to San Francisco. Young 18-year-old young men. I mean, that is a tourism operation right there. Rent out bikes in the other seasons. There's so many opportunities.
Yeah, there really is. Okay, so let's keep going here. How's my time doing? I know Kai's going to yell. Oh, she's already yelling at me. So you got to identify your niche. We talked about so many opportunities. You can identify your niche, maybe travel planning. So my daughter right now, she does travel planning in Tahoe. So she does a lot of things out there, and so she's contacting people, developing marketing material. So that's a nice little area. So, oh, I think these are the same ladies. All the pictures of them. They're always doing all these tourism fun things, Kaya and Yvette, so they're always in all these pictures. I'm not sure if that's them in the yoga. That's not, no, it's not them. Business plan essentials, of course, and this is where we can help as well. Because remember, we have Native Edge Tourism, but we also have the Native Edge Institute where we help you with your business plans and those type of things. So we can help you in all different ways. Kaya is our business development specialist. So she's there to actually help you with the business plans. We're to help you there from our tourism group. Hey, what's the opportunities in tourism? Turn it over to Kaya to help you with business plans. And we do all that for free. That's what our job is. Help Indian country. Help you with your operations plan and marketing strategies. Because a lot of things, like you can go turn to the SBA. We have a lot of referrals. We have a lot of people we know, the SBA over here. So you know, they can help you as well. And we know all those contacts for you. There's always legal requirements. We always got to worry about legal requirements and other regulations. I'm now down to 2 minutes. I see your hand, Kaya. Also setting up your infrastructure, your websites, partnerships, customer service. Those are pretty straightforward to do nowadays. Website, I did mine in 45 minutes, buyersholdinggroup.com. 45 minutes, you can just get it started pretty easy. So how can we help you? Remember, that's our job. We're here to help you from an advisory perspective. We can go to your tribe and do tourism training. Hey, what is all the different things? We can help from a feasibility studies perspective, number 3. We're going to have actually talk about feasibility studies coming up today. There's all kind of grants out there in Indian country, OID, those type of things. Good things. Guaranteed loans. A lot of tribes are getting guaranteed loans to develop their operations, develop new water parks, those type of things. General advisory service just provides you advice. We can do that. And referral to all the federal agencies. How can we help the Native entrepreneurs, those people who want to develop LLCs, who want to develop an S-Corp? We can help you by generating business ideas. Because the key thing here is getting the right business idea, help you with the business plan development, how to start up a business. We can help you from the LLC, all the legal requirements. Then also, we can optimize your finances. We find that most small businesses don't have the right accounting systems in place. They don't have the right tax thing in place. So we've got to really optimize those, because if we can save you money, what can you do with that money? You can reinvest it back into your business. And of course, refer you to other opportunities. We have a lot of success stories. I won't go through those. We've been talking about them quite a bit. We have a lot of videos out there. You can understand our tourism program. And we will also want to thank you with all of our key contacts. And you're going to receive all these slides, aren't they? So we got our phone numbers up there. Yvonne, I was going to point to Yvonne again. She's your contact for Alaska, but call any of us. We're always here to assist you. I'm now out of time. I'm over by 30 seconds. So, okay, well, thank you guys. And by the way, we'll all be around afterwards, so we can talk for an hour after the session. Is that correct? Well, I'll be around for an hour. And I think Kai's gonna be here for 2 hours.
All right, thank you, Ed. Let me see. Next, we have our Access Capital panel, which we have Marvin Adams, and then we have Jennifer Sodgrass. So if you could please welcome them.
Who's first? Is this the slide changer? Okay, great. Well, thank you. Thank you very much. Can you hear me okay? Great, great. I'm honored and pleased to be here to present to you access to capital. I would also, first of all, like to thank the Native Edge Institute for inviting us to participate. It's very exciting that they're up here coming and participating in Alaska. I'm very delighted to see them here, and we're hoping that they would become a long-term presentation program. I am the CEO of National Capital. I've been in banking for about 25 years. And what I wanted to talk about today was a lot of the turmoil that's going on right now. The executive orders and, the questions on the inflation concerns, the interest rates taken off. National Capital, feels comfortable dealing in this environment because there's ways that we can provide you, the borrower, opportunities to kind of mitigate these types of risks. So what my presentation today is kind of give you an overview and allow you to kind of see how you can work out solutions. This building here is a project that we've done a couple years back, and I'm just kind of showing you, some of the projects that I've done. And here's a data center that was done for the Forest County Potawatomi. That was another project that National Capital has done. Here's another one, Akiakaguyak office building here in town. So, this is one of the buildings and stuff that we structured. I'm kind of giving you a background information on our company and the stuff that we've done. Right now, we're going to be discussing how here's another Chief Peter John building is out of Fairbanks that we've done. Here's the Office Depot. And this is important to you because this is a tourism-related conference. This is the Grand Denali Bluffs out of the Grand Denali National Park. This was a real challenge. There was over 270 units. And the real challenge is when you're working with financing is how do you finance these types of projects with only a window of 5 months of tourist season? It's extremely challenging. And that's one of the things that you as a borrower are going to have to put your arm around. How do I make my cash flow pencil out 12 months out of the year when I only have a revenue base of 5? And this was huge. There was 2 of them. There was 2 hotels, complexes. We were able to structure that and put it to bed and close on it, and it's been very successful. But one of the ways that you have to recognize is that when you put your business plan together and your cash flow analysis plan, make sure that you're within the market rate of those rooms. Your standard, $200 a night room is not going to work on this project. Those rooms were booking at $500 to $800 a night per unit. and they were sold out. So this is what you have to consider when you're putting your business plan together. Kind of forgive me here, I'm learning how to use this. One of the things that is a real friend of yours is the BIA's Loan Guarantee Program. A lot of the tribes and the ANCSA corporations are eligible and qualify for this. This is critical for you because it gives you another level of insurance in the unlikely event of a default. The way the program works is that they would pay off the lender in the unlikely event of a default, and they would basically restructure it for you. So in high-risk areas, this is, to me, I was really, encouraged the borrower to look at this. This is really important. The other thing that I like about this is it's got an interest subsidy. How many of you have heard of interest subsidy on the BIA Loan Guarantee Program? Raise your hand. That is quite a component. That's money that goes back to you, that after you make your bank payments, it comes back to you. Traditional banking is usually around 7.5 plus, usually 2 3/4. So you might end up with a 10.25%. That's pretty common. They require normally a 60 to 75% loan to value. Again, that's pretty common in the traditional lending industry. Lenders require substantial cash down and higher risk, depending on whether it's not quoted outside their market area. And this is critical. Many places in rural Alaska may not be in their market area, so you got to be really mindful of that. Private placement bond financing is something that's really unique that I, after spending, 7 years at the BIA's Loan Guarantee Program and did multiple large projects, the private placement bond rate is something that was really attractive because it gives you a long-term fixed rate. You can go 25 years, and here's the kicker. You can get a 100% loan to value. How many of you know what a 100% loan to value is? Raise your hand. Okay. In a nutshell, whenever you come down and borrow something like, a piece of equipment or a building, a lot of the times the lenders require you to put 20 or 30% down. So if you did $1 million building, you would have to come up with $250,000. So that's what they call loan to value, would be 75%, okay? So under this scenario, they would actually loan you 100%. Okay, and there's a reason for this. It's not just like, out of the goodness of their heart. It's because the BIA's Loan Guarantee Program offers a federally guarantee. What is important to these private placement bond market, it's like 100% guarantee for them. So what it does is it allows them to give you these super, super discount rates, and including 100% loan to value. So I'm throwing tools out there in this uncertain times right now to kind of give you some ideas of what you can do to work. Right now, if we were to go on a 10-year U.S. Treasury, the current rate would be 4.46. And a private placement bond rate today, the maturity for a 20-year loan would be 6.06, fixed 100% loan to value. So you can see where this would be extremely important to you as a borrower if you're eligible and qualify for this. Okay? So this is where companies like Caterpillar, Toyota, and all these big major companies, they go to this private placement bond market because it's cheap money and they get rated. Okay? Here's kind of a summary. I did a comparative rated interest rate to kind of share with you. Here's your traditional banking rates at 9 and 10%. Your non-rated tribal structure, 9.96 to 8.96. And the investment grade minus double A to BBB would be 6.05 to 6.26. It doesn't take rocket scientists to know cash flow is king here when your business is operating. You want to be able to sit there and save on interest on these loans when you're talking between 3 and 4% spreads. That is a significant amount of money on $1 million, $2 million, $4 million, $5 million. That's a significant savings for you. So here's a kind of an example of a deal. One of them would be like a 20 million office complex financing. It's a clinic. It's a tranche A is 16 million. Tranche B would be 4 million. And the reason it's broke out like that is because you have to have a participating lender with the BIE's loan guarantee program. And so what they would do is they would take out the 4 million piece and be the servicer and operations, and the 16 million would be the private placement bond market. So that way what we do then is we blend the rate, blend it down. So in the end of the day, you're only paying 6.5 with the BIA, commercial lending bank, and the private placement bond financing market. Amazing. It really works because they're only taking a 10% piece. That 8 or 9%, that the lender, normal lender would charge you does not impact the overall long term. And these are fixed rates. In the unlikely, in the event that the inflation hits us really hard and interest rates jumped up to 14, 15, how many remember the 21% interest rates? It was terrible. It was terrible. This will lock you in. So in the event that it takes off, with the trade wars, it's really a lot of uncertainty. It's good, smart business to try to consider looking for locked rates if you're going to be doing any type of long-term financing. And as I mentioned earlier, the equity and land, fixed furniture and equipment, those are all could be your contribution to the deal. And your equity requirement is 0. So these are volatile interest rates going on right now, tightening of lending, bank lending standards, inflation impact, construction operations, tribal projects competing for fewer institutional dollars. So the takeaway, traditional financing is going to become less reliable as inflation and interest starts jumping up. This is just the reality. We've all been down this road before, so just be aware of it. This is not gloom and doom. This is that you just got to be smarter. You got to sit there and plan and take an understanding that, these are the real world, and, you're not going to get a second chance. You want to do it right the first time. So it mitigates the risk of rising interest rates. The lender favors structured trench deals with built-in takeout. Tribal projects can secure better than market terms and easier to close if a BIA loan guarantees is layered in. I'm just about running out of time here. I got about 3 minutes, so the use of the structure is protecting your floating interest rates and debt financing, refinancing risk, and budget overruns, construction delays, unsecured lending, long-term occupancy solutions lock in the capital early, pair short-term flexibility with long-term certainty. I'm going to be available at the round table today, and if you have individual questions or if you have a project you'd like me to kind of talk and see if this might be a fit for you, I'll be available, or just kind of share with you what National Capital can do for you. So I'd love to talk with you about how to lock your rate today, how to layer loan guarantees for maximum leverage, and what bond investors are looking for right now, and how these structures can work for your project. So with that, well, look at that. I did it right at 12:45. So thank you very much.
All right, so I understand that it's me and then lunch, so I will try to be concise and quick and a little entertaining for you. No, thank you for having us. This sounds like you guys have been learning a lot of information, and just in the few minutes that I was waiting my turn, just learning even what Ed was saying and how we can all partner together. So I'm Jennifer Snodgrass. I am a commercial loan officer with Alaska Growth Capital. I was born in Kodiak, but raised in Anchorage, and have lived in Alaska pretty much my whole life outside of some educational opportunities. So, let me see how this works. Okay, there we go. All right. So as a commercial loan officer for Alaska Growth Capital, I get to work with business owners and entrepreneurs and people that have had a dream in mind to start their own business. in Alaska. So I'm able to hear ways to help them in terms of needing working capital, buying equipment, getting inventory, even as much as to buying some real estate when maybe they are just starting out, haven't made a dollar yet, or are looking to expand and grow their business because of the success that they're having. So the types of funding as listed here, we do a lot with working capital, helping with the day-to-day operations as you're growing or starting out. Helping with acquisition loans. COVID was an exciting time. There was a lot of people that decided, hey, you know what? I was thinking about retiring. Now's the time to do it. And we were able to work with a lot of change of ownerships with that, whether it was a full takeover or maybe there was a partner that wanted to come in and buy out the other one as well, and being able to help with that. And also expansion loans. It's interesting and always exciting when somebody has started a business somewhere in Alaska and is able to open up a second location or wanting to buy another business, a competitor, in order to grow their operations and being to help with that. So it's fun to be able to learn about these opportunities, see what clients are facing, and be able to provide the funding for that. So what's unique about Alaska Growth Capital is that we only do SBA loans, the 7A loan program, and USDA loans. That is what we will do all day long. We're different as opposed to a bank that also will do loans and talk to you about checking accounts and savings accounts. And I don't have to talk about that stuff anymore. I used to. But what's nice is that I can just really focus on what the SBA can do for entrepreneurs, as well as the USDA, and then helping these business owners utilize these programs to get the funding that they need when maybe the banks aren't quite ready to provide that lending to them because of their own internal policy. So we can actually provide our own SBA loans. So what I mean by that is that we don't have to go directly to the SBA for that answer. We have the authority to provide the funding ourselves. We're a small team. There's 3 of us loan officers, of course me as one of them. So I joke around, and some of my colleagues here have heard me say this before, is that what's nice with being small is that I'm your beginning and your end. I learn about your project, I take in the application, I underwrite it, I present it for approval, and then I'm your point of contact going forward with any growth needs that you have, questions, or even if you've hit a snag and need to see what some options are. Because we're close-knit, we're able to kind of be an advisor or be within your group of advisement when going through your business. It's important to have somebody who understands what you need, and being able to provide that is really, I think, a plus for us. From when working with people, I always kind of have to give advice, especially if I'm seeing them in all different aspects of their kind of where they're at in their business plan, is kind of helping be that guide to them to make sure that they're on the right track. If they have the resources that they need, point them in the right direction. If it's something I'm not quite ready to do yet, or if they need additional help, partnering with, as we learned, like now I want to add Native Edge to help with business plans. Sometimes we have people that come in and they just don't know where to start. And a lot of times we work with SPDC, but now I heard what you said, and I'd like to talk with you later just to be able to incorporate the different resources to help put these packages together, because SBA loans and USDA loans are no easy feat, right? I say it's not a real fast process. There's a lot to it. We really get to know each other, but there's a lot of resources, as well as myself, to help you kind of navigate through that. But it's important when you're coming to any kind of loan officer or bank is to understand your own needs. What are you needing those funds for? Being able to talk about that and how that's going to be applied. Are you needing working capital? If so, why is that? What are you going to do with it? What will that result with? And just having that confidence in knowing and having your ducks in a row when talking with somebody who you're looking to receive financing from. It sounds like you guys have heard a lot about business plans. That is a key thing to have. I utilize that in my write-ups when working with government loans. That helps any loan officer tell your story. I always say I end up doing a dissertation with my business owners because I'm telling your story. It's just not about the numbers. It's not just about the transaction, but it's about who you are, where you've come from, and where you're going. And your business plan is what that's for. And there's a lot of resources out there to help you with that, as well as the projections. We really have to test the projections. We can lend on projections, but we have to make sure that they make sense, right? That you're not making $1 million in the first 3 months. Is that reasonable? I'm going to come back at you and say, let's kind of back this off. Let's see what this looks like. How are you going to get there? But having that knowledge, having that support, having those assumptions to back up your projections goes a long way in any application that you're searching for in finance. And of course, explore your options, right? There's, you could get probably overwhelmed today if you had every banker up here telling you about their programs and what they can do. But it's important to explore those options so that you're getting the best package or loan presentation for where you're at in your business. And there are a lot of great options throughout the state of Alaska, and even outside, that are willing to come in and help in the different areas, especially in tourism. Making sure I'm staying within my limits, because, I still have 10 minutes. I'm going a little too fast. So here's some of examples of the people that we've helped. You can also go to our website, and it gives kind of client stories. But you see that SBA and USDA were able to utilize those programs to help a wide variety of different businesses out there. So like Quantum is a laundromat. If you're familiar with them, they're on Fireweed. Even Tasty Freeze, that's a franchise of Wiener Schnitzel that's been in Alaska for over 30 years, being able to help with that change of ownership that happened recently. Of course, AMH over in Spenard, and Alpine Fit, that's a women-owned business. She actually won SBA Lender of the Year, Women-Owned Business of the Year a couple years ago. So what's nice with the SBA loan program is that it's pretty diverse in how you can use it and the type of business that you can use it for. We've done some breweries in the past using these programs throughout the states. I always love talking about the brewery in Skagway and watching them grow and seeing how they are able to fluctuate, especially when COVID hit. It was an interesting time for them, but being able to utilize these programs to help them through it was great. Am I allowed to ask if there's any questions? So I have time. I don't know who. Because I know every business has their own kind of business plan, maybe something you're thinking about. I'll be after two, because I know everybody's plan can be a little different. So, yes,
Hey,
Ed.
question.
Yeah.
So, different type of business plans, it's like the lean business plan or the traditional.
Yeah.
What do you recommend for a small business?
I would recommend a more traditional. The more information that you can provide to tell your story, the better. Right. Yeah.
Could you repeat that for our online audience, his question?
Yes, about the business plan? Yes, so I highly recommend a more traditional business plan. The more information of how you can tell your story, the better. That helps the lender or the individual or investor feel confident that you've done your homework, you know what you're facing, what you're coming up against, and how you're going to be successful. I will say that the SBA loan program does come in to play, and we partner a lot with banks when they're not quite ready to give the financing, where it doesn't necessarily fit within their parameters. Maybe you don't have that cash down, maybe you don't have that collateral, and that's where the government loans programs come in to be able to provide that financing. And almost a success story is when we help provide that financing to get you started, and then you've done so well that now the banks are gonna refinance and provide you maybe with a better rate.
What if somebody didn't have the best credit? Should that defeat them completely from
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. I know it kind of, it's the gray area of it depends. It depends on why that maybe that credit isn't so great. There's usually a story, and what's nice when you have when you're working with the government loans and you're telling that story, I can explain why that credit happened the way it is. Of course, there's always knockouts, right? But it's not always a deal breaker. But credit is important, but it's not always a deal breaker in terms of financing.
Hello, thank you. Very good information, both of you. I have a question. I'm President and CEO of Gunga Kilamute Yuita Corporation, there Inc., a village corporation, village of Kotlik. And one thing that's just important as I move forward in developing is it's just important as keeping our heritage and our culture is our land. And there's one thing I'm trying to figure out. I'm asking questions on when we take out a loan, how can a program like this versus a traditional loan affect the say, the risk of losing our land? Like, would we be using our land as collateral? That type of
You know, that
thing.
can come up depending upon the program. I think there's even restrictions where you can't take the land if it has certain sovereignty. Is that right, Julie?
Let me run the microphone to you real quick. That way our
Oh,
online
sorry. This
audience
is
can hear you.
Julie. She's the landing manager. So
Yeah, it's very difficult to encumber native allotments on a government guaranteed program. So typically we look for alternative collateral or with the support of the government guarantee, it doesn't have to be fully secured. So we can look at that.
How about AIMSA lands? AIMSA is separate from
Same.
native allotment. Same thing?
No. Sorry. The question was, does ANCSCA land also apply? And if it is fee simple, our duty on behalf of the government is to take all available collateral. So the likelihood is that that would be encumbered as part of the loan. And that's why we do such a deep dive in your financials and your projections. Nobody wants to get on the wrong side of a government guaranteed loan, right? We're not in the business to do get people in financial stress. So it's important to take that into consideration and proceed cautiously, because that's a true commitment to sign a mortgage or a deed of trust on that property.
Yeah, great question, because
I
that's
see another one
something
right
that we face
over
here.
here.
Yeah. Oh, sure, yeah.
Hold on.
There's several instruments out there. It's not, all or nothing. You can do a 30, 40, or 50-year lease from your village corporation and then to your holding entity. And then as long as you've got that lease, you could use that lease assignment. So you won't lose your land as an ANCSA corporation group if it's acceptable, if it's got a federally backed guarantee program on it, that that they see of a way to make sure they've got a primary source of repayment. And then I think that's doable as well. So you got to, one size doesn't fit all. It's on an individual basis. You look at it on your particular area. If you had 5 acres you wanted to pledge for the project, you go down there and, subdivide it, say, hey, I want to put this under a long-term 50-year lease for this project. And, get it all signed, approved, and then transfer it over as part of your security and collateral to the lender. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, if there's not any other questions, thank you so much for your time, and I'll be around if you do have questions or would love to chat more. Thanks. Oh, you did too. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much to our Access to Capital panel. Right now, we're going to break for lunch, but don't go far. We have a box lunch that you guys can take it back to your seat. Use this time to use the restroom. For our online audience, we'll be back in about 15 minutes. We're going to start at 12:15 with our leadership panel. But lunch is in the back. Okay.
I love the word knowledge share, because it's not always just sitting in a room, receiving the knowledge. It's like you're also part of the conversation and sharing the knowledge as well.
And I love it when I hear of a company coming in, they've never been to a Native Edge. We recently had this again in Oregon, and they develop, and as a result of it, they go after a contract, and then as a result of that, they get to hire 50, 100 new employees, that kind of thing. And then they come back and they tell you, like, hey, this past year, this is what I've done, and thank you because you gave me the strength and courage to just go after it.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times they sit on their hand, they have so much information, and sometimes it's just at their fingertips, and it's just that little bit of encouragement that then they want to go pursue that.
Well, a lot of times we use the word empowerment. What does the word empowerment mean to you?
Empowerment to me, I think it's part of that, just the encouragement that you can receive from someone that sees that in you, and it just may be 1 or 2 words or a short conversation, and it has empowered you to take the next step, to not be afraid. Because really it's our own fear that kind of prevents us sometimes, right?
Well, I think it's fear that you can't get to your next level because you hold yourself back. A lot of times, like, you know, your worst enemy is looking back at you in the mirror. And I think empowerment can come from others, but sometimes you just can empower yourself, you know, light a fire for whatever reason. So I think these trainings and the work that we do at the National Center, it's all around empowerment and making sure that our businesses have a voice and that our clients that we work with, we're there to support them in their needs.
Absolutely.
I grew up here in the community, lived here all my life. Our families were entrepreneurs, we had to be. Our entrepreneurial spirit, we used that to start small businesses that would bring jobs to our reservation.
PCI Federal Services, we started with 1 employee. The exponential growth that we've experienced, we're hopeful that we'll cross that 1,000 employee threshold later this year.
We continue to look for partners, and we continue to look for organic growth. Native Edge is a great way to do it.
The Native Edge Institute, this is our second time here in Alabama.
Business is complex. You're not alone. There's programs out there funded with our tax dollar.
There's state programs, there's local programs, there's national programs like our Arizona MBDA Export Center, and our services are for all minorities. I put a panel together of myself and Brian Davis, Alabama ITA, working with him to see what our clientele needs are and what he can offer.
Using SBA's programs, Hub Zone, Apex Centers, Minority Business Development Centers. These programs alone help me leverage into working with prime contractors and being prime to the government.
Opportunities like this, getting to interact with a lot of business owners, just provides so many different networking opportunities that can really help a business exponentially.
All right, here we go. I'm so thankful that all y'all wanted to go on the tour. Hopefully you'll be able to see some great progress that our tribe has made.
PCI Federal Services was created in 2016 by the Porch Band of Creek Indians. It's funny the things you remember growing up, like we played in that ditch, you know? I mean, there was nothing between there. It's just amazing in such a short amount of time how far we've come.
In 1988, we started to provide products and services to our federal government. And through that creation, it really started us to thinking about what we could do that would create revenues to bring back to seed our growth.
PCI Federal Services, they've had this vision for this economic diversification.
We have hotels all across the Southeast. We have 3 at Disney, 2 in Huntsville, Pennsylvania, Miami, Chicago, Aruba, Curacao, all across the United States. These are owned by individual tribal people. Each tribal member got to choose what plan they wanted. We built the house interest-free.
Now there's housing and the new fire station and everything there.
We have a state-of-the-art health facility, you know, our recreational apartment, all the amenities that are available to not only tribal members, but to the public around the reservation. We want people to know that we care about our own and we care about the communities that we're in.
Success means different things to different people. We create jobs that can sustain a family and provide good health care. We want to share our story, share our lessons learned. Native Edge coming to our reservation here allows us to do that, and we appreciate that.
We just want to welcome you. And
But do we have a small clip to run of Lance and Yvette's interview from Ho Chunk? Let's run that clip.
We have divisions. Government contracting is probably our biggest division. We have a large real estate development company. We have a local division that includes manufacturing of tobacco products, farming, stores, retail, distribution. We focus our attention on profitable business relationships off reservation, and then we try to take care of our own on the reservation.
So that was from your interview with Lance, and it was pretty amazing. Just talk a little bit more. I know he had mentioned a few things about the work they do, but he directly associated some of the work they did with the National Center.
Yeah, he's been around a long time, of course, and I think started out, as he said, Ho Chunk Inc. in his apartment.
Yeah.
Kind of like Mel McGee.
Yeah.
A one person starting up their tribal enterprise and taking advantage of the 8A program and then building that and then creating another arm and another enterprise and another small business and then taking the tour of the community and what they've done as far as their housing. The elderly housing that we toured was incredible. Their farming operation, we went out there as well. And then in town, they have a building in town with their name on top, at the very top. Toured their marketing facility there, and they have a really nice setup, not as humble as ours here at the Native Edge.
Our setup is awesome.
Setup?
Though. It's so awesome. We don't have our name on the building.
8-10 story building.
Well, we have all those stickers.
We have a lot of stickers.
We do have a lot, and our logo is very cool.
Yeah.
Hey everybody, welcome to the Native Edge podcast. I'm Chris James. I'm here with my coworker and talented coworker, I should say, Yvette Fielder.
Yvette Fielder. Hi, everybody. So welcome to the Native Edge podcast.
Native Edge podcast.
Series number 1.
Episode 1. That's pretty amazing. Yeah. What are we doing here? Let's talk about this podcast. What are some of your expectations on the podcast?
Well, I think people, they really like to engage with, what's happening, what's in the now, what's happening, what's going on, especially in our line of work across Indian country and even into Canada now. A lot of importing, exporting ideas coming in and out both ways. And so people want to know what's happening, what is the National Center doing, how are we creating these things, and how can we be relevant in their life, in their work that they're doing? How can we bring resources to them?
I think it's, you mentioned our brothers and sisters from Canada. It was so great to have the delegation, Canadian delegation. Just a few weeks ago, we had, 12, 13 different businesses come into the National Center?
Yeah, absolutely. And they have a lot of great questions. It's really exciting because I don't think the National Center has really had that footprint in the years past, but we have recently with our export program in the last 3 years. And so now there's also the inquiry of the importing. And so a lot of questions generated there. And of course, anytime there's a question, we always want to help them, and if we don't have the answer, we have so many friends and partners and resources available, plethora of SBA and MBDA and all the players.
I love the word a plethora. It's such a plethora of information.
Our mission is to serve the people by honoring Native cultures.
It was awesome. It's a great networking place to find contracts and work if that's what you're looking for and to offer services.
I'm happy to be part of this today and learn from everybody that's speaking.
I honestly believe networking is such a key part of succeeding in government contracting, working with people, getting your name out there.
Sometimes the information on a government website, it's complicated. It shouldn't be complicated. You should be like, click, 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 or like you find the right person. So to know that we have resources to help us with that, that's huge for us.
Three Rails Moving Company was started in June of 2022. Our company isn't as big, but we hope to see our business reach new heights more than just moving. So I'm looking forward to going to the Native American Institute tomorrow to be able to kind of learn more about how we can progress more in our business.
I had never heard of this organization before, but when I got the email and it focuses on Native tribes, I was really interested just because we're also an all-woman owned organization. And so to know that they can help us with that, that's huge.
If you're a startup company, first thing you gotta do is come to conferences like this. You have to have a goal for yourself. I'm gonna make 10 contacts today. I'm gonna make one contact that's gonna be a potential partner.
I think events like this today were excellent in terms of providing a level of speakers and providing a level of opportunities for people to learn different ways that they can start and grow their businesses.
The goal of all of this is to ignite that employee spark. There's just what I would consider immense opportunity to assist with business development with all those tribal members and all those tribal nations that says, I love working here, but I love this and I think I can do this for our people. I think I can do this for our nation. It's time for me to go.
Sometimes it's hard, and sometimes it's really flashy, but in the middle there's a lot of folks that are just like you, trying to find that success, and you will be successful because the future is indigenous.
Lefevre? Okay. And then we have Tanea Horn. And then we have RJ Husky. I gotta go track him down pretty soon and bring him up here. But if you could please give your attention to them, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, yeah, that second one would be good. There you go. Good afternoon. My name is Dick Lefevre. I live here in Anchorage, but in 1978, I moved to Iliamna, Alaska, which is on the shore of the largest lake in Alaska. It's also home, one of the 2 places in the world that has freshwater seals. And I moved from the Northern Cheyenne Reservation, where I'm a tribal member. I know a lot of people say you don't look native. I tell them I'm undercover. My mother is native, my father's native, my father's also French, my mother's also Scots. So I'm a little bit of United Nations. I've known Greg Wolf for about 40 years. I think he and I got started in his business, and I got started in mine in 1986. So we've been through many, many iterations of conferences and sessions and what's going to happen in the world in Alaska, and here we are again. And I go back to my, when I was thinking about presenting here, and Yvette asked that, and I appreciate that very much, Yvette, and it's an honor to be here. I'm in the latter stages of my professional career, and so I'm actually doing executive coaching now, focusing on how I can help, and I work in the Native community almost exclusively, but I have a background in working in the oil patch and government, transportation, military. We actually did strategic planning for the U.S. Army Command here many years ago. Hoo-yah, right? And so many different experiences, but that the common denominator in all of them are the people in these organizations. And that's where I will be spending the next few years working, and have been working, but more exclusively just in working with executives, senior leaders, team leaders, as they transition through the idea of how to get the most out of the people that you're working with. The Society for Human Resource Management has tracked why people leave businesses. What do you think the #1 reason is why people transition out of one job into another? Pardon? Yeah, their boss. It's up to 85 to almost 90% are because of not just poor interpersonal relationships, but because they're unresolved. People will walk out the door. And so my work is really around, and has been around in large part, helping tribal governments, regional corporations, village corporations, boards, CEOs, other opportunities to have those difficult discussions. Growing up on the reservation where I did, I lived in 2 worlds. I lived in both the white world and the native world. I went to a BIA school. And so my background was pretty spotty in terms of a formal education. It wasn't until I went off to college that I started really learning things that were other than, I was raised, I think native. That's how I work. But I also understand how it is to work in that non-native community. When we got started in 1973 on our reservation, we took over a federal boarding school. It was before 638 contracting that happened in 1975. We did it under the old Buy Indian Act of 1910. And that allowed our tribe to take over a federal institution and have tribal control. That trajectory has happened over the last, 50, 60 years now, where Native control is very much not only here, but it's growing. I think about ANCSA here in Alaska, then I've been to I was just talking with Paul about being to 2 res conferences in Las Vegas. And the first time I walked into the convention center in Las Vegas and to see all of the native entities that are there was just mind-blowing. So a lot of things are happening in Indian country, both the lower 48 and here. Not just in North America, but one of the large village corporations I work with and their board consultant to that corporation is that they have operations not just in Alaska and lower 48, but also in Africa, South America, even Antarctica. And they're making ventures into Asia as well. And many of you know that, all of you know that, the footprint is just gigantic. But again, I come back to the common denominator, and that really is the people in these organizations. And so my job is really to help those boards, those senior executives have those difficult conversations. It's not easy because we don't learn how to have those open, honest conversations or to have those skills to be able to do that. It's scary. Most people have had a bad experience with a manager or a CEO or a board where you can be threatened with your job or in no way, shape, or form, you know that if you go beyond a certain level, you're in danger. Or if somebody that you offend has a relative on a board or happens to be in tribal leadership or government leadership, you could be on the outs. And so I help within the Native community have those conversations. And fortunately, over the past 40 years, I've been, I think, fairly successful. I've been fired 3 times because sometimes giving feedback to the bosses is not a safe thing to do. But I would not be doing my job if I tried to, shortchange the feedback. So having those difficult conversations, that's why they call them difficult, but it can be done. Open, honest conversations has to have a platform of that. You have to have agreement, you have to have ground rules, and you have to prepare people for that. One of the things I did with a large oil company, it happened to be BP, is that we worked with about 300 executives, both here in town and up on the slope, and it was a process called upward feedback. And it was based on like 24 criteria. And we not only prepared the feedback like in a printed form, but it was also a face-to-face conversation. Now, what's one of the things that might happen if you were to be asked to give honest feedback face-to-face to your boss? You think that would be a safe environment or an unsafe environment? How many think that would be safe? How about unsafe? Yeah, exactly right. Because we're not trained, we're not taught how to have those open conversations. Think about your family, think about your loved one, your wife, your husband, significant other. We're not taught how to do that. So that's the work I'm getting into. So part of and you can't really see that here, but it's in a handout. If you don't have the handout, they're out in front, and you can pick it up later. It's a very simple process. You, for myself as a coach working with a manager or CEO or a leader or a board member or anyone, I'm there to help you both look at what's happening in your organization, but also how are you operating as an individual? How are you communicating? Are you open to feedback? People say, are you open to feedback? And they'll say, yes, I sure am open to feedback. Well, your body language is going to say one thing and your mouth is saying another thing. Simple things. The words you use, how you enter into a conversation. How do you prepare for that kind of conversation with your employees or your teammates? And so a lot of my work is observing, giving feedback, coaching, helping people get comfortable with the idea that they can do what they ought to be doing and look at their own personal behaviors as to what's keeping that from happening. So part of the thing, and you can't see it here up on the screen, is that I can do a lot of pushing or pulling. And part of the thing that I try to do is to get people to where they can be in a very collaborative, open, conversational position with whatever team members that they're working with. Sometimes the executive or the manager has those skills coming in. You know people who are just really effective in their jobs, right? They're approachable, they listen, you know they're listening, they give you the kind of feedback, both visual and maybe verbal, that lets you know. People walk around, managers walk around, it's management by walking around, not by walking away. So there's behaviors and characteristics that come across to the employees, to the team members, that says you're approachable, you'll listen, and you're not gonna remember my name and take out some revenge later on. Those are really, really key skills. If you're going to have a successful business, you have to have successful people. It has to have a safe environment. Sometimes I will observe and watch a manager, CEO, and give them feedback on what I watched and witnessed. And sometimes they're open for it, and sometimes they kind of resist. So it's really important to have those ground rules up front that they can agree on how I'm going to approach with that. I ask questions sometimes. I try to get them to respond to certain things that I see and observe so that they have a chance to really get to the point where they can ask even deeper questions about what happened in that situation that I was observing. So all of these go hand in hand to get to a point where managers, executives, CEOs, board members can be open, they can be honest, they can have those kind of productive and difficult and challenging conversations and be safe. And there is the handouts there. I know Yvonne brought some in. There might be out there on the table. So I think that's my time. Thank you.
Boy, how do you go after that? That was really good. But it ties in a lot to what my presentation is about. And so, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Tanea Horn. I am the Executive Director for Chugach Tribal Services. So Chugach Tribal Services is an Alaska Native nonprofit that's authorized by Chugach Alaska Corporation. Our purpose is to collaborate and coordinate with organizations, both Native and non-Native, meaning we recognize that our non-Native organizations do support our Native communities, and so we want to make sure that we are supporting them as well. But our goal is to improve the socioeconomic and overall health and welfare of Indigenous peoples and communities that serve them. And so, as the Executive Director of Chugach Tribal Services, I've seen firsthand how organizations that are rooted in community values, and I will say Native community values, and driven by clear purpose, will thrive in uncertain times. And I don't think that we have to talk too much about the uncertain times that we've been facing recently, but it seems to be an overarching theme for today. And so across Indigenous communities, we know that every new administration brings its own unique challenges, and how we navigate those challenges are really critical to whether or not our businesses survive, or whether, as some of the folks that I've been talking to today, building new businesses, how we can stand on building a strong platform. And so at Chugach Tribal Services, we've made a conscious decision not to be reactive in this environment. Instead, we're strategically monitoring all of the developments that are occurring. We're analyzing all of the executive orders that are coming out. We are analyzing the proposed regulations that are coming out before they take effect, and we're trying to navigate through scenarios. You know, my husband always likes to call it the what ifs. And he says, I've always been the what if person. Well, what if this happens? And he tends to think that that is a weakness, and I tend to think that that's a strength, because if we are constantly looking at and evaluating what if, we're one step ahead, right? And so, let's see, next, I am not a tech person, so I don't know how to move these slides forward. Next slide. All right, so part of when we're talking about our business strategies with Chugash, what I see a lot of ties into what Dick is talking about, and that's leadership. What does our leadership look like? Because if you don't have a strong leadership foundation, it's going to be very difficult for your staff to do their jobs, and you're going to have a lot of turnover, right? And so what I would say is that your leadership styles have to be agile and definitely values-driven. And in order for you to understand that, you've got to know what your policies and procedures, stand on your policies and procedures. So if you're a new organization, what I would say to you is that while you're simultaneously coming up with these amazing visions for these impactful business opportunities that you have, what you want to make sure you're doing is grounding your policies and procedures. Without those, that is the foundation, right? And that tends to be the one thing that we constantly miss or we skip, and we say, we'll come back to these. We need operational, we'll come back to these. I need to get the money flowing. But I'm here to tell you that once the money is flowing, it's hard to go back. And so, you know, rooting yourself in policies and procedures is critical for the start of your business. And if you are actively involved in business and you're finding that you're struggling, go back to your policies and procedures. Work with coaches who can help you revise those policies and procedures, because that is your driving force for your staff, right? That's the driving force for your business. So I would also say that leadership is not about who's being in charge. It's not about the power. That part's not always easy, right? Sometimes you've got leaders who stand heavy in power. And what I would love to say to all of the leaders out here is, you know, and Dick would probably agree with this, you need to be very flexible with your staff. You can't be a one-sided, this is my way or the highway, and expect to succeed, especially in this environment. So strong leadership, to me, is built on clear values, consistent communication, which we just heard, and the willingness to make bold decisions in times of uncertainty. And so, next slide. So when federal priorities shift, as we're seeing, whether in climate action or infrastructure or tribal consultations that we're seeing less and less of with this administration, organizations like ours have two choices. We can either react with urgency or we can respond with intention. And I believe that strategic decision-making begins with understanding our landscape, knowing our role, anticipating what we don't know, anticipating those what-ifs, and having a matrix that says, well, if this happens, then that, so that you're continually evolving as a business. I think that leads to strong success. Next, I'm trying to go very quickly so that we can get to RJ and then have, I know there's lots of questions that are going to happen for. So next slide. So innovation as a survival skill. It is, when the Trump administration came in, I think there was a lot of panics with, the first 30 days of executive orders that came out. And people kept coming to me and they're like, "You're not panicking." And I said, there's no need to panic because we see this, right? We've been around for thousands and thousands of years and we have navigated worse than this, okay? So what I'm gonna say is we're rooted, as Indigenous peoples, we are rooted in innovation, right? We have learned how to navigate every scenario that has been thrown at us. At Chugach Tribal Services, we see innovation aligning our cultural values with community drivers, right? That's where we need to stay focused. That's where we need to stay focused. Whether a Republican is in office or a Democrat is in office, our programs and our projects and our vision and our culture, it is all going to stay the same. The difference is going to be in our storytelling, right? There is no greater storyteller than an Indigenous person. So if we have to shift our storytelling, that's what we do. Next slide, I think I'm gonna. So again, I'm gonna drill down on policies. And I'm gonna tie this into, with what's going on right now, our innovation in the Trump administration, we're gonna see a lot of tech opportunities come our way. We are going to see a lot of healthcare innovation coming our way. We are going to see a lot of infrastructure opportunities coming our way, whether that's data centers or manufacturing, et cetera, et cetera. As we're growing these businesses, we have to be mindful that in addition to our policies and procedures, how are we protecting our businesses? How are we protecting our tribes? How are we protecting our corporations? How are we protecting our personal businesses? And how are we protecting the people that we serve? Are we taking credit cards? Do we need to be talking about our data sovereignty? Do we need to be talking about our cybersecurity policies? Again, making sure that our foundations are strong is more critical now than ever because eyes are upon us. And so with that, I am going to pass along to RJ Husky so he can talk about some cybersecurity initiatives.
I am way too tall to be up here. All right, good afternoon, everybody. I'm RJ Husky. I am a CISO. You say it like Lizzo, but obviously I'm not Lizzo. The only thing that Lizzo and I have in common is the NDAs, so. So what I do is I am a consultant that helps smaller organizations implement and orchestrate cybersecurity programs. So we're really an advisor, a risk manager, the boogeyman, and we do a lot of training. In our line of work, it's better to be proactive, to educate communities, leaders on the risks of cybersecurity, because at the end of the day, we have a lot of risk. We put a lot into our businesses, and with that risk, we don't want it to go away. With all the evolving technology, computers, different sensors, thermostats, cars, everything is on the internet. And there is a price tag that comes with it, and out of a lot of research, it's estimated that the average data breach is around $4.3 million. And that's because of the cost of records of your personally identifiable information, like your first name, last name, social security number, email addresses. All of that is information that's really valuable to hackers. It's valuable to foreign nations that, like our adversaries. It's valuable to even like hacktivists. And it's all available for sale on the dark web. For the past couple of years, we've seen an upwards trajectory of attacks on organizations of all sizes, particularly in Indian country, because we are really not evolving as we should be in our tribal governments. A lot of governments I walk into, there's paper everywhere, and I'm like, just burn it, just burn it, because it's a headache for me, right? And it's information that can get lost. And the thing about these attacks is that attackers see it, because when they're out on the internet, they're utilizing artificial intelligence systems to scan their internet. They're really not distinguishing tribal government versus the US government, but they know that it is a government because the governments have a .gov domain. And hackers have tools to look at the network and find out who has relationships with those attackers. So as a small business, you become a part of that target if that's what they're trying to orchestrate. Or you could be targeted as that weak link in order to get into a tribal government. So for the past couple of years, we've seen this trajectory around 75% year-over-year growth, and it just continues to grow. In our line of work, I spend a lot of time talking to tribal leaders, boards, my chihuahuas, because they get to hear all of it about how important this is. That really, there's really nothing you can do to not be hacked. In our line of work, we say that you likely have already been hacked, you just don't know it yet. And you just don't know how severe, and you don't really know how much that's gonna cost. But there are things you can do to mitigate your risk, and that ultimately comes back to the training, and it comes back to your policies. Your policies are the bedrock of your cybersecurity program. I equate it to amino acids. It's the building blocks in order to build your program, and it's the very first thing that you do. And your policies are the things that, or the paperwork really, it's the thing that is actually going to get you in a lot of trouble when you have an attack. If you're processing credit cards like Tanea mentioned, or you have a website and you're collecting cookies, you use social media, all of that is regulated data. And if you lose it, you're going to be on the hook for that. And it's going to cost a lot. In order to clean it all up, you'll pay for forensics people, you'll pay for attorneys, accountants, forensics accountants, you'll pay for network specialists, engineers, IT people, me, and all of it adds up really fast. And in some of the smallest attacks, leaders are just blown away with the cost, just an amount of hours of just like how it eats up the budget so fast. And with small business, what we've seen is that smaller businesses or smaller organizations that are unprepared to weather the storm go out of business within 6 months. In fact, during COVID, we had 2 casinos that closed because of ransomware. So I really tried to bring to attention to leadership that this is really important, that if you think that a casino can weather an attack and they're closed, like, you know, what is that gonna do to your organization? But there's the whole trickle-on down effect of what does it do to your community? So I'm Navajo, I'm Hopi and Navajo. I say I'm a H1N1. It's a really bad pandemic joke. But you know, for me, I grew up, there's a lot of challenges, serious social challenges out there. And although I was destined for college, if the door was closed because my identity was caught up in an attack, you just think about like how that door would have been closed before I even had a chance to start my life. And sadly, that is happening. There are a lot of opportunities that are now being denied to those that are going to college. So they're finding out that they can't get a car loan, they can't get housing, they can't get a job because they have bad credit. And the cost of cleaning up your identity can be upwards of $2,000, and it can range anywhere from 2 years to 5 years. And I always think of the most vulnerable in our tribal communities, and that's our youth, it's our disabled, and it's our elders. In our communities, those are really two things we don't have. We don't have expendable resources, and if they're elders, they don't have a whole lot of time. And so, when you're here, you're sitting in the driver's seat and you're making decisions as leadership. You have to think about that collateral effect of, yeah, I am collecting credit cards, but what happens if I lose this? And what harm am I going to cause somebody? In my line of work, it's always cause no harm. So this conversation is about the leadership, but it's also about the security. And the tie into all of this, is Tadeo is pointing out, is that the U.S. government has basically forced tribal governments and those in the supply chain of tribal governments to take cybersecurity seriously. And that's because of the SolarWinds cyber attack. In the SolarWinds cyber attack, what happened was non-public U.S. government information was disclosed. It was nothing that was secret, but it's just stuff that the government didn't want out there. And it was caused because of a vendor that allowed that to happen. And so they've cracked down, and there's a lot of new regulations, and they're tying it all to the financials. So what you're seeing now in your financial audits is this requirement to do cybersecurity, and that's to implement all these technical controls, your policies, processes, procedures, as well as training. And as leaders, if you're sitting on a tribal government, you have to be asking that question of, like, what do we need to be doing to make sure that we keep the funding that we have, and we ensure that we can continue to receive grants from the federal government, because it can go away. That's the threat. 2025 is the go live. There's no more goofing around with this. Like, you have to do this. The other part of it is that even if you're not hearing from the U.S. government, you're hearing from your insurance companies. The cybersecurity insurance rates have gone up, and they're really, really hard to be colorful and how you answer their questionnaires. And they're asking really good questions, and and they are doing tests to validate that you are, in fact, compliant with the terms of your cybersecurity policy. And so what that means in layman's terms is that just because you have a policy and you think you're protected and you have a breach, you might not be covered because they already have evidence that you haven't done enough. And we have seen that happen with one of the tribes up in Michigan. The total price tag of their breach was around $7 million, and their insurance was canceled in the middle of the breach. The tribe had to pay out all out of pocket, and the insurance carrier only paid out $250,000. So, in tribal communities, I always say that, the dollar goes a long way in Indian country. When it's in a big city like Phoenix or even Anchorage, a dollar's a dollar. But for ours, it's food on the table, it's keeping our elders warm, and so we have to think of those things. And as leaders, the thing about being in leadership, when you're sitting on a board, or even if you're an owner, an executive, you're responsible for the oversight. In the legal world, they call that due care. You have to exercise due care, and that due care is that minimum level of care that you need to demonstrate that you're doing the right thing. And again, it's the policies, processes, and procedures. The part of this too is you want to make sure that you are compliant with all the regulations in your own industry. So you have to work with vendors that are familiar with your industry, or find the right partners to make sure that you're getting the things that you need. You don't want to invest in these cyber programs that are way too robust. Something for like a hospital is not going to translate into something for a school district, and that's not going to translate to something for a small business. And so there's different things you can do to mitigate all those costs, but again, that's where you work with a consultant to help make sure you have the right controls in place. So this is just a really quick, graphic to one-stop shop of kind of looking at what what this all means. And you can see, again, the policies are the bedrock. The policies are general management statements. It's made at the highest level of the organization, and that becomes the lifeblood of how you orchestrate all of your internal controls. The policies are then informed by your standards, and this is like your ISO standards. And those processes are repeatable processes. They come up during audit. Audit is going to go in there and says, you know, if you have visitors coming into your office, you had 100 visitors come in last year, did 100 of those visitors check in at the visitor's desk? Because we have evidence that 150 came in, and so you're allowing people come into your organization that shouldn't have. And the procedures are not only just written things, but they're things that we can orchestrate on the IT side. So one of the things that I think is really overlooked in just some of the procedural things is like onboarding and offboarding of employees, buying new equipment. If you're buying telephones, if you're buying new software, all of that has to go through some process, and you have to work collaboratively with your IT team and your cybersecurity team to make sure it's all in sync. Because at the heart of this, to add another layer of this, is it's all the identity controls. And what we're going to start seeing here in the future is there's going to be a larger crackdown of making sure that your internal resources are authorized to gain access to only authorized goods or objects within the organization. So a really good example of this would be, you know, Tanea leaves for lunch and she has her laptop open. And then the housekeeper comes in to her office to clean her office, but the housekeeper's like, oh, I want to check my email, you know, and utilizing Tanea's computer. In our world, we would see that as a violation because that housekeeper should not have been on her machine because we don't know what they're going to do. And you'll see this more and more in audits, again, and it has to be a part of your compliance program. But you know, a good program would make sure there's training in place, that Tanea would not leave her computer open, hopefully, or walk away with the computer unlocked. And this is where we get into like the multi-factor authentication, which we all love. We all love our complex passwords, but there's a lot of tools. And again, in our line of work, we always want to make sure that we're making it easy. We are measured by availability of systems, and so we don't want to make our security controls so high that it's cumbersome, but we still have objectives to meet. And so, you know, like make sure websites are available, making sure that people can get into the building when they're supposed to, the alarm doesn't go off when somebody enters the facility, you know, those types of things. And then at the top of this is all the guidelines. Your guidelines are your best practices, and all of this is informed by cybersecurity frameworks that are available. They're free. You literally just need to pick one and you stick with it. Tanea mentioned credit cards, and I know that this is a small business audience, so I'm going to speak with PCI DSS. That's a voluntary framework for merchants. So if you process credit cards, you're going to be subject to requirements from the Payment Card Industry Data Security Standard. And they are not a federal body, so they don't really have regulations, but there are rules if you process credit cards, and they can issue fines, and because you're working with banks, they can actually seize your money. So you're kind of being forced to comply with cybersecurity. So that's really it, but I just kind of wanted to talk really quick here, just to show you guys just really kind of what research is showing here. This is from Verizon. Verizon is just showing kind of the trend of like how attacks are happening here. In the blue, you'll see it's all the social engineering. The social engineering is where you're now getting the text messages. I know we're seeing a lot of text messages that are coming from like IRS for some reason. In Phoenix, we don't pay for any tolls, but people in Phoenix are saying, hey, you need to pay your tolls. And we have no tolls. And people are clicking on these links, and then it's downloading malware into those systems. And so once it's on a phone, it waits for you to connect to a corporate network. And then once you connect, then the ransomware goes wild in the organization. And it can also happen through like Facebook. We're seeing a lot of that. Instagram, they're putting a lot of links in there. I know all of us probably have seen spoof profiles of like, hey, why does my mom have another Facebook profile? It's because somebody in that network's been hacked, and now it's coming your way. And so it just, continues to build. And so that's the blue there. But at the top of it, it's always going to be the system intrusion. And that's really all the technical things that you have to work with your team to make sure that they're tying up all those loose ends. Really quick here. So this is provided from the Microsoft Corporation. I really like it because I know it looks complicated, but it's really a good graphic because it breaks down really what your traditional defenses are. And that's with making sure that you have firewalls, you're securing your operating system, but down on the lower left, you'll see that there's things that we have to consider, like we have to consider your people, making sure that they receive training, that we're doing background checks, that we're continuously evaluating them. In our line of work, we always say we trust but verify because we don't know people's environments. We had a tribe a couple of years ago that tribe hired one of their own tribal members, and he worked at the casino, and he was actually compromised by Russia. And he got malware and he put it into the tribe's systems. And so there's internal threats within our own communities that we have to be aware of. So it's not just outsiders. And then we have to think of like the authentication. Again, this is like your multi-factor authentication, your username, password, but it's also the biometrics. It's your fingerprints, it's your iris scans, all of that. And then practicing least privilege, which is make sure your resources only have the right amount of information that they need to. And then it kind of goes over on the right side, which is all the cloud. And so everything these days, it's on the internet. And so there's just a lot of loose ends that we have to tie up. My last point on this is that I know that a lot of organizations rely on Microsoft or Google, and we think that it's secure just because it's Microsoft or Google. But the thing is, like, you have to pay for the security. So for a smaller government, you should not be paying $12 a year for Microsoft. Like, your license should probably be about $1,000 per year because you got to pay for all the security. And if you're a small business and you're working with government, you're probably going to have to fold that into your cost as well. Because again, now you're being forced to comply with that. And your risk is you're going to lose your contract, or you can get involved in some sort of litigation because you've lost control of information. That's all I have. I don't know if there's any questions. I know it's scary. Take a breath, take what you want, leave the rest.
Any questions for any of the panelists?
Ed has a question. Hold on. Ed, wait.
Hey, so I found your comment on the insurance and them doing background checks on companies. So what kind of background checks or procedures do they perform on these companies, like hospitals or those type of things? Very, very interested in that.
Hello. Yeah. So what they're doing is they're using tools like KnowBe4, and KnowBe4 is a simulated phishing platform, and so they're sending out phishing tests, and they're testing your organization to make sure your resources are not clicking on things that they're not supposed to. And if they click on things, then they know that your risk is higher because your resources are clicking on things that can lead to a breach in your organization. So stop clicking on things. Correct. Yeah, the other part of this too, and I didn't mention this, but one of the school districts I work with, the attacks are coming in not just from email, social media, but they're actually coming in by voice. These systems are now getting impressions of voices, and these attackers call around a school district. And so they'll find out the name of the transportation director, the finance director, and they can be conversational, because again, it's all about information, and then they'll create smarter campaigns to get you to do things to extort money out of you. It's really sophisticated.
I think part of that ties into, as we're building our businesses, going back to those foundational policies and procedures. And too often we think we don't have to incorporate cybersecurity initiatives into our operational procedures, but we really do. What RJ was talking about is the use of AI in order to create these new sort of spam, spoof, and cyber attacks on us. And so if we're not talking to our staff about the use of AI and what we're putting into that, we've missed a mark, right? And so now we're putting our organizations at risk.
This is a quick question. I'm going to change hat from a corporate CEO to tribal member, and from businessman to activist. Emily had made a good point of our not too past history with the federal government, and just like I see the value and importance of police and the justice system, how we're going to make sure that they're not patrolling in our neighborhood and not serving everybody, and what kind of mediation or justice can we be ensured with something in the forefront like cybersecurity and all these potential bureaucratic obstacles.
You're right on the money. So tribal governments have an obligation to institute their own policies. The good news is that some tribes are leading in this and it's on their minds, but a lot of tribes are not. And that's why I've been attending more of these conferences to get the word out and to try to get leaders to be thinking about the policies that they need within their communities. There's really no recourse, unfortunately, for a lot of consumers when you're thinking of data breach and you've had like these really catastrophic effects in your family, and a lot of us really only get credit monitoring.
I think my point was like, how do we make sure we're not being targeted? Like my comparison with the police and justice and public service is like, how do we make sure the police aren't pulling only over our people, not, you know.
Again, those are
like
policies, advocacy and policies.
Thank you.
Okay. You got a real quick last one, and then we're going to go to our next panel.
Not so much a question as just backing up what you're saying. Cyber insurance is cheap, and we've been hit twice over the last 5 years for about almost $250,000. All social engineering. So do your due diligence in getting the insurance and follow the policy, because both times they backed it.
Yeah, I'd like to add that a lot of us as small business owners, as tribal governments, as corporations with 8A companies, you know, this is no longer, as of January 1, 2025, if you're going after any federal funding at all, whether that is an 8A contract or if that is a grant, you are now required to have cybersecurity policies in place, and you're required to have cybersecurity insurance. So when we're talking about that foundation, and I keep stressing your foundation, your foundation, your foundation, make sure that you're incorporating those tools that are going to allow you to be successful.
Awesome. Thank you so much. We have roundtables after for additional questions at 4, so that would be good. But thank you. Yvonne. Next, we're bringing up Yvonne. She's with our tourism program, but I'll let her introduce herself.
It is green. Hi, everyone. Thank you for being here. My name's Yvonne Phillips. I'm the Native Edge Tourism Technical Assistance Center contact for the Alaska region. And so if you don't mind, I just wanted to give you a little reminder. If any of these speakers resonate with you, please take a look at this and circle their name And feel free to reach out to us if you need their contact info. I just wanted to remind you because the two people I'm introducing to you is Ashley Hemmers. She's a consultant for the National Center. And Ruth Wolf is the Rural Center Director for the Alaska SBDC. Two very approachable, lovely people that I can't say enough about. So again, hold on to these and give us a call or an email if you want to reach out to any of them.
I am so delighted to see familiar faces today. My name is Ruth Wolf. I work for the Alaska Small Business Development Center. I'm Alaska Native Yupik, and I have a family here in Alaska from Night Butte, hi, and Perryville area. I now live in Wasilla, and I am the Rural Center Director at the SBDC. That means I work with clients all over the state of Alaska, from Utqiagvik, Bethel, Kodiak, and anywhere in between. Today we're going to talk about feasibility studies in the small business perspective. Oh, I need a clicker actually. So a little bit about the SBDC. We're a nationwide nonprofit located in every state. We do get funded by the SBA, the state, as well as University of Alaska Anchorage. We are part of UAA's Business Enterprise Institute, and we have centers all across Alaska, from Anchorage, Juneau, Fairbanks, Mat-Su, Kenai, and then the Rural Center as well. We provide no-cost business advising and workshops through rural Alaska. I'm actually collaborating with the National Center. Thank you for inviting me to do workshops together with you. And we also offer tools and resources. The two things that we cannot help with are tax and legal advice. So reach out to us if you want any of those services. Some of our success stories include Quadshot and Valdez, Salmon Sisters, Haagen-Dazs, lots of success stories on our website and socials. Us advisors here at the SBDC, we help in every stage of a business, from the startup phase, when you're looking at financial plans and projections, to business plans and market research, and feasibility studies, to in-business stage when you're looking to expand. Also use feasibility studies to see if a new location might pan out, to even the exit stage planning phase. We have a huge baby boomer shift here in Alaska, in the States, where a lot of people are retiring and they're looking to sell their business. And this is a really great opportunity for young generations to either buy into a business or take over somebody's business. And it's almost like, buying a house that's turnkey ready. And it's a really great opportunity. In terms of feasibility studies, these are used to determine whether a business idea is viable, if it's worth pursuing, if it's worth the risk. And a lot of big businesses, they have these huge departments. I'm talking Starbucks and McDonald's. They have these huge departments where that's all they're doing, is whether or not a new franchise will do well in this neighborhood. Big businesses will utilize feasibility studies to save time and money if there's any problems, as well as to help secure funding from banks or grants. Small businesses can utilize the same thing, and just differently. So we'll talk a little bit about that today, but big businesses, if anybody here has a phone, that's what they're doing to track to see if a lot of their businesses are going to be viable or not. From cookies on website data, they're tracking where you're going, how long you're on a website, and even where you live. So they're tracking your errands. They're tracking, are you going to Target? Is that your grocery store that you go to? And they're also tracking where you sleep at night and what's your neighborhood household income. So big businesses, they have the money for these large feasibility studies to pay for. And what we do here at the SBDC, we do kind of the low-down version of that. And we go through some of the main types. First one on the docket list is market feasibility. So who is your target market? Who's your audience? Who's gonna buy this particular product or service? You know, are you looking into going to Airbnbs in the Kenai Peninsula? Who is going to be your main audience that you want to target? And making sure that your market size is big enough for that. You know, is there a lot of competition in your area? What are ways we can help answer these questions? Well, we can do a few things. There's some IBIS World Industry Research reports that we can help pull. And this not only looks at the macro and microeconomics of your area, from US as a whole to even your own state like Alaska. We can also look at tax data. So if you are looking to get an Airbnb out in Kenai Peninsula, we can get tax data to whether or not, what is the market share for that industry? And maybe even utilizing AirDNA, which utilizes Airbnb valuations and vacancies for that area. So all of those different softwares and things could be done for a feasibility study. Here's an example of an IBIS World Industry Research report. This is done for gift shops and card stores here in Alaska, but this can be done for any NAICS code. And NAICS codes are used by the Bureau of Labor Statistics to basically look into your industry and track how the industry is doing. This gives us not only how many competitors you have here in the state, how many active businesses licenses are there and available, as well as really great graphs. I'm a graphs girl. I'm a very visual girl, and I can look at these all day because it tracks historical data as well as utilizing that data and statistics to project out what's going to happen in the future. And it also can look at different numbers such as revenue and employment. If you hire a new employee, what's the return on investment for that employee? How much money should that employee be bringing in for them to be either breaking even or making your business do well? And so a lot of this data can be used to help answer those questions. Another answer and question that you're going to want to look into is technical feasibility. So if you're a coffee shop owner and then suddenly you want to get into accommodation and food service, does that align well? Do you have all the technical and skills required to have the necessary expertise to manage this type of new business? And do you have the tools and equipment available to help expand this business? As well as location. So is your physical location suitable for this type of business? All of these are questions that you do in your feasibility study to figure out if this is worth the risk. Now this one's my favorite. Who here loves numbers and finances? Yes, okay, good. I always start with the numbers. I always start with the financial feasibility, whether or not the startup costs and looking into the break-even analysis and your funding needs, because you know we can daydream all day about the business plan, but if the numbers don't work, why do we even need to go into it? So we can help facilitate all these numbers, and if this looks scary to you, we can help break it down to you step by step. Here at the SBDC, we're very similar to the National Center. They work with specifically Native Indigenous people or businesses, and we work with everyone. So you don't have to be Native to receive help from us. Another type of tool that we utilize is what's called profit sense. A lot of lenders will use this to figure out if a business has some weaknesses or strengths, looking into buying or selling a business, and gives us a high, medium, and low valuation of the business. Again, we have the baby boomers that are looking to sell, and if you want to figure out how much their business is worth, starting with a profit sense report is a great way to look into industry comparables. I like to give the example of when you bring your child into their primary care physician's office and they measure your child, and then they give you kind of, your child's gonna be 6 feet tall when they're 18 and da-da-da-da-da. This is kind of like that. So it's a really fun way to look at the narrative to the numbers. So if you're not really a numbers gal like I am, then we can give you the narrative, and you can kind of read in layman's terms what these numbers really what they mean. And then finally, when you're going in through all the numbers and all the different market and feasibility, you go into the legal and operational feasibility. This is where you can structure your business. Let's say you either go in as a sole proprietorship or a partnership. Maybe you start an entity like an LLC. These are all things that can be done in the operational feasibilities and the negotiations with your partner. A partnership is like a marriage. You want to have that operational agreement put in place before going into business with a partner, because what if it goes sour? What if you go into litigation afterwards? You want to have all of that in writing. You want that prenup. You want everything written down to, if I'm doing 50% of the work, I want to have 50% of the profits. And then that way it doesn't go sour if you're putting in 50% and you're only getting 30% of the profits later on. You just want to have that in place. Some of the tools that we utilize here at the SBDC that can help with some of this is some AI tools. I've done a lot of AI presentations. The Alaska SBDC, we are one of the trailblazers for the National SBDC conference that we do. We were the first state in the US to start utilizing AI, and we teach other business advisors how to utilize AI with their clients. So we have some really great chatbots that we've created with a business plan outline, where it basically gives you as the business owner an outline of a business plan. That way you don't have to have a bachelor's degree in literature to do well in your auto shop business. Maybe you're really great with your hands, and maybe you just you fall short on the writing, and we can help you with that. Another great thing that we can help do is contract outlines. Obviously, you still want to have that reviewed by somebody like legal and CPAs, as well as marketing calendars. So these are all things that we can help facilitate. So if you ever want to become one of the SBDC clients, or maybe you're located in Arizona, we have centers all across the US, and somebody there can help you. If you have any questions, feel free to reach out to us. Again, delighted to be here. Thank you so much for the National Center to welcome me.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. That was some great information. Really appreciated that. I'm excited to talk to you a little bit about feasibility studies and mostly about the mindset. We just walked through a lot of the critical components to thinking about feasibility studies, but something that's rarely talked about is the mindset you have to be in as a leader, as a business owner, so that you can prepare these things. So let's start out. If I gave you $10,000 today, and I said it has to be spent this weekend in Alaska, where would you spend it? Bingo? Bingo? Where else?
A coffee shop.
A coffee shop? Anyone else? Yes? Native jewelry shop. Oh, I'd be hitting it up with you too. I'd be bargaining it out. And I say that because feasibility studies are really a tool for the business owner and the leader, right? My colleague up here talked a little bit about what goes into partnerships and talked a little bit about what if your partnership goes wrong, right? Prenup, 30%, 50%. Well, I'm a Mojave woman, and I'm going to talk to you about a little bit of risk and reward because, as my grandma likes to say, Mojave women like two things, tattoos and war. So I'm taking all of it, okay? And so let me see where do you have the clicker? Oh, here it is. So I'm going to go lightly over what feasibility studies are, just the premise of it, but also how they can be helpful and things that we need to consider when we're trying to implement them. And for me, when I think about it in a systems level approach, right? So I also like reading quotes from people who've come before me. You guys have someone special who's come before. I believe it's Elizabeth Petrovich, right? Did I say her name correctly? Perodovich, right? And one of the things that I really enjoyed about her, because I like to think about Native women in history, especially with what they give, is she talks a lot about inherence. She talked a lot about inherence. And they just celebrated a day about her in Juneau and talked a little bit about having the idea of our grandparents standing around us to support us, right? So these concepts in Native communities, even in my own, are here. They're inherent within us, and they're built upon our land, our water, our relatives, and mostly our people. And so when we think about the organizational structure of what goes into these types of studies, then we have to think about that inherence too as leaders. And so in terms of feasibility, it really is just a plan, right? It's a plan that's going to tell you if something's going to work, if your idea is going to work, or if it's not going to work, right? And natives have been doing this a long time, right? If I live in Alaska, am I going to dress like a Mojave in Alaska? Probably not, right? Not good for me. I have a friend who's at the Baskin, and she came and visited Fort Mojave. And Fort Mojave, if you don't know, is about an hour and a half south of Las Vegas. And we're famous for it being 114 degrees in midnight, right? And so we had this agreement. I came to Alaska in the winter, and she came to Fort Mojave in the summer, right? I thought I was the lucky one because I could just put more blankets on, right? She was like, "What? How are you breathing in this?" I'm like, "Yeah, it takes some time. But I say that because when we think about it, we have to think about it in terms of risk and reward. So what are we going to gain from the actions that we put into it? What are we going to use so that we can get the most for our business, our community, or our people, right? And a good way to think about this is in terms of business readiness, right? If you are starting out as a business, then it's a good place to start a feasibility because it's the easiest place, right? Because that's when you can look at all of the resources around you and be really honest about what it is. If you've been in business a long time, then it's kind of like, I have tech, yeah, I have a guy. Or I have this, yeah, I have a guy. And we have to remind ourselves to be honest with ourselves, right? Like maybe I have a tech guy, but maybe he doesn't give the $1,000 insurance that I need, so if someone targets me, that I don't have to pay that fine, right? And so when we think about risk and reward, we're really thinking about these types of readiness situations. And so how can our current infrastructure, what we have around us, our capacity, and our ability to sustain a cycle lead to the outcome or the reward that we want is what we're really trying to decide with feasibility. And how are we being honest about what we have right now, right? Because I would love to have an Airbnb operation next to one of my sacred spaces so that I can show, youth how to live in the desert, how to wrangle a snake a little bit, right? How to do those types of things. But if there are no roads there and I want to take 50 youth, then I need the road, right? I'm not ready. My business is not ready. So it doesn't mean that I can't get there. It just means that I need a little bit more to get me to that reward. And when I think about key points in feasibility, we're talking about right now. So it's different than your vision statement. Your feasibility will help you identify the resources at your current capacity levels so that you can get on path towards your vision and towards the development of your people. One of the things I like to have conversations with, especially with funders, because they're like, oh, well, what's your vision? What's your mission statement? What's your this? And they forget in Native people, it's a whole situation, right? So even though I'm probably not going to get the goal, and this is probably something the U.S. didn't understand about us, right? We're still here. Even though you guys might have, gave me a 1-2 punch, my ancestor a 1-2 punch, well, Ashley's here to give it right back at you, right? And that's why times like this, we have a different timeline in putting that feasibility in perspective. So we have to incorporate those values so that we can build it into those plans, because when we use what we've already have inherently, then it becomes the ethos of what we're trying to build overall. And then we can identify how we want to engage with people who have some semblance over polities, right? How we deal with local leadership, how we deal with federal leadership, how we deal with state leadership. I had the opportunity to be on a panel with the gentleman from AFN, and he was telling me about all the regulation in Alaska. I was like, great, take that and multiply it by 3, because I'm in California, Arizona, and Nevada. I have 6 senators, I don't know how many in California, state, whatever, right? So, and then apply those things. So this should go into your feasibility studies. Who are your representatives? And even if they don't represent your people, who are they representing for that part of the region, so that you can identify how you're going to engage with those folks as well, and what they can do to engage back with you, right? One of the other successful components that's not really spoken about is to think about a redistribution plan, all right? So if you're at a leadership level, which I like to work at with my tribal leaders and my community, we think about how are the actions that we're taking, how are those risks going to get the most impact and reward in our community, whether that's financially, whether that's environmentally, whether that's land back, whether that's water back, whether that's whatever we want to pursue. How are we going to make sure that that's redistributed and reinvestment back into the community, right? If you're a small business owner, I have this conversation with small business owners a lot, and they're like, well, I'm just trying to sell ice cream. Or snow cones are really big where I'm from. Just trying to sell snow cones. I'm like, yeah, you're trying to sell snow cones, but that snow cone shop may take 3 to 5 people to run and manage and operate during the summer, so that's workforce. So that's part of that redistribution, because you're hiring people to be part and engaged in that economic cycle in your community. And it also includes maybe a philanthropic component. Maybe you want to give money to the high school for uniforms. Maybe you want your banner up at one of the community centers. Maybe you're going to help with a barbecue. Redistribution plans are not just for leaders on a large scale. They can be for small business owners too, on a smaller scale, who may not want to take a leadership route in their community, but still want to provide impact back to them. And so I like to think a bit about it in terms of community as authority. When we think about feasibility and we think about business plans, one of the things that we hear a lot at conferences is, what's your business plan? What's your viability? What's your product? What's your sales force? What's your workforce look like? Well, guess what? We've been here, right? And so that means that we have an inherent authority. We lead the industry. The industry doesn't lead us. 1.65 million people came to Alaska, not because the tourism industry is here, but because y'all have a glacier, right? There's power there, right? So we have to think about things in that type of mindset so that we can think about it in an expansive way, to remember that our risk should be working for us. Because if our risk doesn't work for us, then guess what? We're not getting a reward. We're just getting an appeasement, right? Everyone that I've asked here didn't say that they wanted to be in this room for the $10,000 and spend it right here giving it to everybody, right? They didn't say that, because our business should be working for us, right? Now that's something America is still trying to figure out, obviously, having a hard time figuring that out, right? But Native communities know when we plant something, we grow so that it works for us. And so we do that by gathering information and thinking about what are we comfortable with as a business, as a community, and how can we incorporate that into what we're doing? And then also integrating that feedback. Don't just capture the information and do a survey. You have to apply that information and identify how you're going to incorporate that into your organizational culture. So if your people need roads and hospitals and y'all aren't building a workforce or partnerships with hospitals and doctors, how fast are you going to get to roads and hospitals, right? So we have to think about that feedback and then prioritize that. And then use it to inform decisions. All of this is a right now strategy. You can't just put it on the shelf. If you put it on the shelf and said, oh yeah, here's my feasibility study, okay, let me go get it. And I work with a lot of tribal governments. A lot of tribal governments like to work with me, and I'm like, you ain't ready. You're not ready for the risk. You're ready to talk about the risk. You're ready to advocate about the risk. You're ready to find solutions regarding the risk, but you're not ready to take the risk. And so when you think about taking the risk, then you have to think about how does it develop me as a business owner? How does it develop my community? How does it develop my leadership? And how does it lead the industry that I want to leave legacy with, right? Because when we think about it and we talk about it, oh, our people have been here, we're resilient, we have that inherently. If we're not incorporating that into these business mindsets and decisions, then we're kind of fighting like this. And I need you to use both. Everybody needs to use everything right now, right? And so if you're ready for something like this, if you're a small business owner, or if you're in leadership, or you would like workshops or capacity to think about these mindsets, because they're mindset shifts, then please work with the National Center. You know, they offer free training for the Alaska Native region. That's huge, right? Alaska Natives have been coming to the Reservation Economic Summit. I always love them. I always love Alaska Native aunties when they come, because they come in their Cuspas? Yeah. And they're coming and they're walking in a group. I'm like, hey, where are you guys going? They're like, oh, we got to have energy for our village. I'm like, come on, I'll go show you. These guys are the U.S. Energy. Like, let's go. I'll go round them up with you, right? Because they know what they need. Y'all know what they need. My people know what we need. And I'm just here to help share how we've incorporated things for us, for our community. So hopefully it can help bring your ideas so that when you have these conversations in your community, then it can be led by people who look, think, and feel like you, so that it has that holistic understanding of reward. And it's not a reward that a Mojave sees or that someone else sees, but a reward that your people see so that they can touch, feel, and accept it. All right, thank you.
Any questions?
Good answer, and I apologize to put you on the spot. That was a heavy question. And in the meantime, I was going to make this call back, I guess. But your first quote on there was you advocating for justice and equity for all. And I thought, it's the vigilant people, it's the leaders, it's people like you. So when we get hit with a 1-2 punch, we're gonna have people like you that's gonna stick up for us. So thank you. And then I'm working on a project, and I'm working on feasibility, and we are trying to keep everybody involved, the tribes, the city, all stakeholders, and the tribe has a certain status, and we go into business. How good are these contracts? How enforceable are these contracts with the tribe, knowing their immunity and their governance status? Thank you. Hope that's not a high policy question, but the last question was kind of a policy thing. So thank you.
Yeah, so when you go into a cycle, a feasibility cycle, where you're gathering the information, one of the things that has been useful in my experience, especially with tribal leadership, is to really identify and have the tough conversations with leadership in creating a safe environment where people can have those conversations, right? Because at each level, when you're speaking with, and for me, I'll just give an example, even though we're tri-state, we're a very small tribe because, you know, government had a little relocation situation that they wanted to do with my people, right? And so we're about 1,400 strong, the folks that held. But that means we're the nice ones, right? So when you go into our community meetings, we're very nice with each other, right? Because those things exist. And so we have to make sure that we're not fooling ourselves and thinking that we have to be in an environment where we can't afford to talk about some of the grievances and the issues that may come up. And as long as you lay some ground rules and start to build trust in your community, then those conversations will be free-flowing. And I always like to start small grouping it, especially with folks that do have buy-in, have shown that they have worked in your community, or if you've worked in your community, because when you build that trust, it's really about having and relying back on those disciplines that we know to be a good person, be a good relative, and really do the hard work to have the conversations before, you know, it gets a little out of hand.
First of all, I love this panel. One of the questions that I have coming from the lower 48 and, you know, walking in an Alaska Native realm, which is very, very different governance structure. I want to kind of expand on what you were talking about and how the National Center can help Alaska Native communities, being that there is, I'll say, you know, some refer to it as a trilateral community. I say it's a quadrilateral because you will have the tribal government who doesn't own lands, and then you have the Native Village Corporation who owns the surface lands, your regional corporation owns the subsurface lands, and then you have a municipal government. And so within the Native communities here, there is that very, you know, not one entity is able to make a strong decision, where in the lower 48, it's more all of the power lies within the tribal government. It's a little different here. So how, when dealing with feasibility studies on projects, how would the National Center take on that dynamic here in the state of Alaska? Because I think that that's where the most need is.
Yeah, so one of the things that specifically in relation to tourism, right? The tourism program has light, moderate, and intense technical capacity, right? And so it meets the community at where they want to start the discussion. And I think that that's really valuable in what you said. I mentioned in my talk a little bit that I had a conversation with the gentleman from AFN because when he learned about how many regulations bodies I had on my reservation, there were 19. Just for my little reservation, it was a refreshing conversation because sometimes folks think in the lower 48 that, you know, things go through the tribal government, they're be all end all. Truth is, you know, America is a little bit more complicated, and even more complicated when it comes to Native nations and indigenous homelands. So for instance, you know, their relationship with my tribe didn't solidify until 1956. And so we have a very young relationship with the United States for that reason, because of their practices in trying to divide and extract resources from communities like mine. And so I would say that in the experience that I have at working at a larger organizational level, really had to go in and identify the organizational structure of the community that I was trying to support, right? And who had power and what vestiges of those power were. And then work through those kind of limbs to get us all to walk as one, right? Now, that doesn't happen overnight. I've been in this since, I'm not gonna tell my age, but a little over 20 years now, right? My own people, right? But it does work, and it can work quickly, but it does mean that we have to use these tools like feasibility in a very strategic and finite way, so that when we have those conversations that could get us into sticky situations or uncomfortable feelings, because let's face it, a lot of our communities still have a lot of grief towards, people coming in and encroaching, right? And so talking about these things is sometimes even more delicate because of the experiences that either they or their family have had. And so being finite about that organizational structure and then using that to your ability to weave in communication while centering value-centered leadership has really been helpful for us.
Quick question. Am I on? Okay, good. Okay, for Miss Ruth. So you were talking about the financial feasibility, which I think is really important, probably the most important thing, because people go bankrupt because of that. What are the most common mistakes that a person does with the financial feasibility? I always would say the most common, they don't do it. That's they kind of just run into the business. But what's the common mistakes they actually make?
Thank you, Ed. Yes, I would say the most common mistake is not showing your work. Does everybody remember math? And your math teacher would say, you got to this answer, but where's the work? And a lot of times lenders, when they're doing the underwriting process, they want to see, show me your tax data report, show me your IBIS World report. Why do you have a 20% market growth increase for years 2 and 3 when it shows in the last 5 years that this particular industry has had a 5% market growth? Okay? You have to understand your industry through and through, and you have to do your own legwork, to not only be reading the news, going into forums, talking to others in the industry. It's relationships. They're so important. You can be a new boat captain, and if you have the right relationships, another older boat captain can be your mentor, and they will show you their financials, and they will show you how their industry has performed, so that you, as the next generation, have that informed, data-backed understanding of the financials. And I think that is really important when you're going into any industry, really.
So not just the high-level numbers, but all that detail that supports that.
Yeah, show your work. Understand that you have to look at the revenue, and you have to look at the cost of goods. Cost of goods right now are increasing because of impending tariffs. So what you had in terms of your financial forecasts previously, 5 years ago, those are severely outdated, and they need to be rewritten so that you understand what your net profit is coming out the door now, because your cost of goods went from 30 to 40. And knowing what's happening in the projections in the next 3 years makes you a better business owner. It makes you a better informed customer, as well as a better employee. So for all of those different dynamics, you understand a better grasp of your industry. Nobody has a crystal ball. We don't know how these new economic tariffs or new economic things that are coming in place, we don't know exactly what's going to happen, but being an informed customer, business owner, and using that to your advantage.
Marvin keeps dragging me into this, but I was just telling him, those that are looking at going into tourism, I got a lifelong education in that through the hard knocks. But in 08, our business, the economics of the country fell on its face in 08. We had a banner year of tourism in 08. And at the end of the year, we said, wow, they're still coming fishing, they're still coming hunting, they're still renting cars, they're flying airplanes, everything we were doing. And we thought, man, everything's great. 9, 10, we about went bankrupt. There's a big lag in the state of Alaska. Things are already booked, people are gonna come, they're hopeful, and then they have to pay the bill. So people need to remember that there will be a reflection of what's going on down south, but it may take a little bit longer to get here. So it's just something to remember.
Thank you for your insight.
I believe we're out of time. All right, thanks a lot, Ashley. Thanks a lot, Ruth.
Hello, everyone. My name is Erin Abrahamson. I'm the Chief of Staff for the National Center, and I am going to introduce our next speaker. So we have Carla. She has amazing information. We utilize Carla at the National Center for any of our hiring purposes and things that we do. So enjoy.
Thank you. Thank you, Erin. Hey, this podium's just the right height for me. I go to places sometimes and the podium's up here, and I'm just trying to see over it. So hello, how's everybody doing? You still awake? Yep. All right. You don't need to get up and do any jumping jacks or anything? Okay, just checking. I'm not used to being this far after lunch, so people get sleepy. So my name is Carla Byland. I am a member of the Citizen Potawatomi Nation. My tribe hails out of Shawnee, Oklahoma. I have been working in Indian country for over 30 years, mostly in executive positions, focusing mainly in human resources and organizational development. So I want to talk to you a little bit today about human resources. Super exciting topic. For people like me who are HR geeks, it is exciting. But for people who are starting in their businesses, new businesses, startups, I find that that's the one thing that they fail to do. They fail to prepare for when they're going to hire people. Because when you hire people, once you start hiring people, then you've got compliance issues, you've got management issues, you have some foundations that you need to put in place. And so I'm going to kind of do a really high-level overview of those foundations that we put in place for HR. I have the clicker. I'm like, why isn't it moving? Yay, okay. So in HR, we kind of call all the functions within HR an employee life cycle. And then you look at it as you have employees, you know you need employees, so your first place in the life cycle is deciding that you need employees and recruiting and selecting them. And then we go into onboarding and integrating them into the organization. We manage their performance. We have to do training and development. And then we really need to have some retention strategies, especially in today's market where it's really an employee-driven market. We have to have retention strategies. And ultimately, eventually, almost everybody in the organization will leave at some point or another, either through termination or retirement or just general attrition. So those are our primary areas. So basic employment law, so the foundations of employment law, it starts with the Constitution. The Constitution is the foundation for all of which the employment law is founded on. And then we've got federal law. Federal employment law is applicable to almost every organization, whether native or non-native. There are some exceptions for sovereign nations, that there are some federal laws that they are explicitly exempt from, but for the most part, those are your foundational laws. You have state law, and I always throw unions in here because unions always add a layer of compliance. So, Major federal laws, your EEOC, your Equal Employment Opportunity Commission, they oversee age discrimination, disability discrimination, Equal Pay Act, harassment, Title VII. Title VII is basically the rights that are afforded to all people are equal. A wage and hour law, minimum wage, overtime, exemption laws, child labor laws, Family Medical Leave Act, and then OSHA, workplace safety, whistleblowing. These are your major employment laws. And the major state laws are minimum wage, FMLA, FLSA. Most states have laws that are more generous than the federal law. And the rule of thumb is whichever is more beneficial to the employee trumps. So the federal minimum wage is like still $7 something, right? I refuse to remember it because it's a ridiculous number. But most states have a much higher minimum wage. He appreciates my humor. I like that. So several states have enacted their own minimum wage, and so that state minimum wage trumps the federal minimum wage. State of Washington, for example, had a very aggressive 5-year plan, and so every year it was an aggressive increase in the minimum wage. So these are the things that we have to be cognizant of. Another wrinkle in it is some laws only apply if you're more than 10 employees or only if you're more than 50 employees. So there's a lot of layers when it comes to employment law. So tribal employment law, and again, I've heard this a couple times, just very recently, it's different in Alaska. There's different laws in Alaska. There's different structures of tribal government in Alaska, and so it plays a little bit differently than it does in the lower 48. But in general, tribes who are sovereign, who are considered fully sovereign, they are exempt from Title VII, which is this Discrimination Act, and they are exempt from the ADA, the Americans with Disability Act. All other laws are kind of, the federal government's silent, like they don't want to commit that they're applicable or not. It's usually handled in a lower court. But the other things that are unique about Indigenous HR is the culture and the tradition. These are some of the things that people don't know how to handle sometimes. Like, how do we incorporate our culture and tradition into our businesses? We start businesses because first of all, usually because there's something that we love to do, or we see a need for it, or we have a vision for it. So we start a business. And so many people will follow a traditional business model, and they'll forget, what about culture? What about tradition? How do we keep those things alive? So Indian preference for sovereign nations means that tribes can choose their own tribal members over non-tribal members as employees. They can choose them for employment or training. They're the last to be laid off. They have preference in contracting, subcontracting. And the whole perspective of that is it's not a racial issue. That's a political issue. So your tribe, your sovereign tribe, is a nation within a nation. And it is not unreasonable to say, you get to hire your own people first. If you go to Sweden, you shouldn't expect to get a job over a Swedish native. So that's the concept of it. It's political, it's not racial. So how do we fit culture and tradition in? Well, we have to remember where we came from. We have to remember what our roots are, and we have to educate the people that are coming after us. In our organizations, in our new hire orientation, in our handbook, in our documents, we need to remember what our culture and tradition are, and we need to build them into our policies, into our training, into our orientation. Teach employees about your history. It inspires pride. If they know where they come from, they know who they're working for, even if they are not from there, if they are not native, or they're not from your village, you can inspire that pride in them. And that pride goes a long way towards what we call employment branding. When you have employment branding, you are a place people want to work because the people who work there want to work there. And they tell people, and they get excited about it. It's like, man, you should see where I'm working, and the things that we're doing for the infrastructure, and the things that we're doing for our own people. So we build pride in by building our culture into all of our documentation and our practices. Every business has a business culture, and it's a business culture. Well, build and weave your tribal culture into that business culture. Recruitment and selection. You know, there's 3 stages. There's pre-recruitment, there's recruitment, and there's selection. So your pre-recruitment, you want to analyze your labor needs. And we've talked a little bit about feasibility studies. We talked about analyzing your business needs, doing your business plan. What are your actual labor needs? You know, what are your current staffing levels? How much are you going to grow? Are you going to need more staff? What is your turnover rate? Are you going to need to replace people who are leaving? What is your plan for when people retire? And you lose that historical knowledge and all of those skills and abilities that those people that are retiring are taking with them. I work with a tribal enterprise that their senior executive team, their average tenure is 50 years. So I sat around a table with a bunch of executives, like, how long have you been here? 34 years, 40 years, 45 years, 50 years. And I looked at them all and I go, well, what's going to happen when you all retire? They're all going to be retiring in the next decade, and there's no plan in place to bring people up into that. So succession planning is part of it. And then what is your supply? Are you remote? Do you have a ton of people? If you have a ton of people that are just gravitating towards you and begging you for a job, you don't have to work too hard. But if you're remote or you're in a unique situation, you have to work a little bit harder. You have to be creative, think outside the box. There's a casino in New Mexico that's right on the main highway. It's beautiful. You see it from a distance. You want to stop there. You want to work there. They don't have to do anything to get employees. But you have a tribal casino that's out on a peninsula in Washington State where the population is 2,000 and the employee base for the casino is 500. They have to work a little bit harder, and they have to bring people in. So what is your supply? And then what's the gap? You know, what is the gap between your supply and demand? And now how do we get creative and try to figure out how are we going to hire people to meet that gap? So you look at strategies. You know, one strategy is just don't lose your employees in the first place. Let's have some retention strategies. Let's keep them happy. Let's keep them here. We may have to reorganize. You know, sometimes maybe we have to have 2 or more people doing the same job. And we had to do a lot of that during the pandemic. We had to reorganize. We had to double up on the workloads of a lot of people, and we got creative. So redesign, that's another creative solution. That's another thing the pandemic did for us. It made us realize that, hey, some of our employees can be remote. They don't have to live in this tiny town of 2,000. They can live, as long as they've got a good Wi-Fi and really good cybersecurity practices, they can work for us. You know, we got to look at how are we going to recruit. And maybe workforce development, which is one of my favorite ways to recruit people, by the way. Take the talent you have in-house already and develop them. Especially for your tribal members, develop them. Develop them up into leadership roles. Help them with a career path. Help them grow. You help them grow, they will stay with you. Post-pandemic, employees were looking for a few things that they weren't looking for before. One of those things is career development. They no longer wanted to hop around from job to job to move up the ladder. They wanted to know that you cared about them enough that you would invest in them to move up the ladder within the organization. So career development, look at some ways that you can move your employees up. Internal training, and then succession planning. Succession planning is simply planning for the eventuality that somebody's going to leave. Who's going to take their position? If you plan ahead early enough, you can have a transition time where you actually have some mentorship and training while you're transitioning them into those new positions. Ooh, I get thirsty. So pre-recruitment, to me, the foundation of all employee relationships is the job description. The job description basically helps you identify what are the duties that need to be done, what are the skills, what type of people do you need to hire. It helps identify what are the legitimate minimum qualifications, what do you really need to know in order to be successful in this job. It helps us to identify the status of whether they can be exempt or non-exempt. And then it's your support documentation and performance management. So when you sit down with the employee, you go, you're not doing your job. And the employee goes, well, that's not in my job description. Anybody ever heard that as a supervisor? It's not in my job description. Okay, well, why isn't it in their job description if that's an expectation that you have? So we want to make sure our job descriptions are very realistic. And they don't have to be fancy. They don't have to be some fancy document we downloaded from the internet, from Harvard Business Review or whatever. Just have it be what they're doing. What are their skills? What are their duties, and what skills does it take to be successful in that job? That's your job description. To build job descriptions, a lot of times what we'll do is what we call a job analysis. And that means we're going to go out and we're going to talk to incumbents that's in the position. I did this for Kansas State University for 4 years, the 4 years I wasn't working in Indian country. And guess what? Universities are just as political. They might even move slower, I don't know. But anyway, so you go out and you talk to the incumbents and you walk me through your day. What kind of tasks do you do on a daily basis, a weekly basis, monthly basis, maybe an annual basis? What are your tasks? And then what are your knowledge and skills and abilities? What do you think it takes to be successful in this job? So the best predictor of future performance is past performance. And if we know that this person's successful in a job, we want to ask them, what makes you so successful? What skills do you come to the table with? In your job description, there's some nice templates out there, some, basics. Basically, you want to have your demographic information, with the department, who they report to, who maybe reports to them. You want to have a brief overview of the position, and why does the position exist? That's the question I ask. Why does the position exist? Helps you identify what the overview is. What are their essential duties? What do they have to do in that job? And then what are their additional duties? And these questions are asked because if you have an employee who needs accommodation for any reason, any medical accommodation, you're gonna accommodate on the essential duties. The additional duties mean other people could do it as well. So it's not something that only that person can do. What are the qualifications? And then we like to have, disclaimers like, this is not a contract. This does not mean that, it in any way is a contract for employment and you can't get fired. You have these disclaimers in there that say that. Some of our disclaimers are you must pass a drug test or background check in order to have this job. And the interviewing process is critical because hiring the best candidate is the goal. So a critical point in that process is the interview, because I don't know about you, but I've seen some resumes that look pretty darn good. And I'm like, yeah, this person can take my job. And then I meet them and I go, where do they come up with this information? They clearly do not know what they say that they know. So the job interview is for your opportunity for you to find out, put your money where your mouth is, basically. Do you really know what you say you know? It also gives you an idea of whether they're going to be a good fit with your team. So ask questions that are specific to the job. There's a trend that, for a while people were saying, if you were a tree, what kind of tree would you be? I don't know how that relates to the job. I really don't. And I challenge anybody to tell me that really relates to the actual job. I had a friend who had Beanie Babies on his desk, and he's like, which one of these Beanie Babies would you be? And I'm like, what does that tell you? It doesn't tell you anything. It's absolutely irrelevant. So ask questions that are specific to that job, and don't be vague. And then, probe. If you don't get the answer you're looking for, ask, tell me more, or stay silent. That's a great technique, by the way, staying silent. People like to fill that void. So if you stare at them for a little bit, they'll add more information because they know you're waiting. So probe, get a little bit deeper into it. Yes, we have a mid-session question. Just gives me an opportunity to take a drink.
Sorry to interrupt you, but you made me think of a HR manager who once told me when an interviewee asked her, what do you have to do around here to get fired?
That's a pretty good indicator that you don't want to hire this person, right? I want to talk to you after also. I have a story very similar to yours, but I'm not United Nations. I was called scrambled eggs. Okay, so the more specific you are, the more accurate you can get. And then, behavior-based questions. These actually help you assess how a candidate will respond in a situation, in a given situation. it simulates a scenario so you can see how they think, how they would respond. It kind of gives you a good indication of what their experience level is. And again, past behavior is a good predictor of future behavior. So some typical behavioral interview questions you could ask are things like, give me an example of a goal you reached and how you achieved it. So if you ask somebody, have you achieved your goals in life, what are they going to say? Yeah. Okay, that's all, they tell you what they think you want to hear. But ask them how. Tell me about a goal that you've achieved. Tell me about it. Describe a work-related conflict instead of, are you good at resolving conflict? Share an example of how you were to motivate employees or coworkers instead of, are you great at motivating your employees? Like every single one of those questions, I'm going to be like, yes, I'm good at that. Tell me how. How have you handled this situation with a difficult customer? Those are great behavioral-based questions. And you base it on, again, what is it going to take for somebody to be successful in the job? If this job requires a lot of conflict resolution, then you're going to want to know that they know how to resolve conflict. When you're interviewing, it's always my recommendation that more than one person interview, but I know it's not always possible. Some of our smaller businesses, we don't have a panel that can do an interview. But consistency is key. Ask the same questions of every candidate, and if you do have a panel, have them all rate on the same criteria so that everybody's rating on the same, so we're not giving A's and then ones. We're all rating on the same criteria so that we can make a group decision based on the same criteria. So this is just a sample interview rater sheet, something that we put together. We can allocate points. If we think it's more important that they have work experience or more important that they have knowledge, then we will use this rater sheet. I love this, by the way.
So that's an interesting question. So I've sat on many panels, but I've never been told how to rate somebody appropriately when you say like work experience 30%. Mm-hmm. Can you kind of go into how you might break that down based on what you're hearing?
Absolutely. I actually provide a matrix when I do interviews, and the matrix will say work experience. They'll get a 5 if they display extensive experience and knowledge of the subject. They get a 4 if they display some. A 3 if you're not really sure that they knew what the answer was. So kind of like defining what that is. So everybody's working off the same definition. There's things in job descriptions or in jobs that we know are really important. Like you and I know they're really important. The job description is just in there. But if I really know that conflict is a big part of this, then I'm going to say, was able to describe a situation and a conflict resolution strategy that worked. And so I'm going to define it a lot deeper. So it's a really good question. Yeah, thank you. So select the right candidate. Get all your information. Select the candidate who's the best for the job. Sometimes we make a contingent offer. Make sure we're including all the relevant information in the offer because it's really competitive right now. And so your candidate may be interviewing at 3 or 4 different places. You want to make sure you don't bank on the fact that they're just going to take the job. You want to make sure that you're giving them all the information that they need. We have another question. You guys are really, really blowing the norm here. But that's okay. I don't mind. There's one in the back first. We may not get through my whole presentation.
Sorry, I wanted to put this in. Where does an applicant's social media presence fall into the application? Because I'm seeing a lot of people getting fired from their jobs for their personal social media, and I've actually been kind of advising young people, be aware that social media, what you do could impact you 20 years on the line, but that's the legality of it. I guess I haven't seen anybody really fight for that in terms of labor law being fired for stuff they do outside of it. Regardless of how we feel about it,
right.
It is outside of their job performance. Thank you.
It's a great question, and there's several really good social media policies. You definitely want to contact an attorney before you put a social media policy in place because there's policies that could violate labor laws, union labor laws, the right to free speech. And so your advice to young people is right. I don't care what I say. My managers are going to go look on social media. And they're going to form an opinion that's going to be completely separate from this interview. But So you do want to be smart about your social media. But as far as terminating an employee over social media, you got to be really careful that your policies are very clear about what type of things that you can terminate over. And one of those might be slandering the company. You know, if you're slandering your supervisor or the company in general, that could be something to be terminable. Or if you're posting about doing something that's illegal, and then you're violating some of the ethics codes. So it's a great question. Got another question.
I had a question, and forgive me if you answered this while I was in the bathroom, but if we wanted to hire an Indigenous person and we couldn't discriminate in the hiring process, what kind of interview questions would help us determine their cultural sensitivity?
That's a great question. So I did cover a little bit that if you are in the lower 48 and you are a sovereign tribal government, you get to discriminate. You get tribal preference. You can put that in your policies. However, I have a lot of Native nonprofits that don't have that luxury of being able to discriminate, and so, as well as Alaska Native villages. So build into your job description knowledge of the Indigenous community is a plus or advantage or a must-have experience working with Indigenous groups. Those are some of the things that can set your Indigenous candidates apart from the non.
I'd like to add on to that you know, there are laws that allow us to hire Indigenous people as tribes and tribal organizations that have the authority of tribes.
Right.
And so, you know, it's really important to understand that in our hiring practices, DEI is not a thing when it comes to Native preference laws. Now, that means that they have to prove that they are a tribal member. And for Alaska Native corporations, that extends out to, ANCSA allows them to have shareholder preference. And so understanding that it is a political position and not a DEI position.
Right.
That tribal membership, that shareholder status is a political position and not DEI.
Yep, exactly. It's political. It is not racial. Okay, great questions. Finally, remember that they're interviewing you just as much as you're interviewing them. Be on time, be respectful of their time, be respectful of the candidates who don't get to move forward in this system. So we spend a lot of time on recruitment. I didn't know I could do a whole 45 minutes just on recruitment. Next time maybe I will. So let's talk a little bit about onboarding. Onboarding, there's a difference between orientation and onboarding, so a lot of us get it mixed up, but orientation is really just orienting somebody to the organization. We give them the policies, the procedures, a tour, introduction to the company. But onboarding is an ongoing process that lasts for 30 days, 60 days, 90 days, up to a year. Onboarding is integrating them into the culture of the organization. And so it's a very deliberate process that we need to make sure that we incorporate into our onboarding plan. And we want to look at like the three C's of a successful onboarding is, you know, connection, making sure that we make a connection with the employee, that we connect the employee with the people that they need to know. It's a really good idea to introduce them to executive team, to people who are going to be their peers or even mentors, that we introduce them to the culture, the business culture, the tribal culture, and that, you know, we communicate. Frequent communication is key. The highest turnover rate tends to happen in the first 90 days. And when it happens in the first 90 days, what do we know that we're doing wrong? Oh, now you guys don't want to talk? You're not onboarding them. You're not being effective in your onboarding. You're not being, deliberate about your onboarding, because I have seen the worst of the worst in my career. I've seen supervisors working in a tribal casino. Supervisor hires a new employee. I happen to walk the employee to his job at the deli that day because I was walking down the hallway and I recognized him. I was like, hey, let me walk you. We get there, there's no supervisor. There's one employee there. And the one employee goes, I didn't know somebody new was starting today. And I say, where's the supervisor? Well, it's their day off. I'm like, well, then why did they start this person today? That's a terrible introduction into a company. Definitely didn't feel very wanted. So we want to make sure we're communicating and we are welcoming the employees to our family and making sure that they are comfortable. The new hire orientation, we talk about the culture, the introduction to the executive team. We go over pay information and benefits. We have them sign all of their paperwork, go over the rules, maybe do a tour. But beyond the first week, check in or check back. I worked for an organization that had new hire orientation, which, by the way, in casino industry usually lasts 3 or 4 days, not just a half a day. But they would have their orientation, and then they would have them come back in 30 days to fill out their benefits paperwork, because it was an opportunity for them to say, how's it going? Do you feel comfortable? Did your supervisor explain everything? Are you feeling, confident in your job? It gave them a lot of feedback, so they were able to check back after 30 days. Monitor your turnover rates. Conduct exit interviews, which I know that when I say that, people inside go, yeah, right. Because employees don't, when they're out the door, they really don't want to give you any information. They're just done. They're not gonna give you an exit. Some will. Better yet, conduct stay interviews. Ask employees, what's going right with your job? What's going wrong? How can we make it better? What can we do to make this a better place for you, make you more successful? Performance management. I know you're gonna let me know how I'm doing on time, right, Erin? Okay. Performance management. So managing performance is not like the one time a year you sit down and do an evaluation. It's an all-year thing. It's a continual process of managing performance. And so we train our supervisors to be continually providing input into the performance management. Keep track of attendance, keep track of any corrective action or progressive discipline that's happened throughout the year. But also keep track of the good things, the commendations, the achievements, the successes, any coaching that needs to be happening. All of that stuff goes into the evaluation. And I could spend an hour talking just on evaluations and evaluation bias, but we want to make sure we're evaluating the whole year and the performance of the employee, not a snapshot in time and the personality of the employee. So think about that. All of that information, though, is the documentation that we need to make informed decisions. We make decisions on pay increases. We make decisions on promotions. We make decisions on pay decreases and demotions. And it supports terminations. So the thing that I've seen time and time again is supervisors don't want to give a bad eval. They're like, I want them to get the full 5%. I don't want to be mean, so I'm going to give them a good eval. 3 weeks later, they're in my office going, I want to terminate this employee. I'm like, but they scored all 5s 3 weeks ago. What are you talking about? They're like, well, that's not real. Like, well, it's very real to me, and it's very real to the Department of Unemployment. So make sure the evaluations are realistic. And if an employee is getting a bad eval, just put them on a performance improvement plan until it can be better. So it's a continual process. It all goes down to, do they know what your expectations are? Make sure that they know what your expectations are. If the employee is struggling, coach them. If the employee is succeeding, let them know. Give your expectations and continually talk about those expectations. And you do that through your coaching time, through one-on-ones with them, through informal conversations, through formal processes. Make sure that you're constantly telling them what your expectations are, because that's the basis of performance management. You tell the employee what your expectations are. You let them know when they're not meeting your expectations. You let them know how to meet those expectations, and then you start the cycle over again. And at the end of the day, me as your HR director or any attorney or any unemployment department, they're going to want to know, did the employee know exactly what they needed to do to be successful? And if you can't say absolutely, then you're not doing your job, because your job is not to fire an employee, it's to make them successful. And you do that through communicating those expectations over and over and over again. We have the job descriptions, we've got new hire orientation, informal feedback, performance evaluations. I've had supervisors, I'm the mean HR lady, by the way. I've had supervisors come in and go, I don't want to terminate Joe. I'm like, okay, well, I look in their file like, well, there's nothing in here. What's going on with Joe? Well, they're just not doing their job. Well, what aren't they doing? Did you tell them? Well, no. Like, well, why not? Because it's common sense and they should know. Well, your common sense and my common sense are two different things. And in employed, if you don't tell them what they're supposed to be doing, how do you expect them to read your mind? So then I make them go back and I make them communicate. Oh, so mean. So managing performance, we have courageous conversations. Those are any conversation you don't want to have with the employee, but you have to have for various reasons, either to protect another employee, to protect your policies, or just to encourage performance. Those are the hard to have. That's why we call them courageous. They're not easy conversations. You do coaching and counseling, which is kind of ongoing redirection and celebration of performance. We do performance improvement. This is when an employee is struggling and we set a structured plan to help them be successful. So this is where we show them, this is what it's going to take. This is how I'm going to help you, by the way, be successful. And then if none of that works, we go into a progressive correction. And that's your verbal, your written, your suspension, your termination. But it's a formal notice where we're letting them know, hey, we're serious, okay? You didn't take my light coaching, you didn't take my courageous conversation. Now I'm going to actually have to put it down in paper, and we're going to have to hold you accountable to it. You're okay. You didn't scare me. Nice try. So continuous feedback. Establish different milestones. When are you going to check back? I mean, the SMART goals, you think about it. What specifically do they need to do? How are you going to measure it? Is it really actually something that's achievable, attainable? Is it realistic and relevant? And when are you going to follow back? So if I say, hey, Joe employee, improve your performance, what is Joe employee going to go? How? When? I don't understand. But if you be very specific, but I specifically want you to do this, and I'm going to check back on this date, and this is how I'm going to measure whether you're successful, they have a much more likelihood of being successful. Progressive correction process. Oh, I talked about this already. I get ahead of myself sometimes. So when do you take disciplinary action or corrective action? Well, when the employee has recurring issues that haven't been corrected, with coaching and counseling, or when they have continuing problems, or they continue to follow management instructions or policies despite additional training. But most importantly, when they engage in a serious misconduct, if there is serious misconduct such as violence or alcohol abuse, drug abuse in the workplace, you don't have to start by having a coaching conversation. Hey, you need to be nice to your neighbor. You can't hit him. No, those bypass all of that, and you go straight to a serious infraction consequence. So, we also have to protect all the other employees. It's not just about that one employee, but it's as a whole, we have to protect all the employees. So the consequence should match the action. Making a decision to terminate an employee is one of the hardest things that we have to do. We're human beings. We don't like to hurt feelings. We don't like to see somebody without an income. These are hard decisions that you have to make. But once you make that decision, you have to conduct the termination, and that's sometimes even harder. So follow the process. Document. Make sure you have all your documentation in order. Create a plan. How are you going to transition them out? If you're terminating somebody, or after you've terminated somebody and they're maybe a key employee, let other people know. Don't make them come to work on Monday and go, where's Bob? Make sure that you communicate with everybody else, because then otherwise they're like, where's Bob? Am I going to be next? Communicate. Notify IT. Where's my cybersecurity guy? Over there. They need to be locked out of their systems. You don't want a disgruntled employee in your system messing with or stealing your documentation or sabotaging anything. If you're going to give a severance, give a severance. I'm not a huge advocate of severance for no reason. A lot of people give severance just because they feel bad, because they feel guilty. You don't have to give severance, but create a separation packet, and that means, when is their last paycheck? What vacation are they going to get paid out? where do they get COBRA, all of the information that they need. Notify the benefits, get their current contact information, and if you can, conduct an exit interview. I got 4 minutes left, so document, document, document. Types of terminations: voluntary, somebody leaves because they want to; involuntary, you've either got layoffs or you're terminating for cause. Employment at will. Don't use employment at will excuse to terminate a bad employee. If you have a bad employee, you want to try to help them be successful. You want to document, you want to coach, you want to counsel. Don't just go, man, they're a problem and I don't want to deal with it, so I'm just going to terminate you at will. I mean, it's not. Let me get through this really quick. Before the termination, make sure that you know what you're going to communicate. Make sure that you time your meeting. Hold the discussion in private. Schedule a room in advance where you can have it in private. And if consider having an HR representative with you when you do the termination. Now I'm going to jump to the end. There, questions? That was 30 years of experience in 45 minutes. Thank you.
That was wonderful,
Thank
by
you.
the way. Question for you. In today's world, we are seeing a lot of tribes in Alaska the tribes in Alaska are a little different from Lower 48 in that the majority of them are 100% grant funded. And the tribal allocation funds are very, very small. And so a lot of them are now going through RIFs.
Yep.
What do you see as your best practices for a tribal organization or a small business to handle a RIF in a professional way?
I have a couple of answers to that. The first one is be strategic. If you have, and I realize that most employees they're tied to a specific grant, but if you have an employee who's cross-trained and can do several different things, you want to keep those. You want to try to keep them because they bring more value, because they can work more than one. But in today's political climate where there are a lot of layoffs, a lot of rifts, and have a courageous conversation with the employee. You just have to sit them down and say, hey, as you know, you're grant funded, looks like the grant's going to end. We're going to have to terminate your position. However, we want to stay in contact with you. If there are any other positions within the organization that's funded by other grants that you're qualified for, we definitely want to maybe put you into those possible positions. But those aren't easy, and trust me, the employees know too. They know it's coming. They've seen the news, so they know if their grants are. And it's actually not the first time I've even heard this. I mean, this is a lot of my clients are coming to me right now to help them have those conversations, and so go into it prepared. If you have any kind of funding that's left over, that you can pay out some kind of severance and pay them out some kind of severance. But just have that very understanding conversation. It's like, be human, don't be cold. It's just like, hey, too bad, we're done. Be human, understand that these are human beings that at the end of the day have to go home and tell their family that I don't have an income anymore. And so just approach it as humanely as possible. Thank you for the question. Oh, he's gonna clap again. Okay. Was there a couple more? Make it easy. It's been a long 45 minutes.
Okay, we'll make it real easy for you. Doing a chief executive officer evaluation of an organization, I know a lot of the board of directors or the tribal councils kind of would like to have some kind of a guidance. Now, would you recommend a third-party evaluation process, especially on a high volume revenue organization, or how would you recommend, and was that something that your company does?
Yep, no, that's exactly what I recommend. For your CEO, your executive director, your high-level positions, and I recommend that you contract with an outside agency to come in and do like a 360 where they can interview the board or the council, get feedback from them, get feedback from the employees of the CEO, get feedback from the peers or whoever other stakeholders are, and put together a total package for the council to review, because it's a lot easier than just, I mean, nobody likes, does anybody like doing evaluations? Yeah, one guy. Yeah, okay, you can do mine. I'm just kidding, I'm the CEO, so nobody does something. Yeah, but no, I'm, and I do. Yeah. But here's the other thing, because I heard something really interesting today about executive coaching. If you do a review of your executive director, your CEO, and you feel like there's some areas that they need to be, invest in an executive coach to work with them, because that shows that you have value in that employee as a key position.
A real quick follow-up, what would be a budget for something like that?
How many people are on the board? 23? $15,000. No, I'm just kidding. It's not going to be that much. It's going to be anywhere between, probably 7,000 and 10,000. Unless you believe me the first time, then give me a call.
I just,
Yeah, there you go.
I just want to say a big thank you. Like I said, most of my career is in healthcare, and I spent 11 years at South Central Foundation, 3 years in quality assurance, where we did where we'd have investigations.
Oh,
we'd
yeah.
have a sentinel event, and we'd start doing the investigations. Part of it would be employee interviews, part of it would be doing root cause analysis, but then at the end of our report, we would do recommendations from quality assurance. Of course, we were trying not to be punitive, so a lot of the managers were like, okay, Chris, that's what we needed to hear. Can you fire him, please? And I'm like, we're quality assurance. We're not punitive,
Right,
But the number one thing, guys, I can't stress enough. Out of all the investigations I did, a lot of it came back to employee training and documentation. And we used to have a joke that things roll uphill in situations like that. When it comes back to something after doing a whole investigation, then it was down to employee training. And they weren't trained enough, and that's what they said. We looked into their comp folders and everything and found out, there was a lapse of training. There was something missing that if they would have had the proper training, then this wouldn't have happened to begin with, So a big thank you, because like I said, I always felt kind of bad when I'd write all these reports and investigations and things, and then I'd be like, man, and then hearing you say it and just having the slides and everything else made me feel a lot better. So
To validate you.
To validate
Yay.
you. Thank you. Yes, thank you.
My life motto is to make a difference, so I'm glad to hear that. I'll be here for the roundtable later if you guys have more questions. But thank you so much.
Thank you, Carla. Next, we have John Bittner with the Small Business Development Center of Alaska. So we're going to get to hear about marketing. If you could please welcome John.
I kind of wanted to hear more questions on HR. I was taking a lot of notes back there. That's good stuff. Thank you so much for having me today. As mentioned, my name is John Bittner. I run the Alaska Small Business Development Center. There's one of us in every state. Some of them that are more populous have more than one. Basically, our focus is to connect with small businesses here in Alaska. That's 99% of all the businesses in the state. And to try to find ways to help them start, thrive, grow, lately overcome a lot of barriers, things like that. One of the things that we do is we also work with them on marketing and what it means to try and connect with your customers and how that changes. We try to stay ahead of technology in particular, because here in Alaska, I mean, there's just not that many of us. We're spread out over a really large area. And we find that, it's hard for us to grow the population, do it through anything we do. So we have to find ways to work smarter and not harder, right? And a lot of that is technology. Lately, it's been a lot of sort of AI, and we'll talk a little bit about that later, but also just the changes in how you reach your customers and the changes in how your customers expect you to interact with them. So I focus mainly on business, but again, this is pretty broad strokes. If all of your organizations probably have a marketing strategy, or should. All of them have some sort of presence. So hopefully you'll all be able to find something to take away here. I'm really glad Ruth, how many of you liked Ruth earlier? Ruth Wolf, she was fantastic, right? She's amazing. I wish we had done this differently because I'm definitely not as good of a speaker as she is. So you're in for a little bit of a disappointment, but I'm glad she's not here to see this because I did my own PowerPoint today. And I promised my comms people I would stop doing this, and I lied to them. So I'm gonna apologize in advance. It's a lot of words. I have no fun pictures other than this one, and I think one at the end, and the screens are a little small. So I'm gonna be mainly just telling you what I'm telling you on the screen. If anybody wants any further information or a much better put together PowerPoint, I'm gonna have my staff sort of take this and try to polish it somehow. But I wanted you to have something to look at other than me while I talk, because I thought it might get a little weird. So let's start off with what's so important about marketing? Why do we care? I mean, obviously, you need to attract customers. You need to communicate. You need to find a way to connect with the people you're trying to reach. And this is really important. Knowing who you're trying to reach is sort of the first step in all of this, right? You don't just tell me you want to reach all of Alaska. That's a nonsense statement. There's no point to that. If you are a business, an organization, a tribe, anything, you want to talk to a specific demographic or demographics. There are particular people you're trying to reach. And that is very important because all of the different places that you can reach them reach different people, right? So how many people here are on Facebook? Yeah, right. If you look around, the younger people did not raise their hand. I'm on Facebook. I'm sorry, I am too. How many of you are on TikTok? Anybody use that? I'm not allowed to anymore. I work for the state. They won't let me get on TikTok anymore. You know, it's a really interesting sort of segmentation. And I looked up how many social media platforms there were out there. I was thinking it was going to be somewhere around 20, right? That's basically what I know. There are hundreds. There are literally hundreds of social media platforms with dozens more being opened up every week. All of them have a specific demographic. All of them have a specific community. All of them have a targeted way to post and what they expect. You know, the formats, some of them are video, some of them are text, some of them are photos. It's extremely complicated. So understanding who you're trying to reach helps you narrow that down and really target who you're trying to get to. You want to be able to build your brand, obviously. You want to be able to, if you're selling things, sell whatever you're selling. But you also, it's really key, differentiate yourself from the competition, right? Whoever you are, whatever you're doing, there's somebody else similar to what you do. You have to be able to provide a difference between you and them, even if it's not competitive. You know, even if it's two nonprofits, you have to be able to let people know this is what we do, this is who we are, this is the area we've staked out, as opposed to somebody else that's in an adjacent space. And that allows you to drive your communications. It allows you to really, get your message out across, but it also helps filter out the time waste, right? You don't want to spend a lot of time interacting with people who aren't actually ever going to be customers or who have nothing to do with what you're trying to do. It's a waste of your time and resources and a waste of their time. Nobody's good at that. Generating sales and revenues, this goes without saying. If you don't have a good marketing presence, it's very hard for you to make sales. It's very hard for you to connect with customers, particularly new customers. But again, it's also about keeping them. And so getting somebody in the door is step one, but those are, that's important, it's valuable, but the more valuable customer is the one that comes back the second time or a third time. That's really the holy grail of all this. Part of it is going to be the services, part of it is going to be what you offer, but in a lot of senses, it's going to be who you are and how you connect with them, the experience they have going through the sale. And it also helps you understand your customer better. Now, this didn't used to be true. This is actually a newish form of customer discovery that came with the technology, right? Now that we have social media, now that we have websites, now that we have this interactivity, you're able to engage with your customers one-on-one that you weren't able to if you were doing, say, a television ad or a radio ad or a newspaper ad. It was hard to tell if anybody even was reading something in a newspaper, right? Like, did they see your ad? Did they care? Is that where you got it? Now, you know exactly what's happening. You know who they are, you know what they're into, you know what other sites they clicked on. Maybe they dropped a comment, maybe they reposted. You know way more about them than you would with any other platform out there. And it allows you to engage with them a little more targeted, but it also allows you to understand, knowing who your customers are and having that background information on it. It allows you to create a more robust customer profile. And that is a real huge value for most businesses, because a lot of this is throwing darts in the dark, right? You're trying to figure out who is it that is really my market. I know who I think is the market, but it might turn out that that's totally wrong. Normally when we give presentations like this, it's very generic. marketing changes, but there's usually not huge sea changes in short periods of time with this stuff, right? And right now, that's not the case. We are actually doing a survey of about 1,000 different businesses, trying to determine the impacts of the recent tariffs on again, off again, the global economic shifts, the changing in trade routes, what happened to my 401k. All these things are sort of having an impact. You wouldn't think that they would necessarily impact marketing, but they absolutely are. Projections for 2025, the amount of money that companies are spending on marketing in 2025 have dropped by several percentage points just in the first quarter. And it's largely because how do you market a product that you don't know how to price, right? How do you market if your vendors are going to, in 3 months, ramp up the prices by 125% in some cases? How much time do you want to spend marketing your current prices? Who is going to be your target market? If economies are contracting, if people are losing their jobs, are you really targeting the same people you were before this all happened? So what we're seeing is a lot of chaos in the marketing space and a lot of people scrambling to figure out, A, how much of their money do they want to invest in this right now while things are so chaotic, but B, what are going to be sort of the chaos-proof channels? Like what are the core channels that people can reach out to? And not sort of the wanna-haves, but the must-haves when you're trying to reach whoever you've identified as your target market. The other thing that's happening right now is AI. AI it's great, it's also terrible, but one thing that we can all agree on, it is making everything super weird. There is all sorts of implementations of artificial intelligence that, even the people that were really against it or really for it didn't see coming. I think a lot of the manifestations lately are AI-driven, AI pretending to be people online, right? There's a dead internet theory. Is anybody familiar with that? Yeah, where we're all just basically, it's going to be bots talking to bots, online, so you don't know who's real, and the internet's basically going to start talking to itself, and we're all going to get lost. I don't think we're there yet, but it does make it difficult because if you're relying on these platforms to try and give you information about who you're engaging with, it's getting harder and harder to tell if those are real people or if those are AI people, right? And it's not just on text, it's video, it's voice, it's images. They are getting so, it's not, no longer have to count the fingers and you can tell which ones are AI and which ones aren't. That doesn't work anymore. Yeah, go ahead.
There's apps with the AI companions, and it's not real, but you have it anyway.
Oh, and people will engage with those in a really, people gain an emotional attachment. I mean, I don't judge. How many people remember Tamagotchis, right? Those little digital, they were like 8-bit pixel pets. I loved that thing. It was just like 3 squares on a screen. So I really understand, like if you're dealing with something that can talk to you in a way that is very personalized and is very, adaptive, developing that relationship. But from a marketing perspective, it makes it really complicated, right? But it also makes things easier. You can use AI to generate posts. You can use AI to do market discovery. We'll talk a little bit about that in a sec. But it's really complicating things. And it's also driving people into avenues that may not be the best thing for them to do, right? Just because AI says something is true doesn't actually make it true. You really have to understand and fact check what it tells you because it has a tendency to hallucinate. It's getting better and better, but you also don't know where it's pulling its data from. Is its data relevant to you? Is it really what you should be looking at? And so it's getting really hard to sort of guide people through all this because there's just so much noise to the signal. There's so much chaos in the system that it's becoming more and more problematic trying to find the path forward, at least in the short term. The other thing is that you can't really phone it in anymore. Like customers are the savviest they've ever been, particularly the digital generation. They've seen it all. They're not falling for, run-of-the-mill advertisement. If you're one of the large national chains and you're trying to use, modern terminology or slang, you better be real good at it because they're going to call you on it, right? There's a lot of ways that you can trip up. They don't generally engage in things they don't think are authentic. So they're not looking for just you've taken your newspaper ad and you've just put it onto Facebook. That's not really going to work anymore. It's more interactive. You have to develop some kind of personality for your business. You can interchange it with brand, but there has to be some sort of design behind how you engage because they're going to engage right back at you. It's not like you're going to take out an ad and then, worst case scenario, you get a letter or something. These people are going to post on your post. They're going to be right there with you, engaging in some kinds in a very aggressive manner, and you have to be prepared for that. You have to be creative. You really can't just, I mentioned AI can help you generate posts. It's a good start, but you can't just post everything AI gives you, right? You have to add your own sort of human element to it. You have to add a strategy to it. They give you a core, they save you some time, but at the end of the day, you have to have a plan on how to utilize these tools and technologies in a way that builds your brand and doesn't, detract from it. We talked a little bit about the tariffs. We talked a little bit, and that's just a placeholder for larger sort of global issues. There's just a lot going on right now, and it's hard to keep track, but it's also, with that much noise out there in general terms, everybody is sort of at peak sort of fear and everybody's yelling. How do you get your message across? I mean, how do you get your business's, sales out there when people are concerned about all these other things? It's a tricky thing to navigate, and there's a lot of sensitivities to it. There's no easy answer, but it boils down to, communicate with people in the way that you would want to be communicated to, right? In general terms. I mean, there's differences for demographics and things like that, but really, and I think the previous speaker mentioned this as well in terms of how you deal with employees, respectful, honest, authentic, and if it's just a sales pitch, it's not going to fall, it's going to fall a little flat. It's not going to be as effective as if you're trying to, be a little more engaging with them. And it's a difficult line to cross. This is why a lot of people hire professionals. I'm targeting my presentation to sort of the earlier stage businesses or folks that may not be an option for, right? So if you have to do it yourself, this is sort of the best option for how to navigate that road. But this is by no means, if you take away one thing, is that there are professionals in this field for a reason. They're the ones that spend a lot of time, researching these platforms, researching the best practices, learning about what's new, engaging in an authentic manner, all that stuff. If you can afford one, I highly recommend it. But if you can't, it doesn't mean you have no marketing plan. It doesn't mean you're not online. It doesn't mean you have no options. It's easier now. The barrier and the bar is lower now than it's ever been before. Platforms are easier to use. There's more information out there. AI is a pretty amazing equalizer, but there's also just other regular digital tools that can help you gather as much information as you want about what you're trying to do. It comes down to, especially if you're starting off, or resetting, doing a hard reset on your marketing, it comes down to a few things. But really, I mean, the basics are key. You want to make sure that you start from the ground floor. Don't take your assumptions with you. You may think you know who you're looking for. You may think you know how social media or marketing or whether or not websites or newspapers or radio or live or dead or whatnot. I would suggest throwing all that out and starting from scratch. Determine what it is you're trying to accomplish. Determine who it is you're trying to reach. And then use that information to identify the platforms that are best for you. If you're down in the lower 48, you often hear that, radio's dead, print's dead, nobody does any of that anymore. I think up here, I don't think that's true. I think in rural and remote communities, radio is still very much alive. I think it's an important part of the communications portfolio. I think that print, especially regional publications, are extremely valuable. I think that I'm still a firm believer in a solid email list, honestly. And I think that that's, a lot of people are trying to move away from that, but one of the benefits it has over, say, a social media list is that the email list is yours. It is an asset that you have, that you control, that you don't lose if, say, people leave the platform, or the platform shuts down, or the platform gets bought out or declared a rogue government agency by the US, right? I mean, there's all sorts of things that can happen, and you can't keep that. Like, you don't download, there's nothing to download. There's no way to take that somewhere else, and so having an email list or having something that you control, there's a real benefit to that in a lot of cases. I think that another thing that people try to do that I see this a lot, especially among startups and entrepreneurs, they want to do all the things. They want to be on Facebook and TikTok and X and Instagram and Pinterest and websites and newsletters and emails, and that's great. If you've got the staff for it, man, knock yourself out. You don't. I'm going to tell you right now, you don't. Like, I run an organization of 40 people, and we have a fraction of that, and it is like 1.5 people doing it, and we are understaffed. It is a full-time job managing social media, managing all this marketing, managing a website. It is not easy. So you have to have a hard conversation with yourself about the must-haves versus the want-to-haves, right? Just because you can be on social media. And some people try to get around this by posting the same thing across platforms. Don't do this. Please don't do this. It's not gonna work. Like it looks bad on every platform when you do that. And it's because each one is its own little community. Think of them like that, not as a marketing channel. Think of them as communities. It's like going into different clubs or something like that. They have their own way of doing things. They have their own lore. They have their own sort of lingo, and the way that they talk to each other is different. And I think that that's an important thing. And in order to do that authentically on multiple platforms, it's a lot of effort. So focus on the highest value, do what you can, and then as you get more resources, more capacity, scale. It's a marathon, not a race, I guess, is a trite way to say that, but it really is. It's building a brand, building a marketing plan is not a one and done or a quick thing. It takes time, and you usually try to do it when times are good, when you don't need it, right? It's like raising capital, right? You want to raise capital when you don't need capital because you get the best terms. You want to build your brand, you want to strengthen your marketing plan when you're already doing fine or when you don't really need it, so that when you do need it, that's where it's there for you, right? Do your homework. This is so crucial. It's not a one-time thing. You need to, or somebody in your organization needs to continuously look at how these platforms are changing. For a really good example, the shift from Twitter to X, right? It's the same platform, but it was bought out, and all of a sudden, the demographics changed significantly, right? So, I don't even mean politically. I'm just talking about like gender demographics changed significantly. It was more 50-ish before when it was called Twitter. Now that it's X, it's about 65% male, 35% female. I think that's what it was. That's a big shift, right? That may not be the demographic you're looking for anymore. If you're primarily there for women of a certain demographic on X or whatever we're calling it, that may not be the greatest place for you to be. You may have to move over to Instagram or Pinterest or something like that, depending on where they went. Blue sky. But again, it's something that you need to track over time. The other thing that is one of the things that we see this a lot, and we've actually been a victim of this in our shop. Newer isn't always better. You don't always have to chase all of the internet trends. There's a lot of stuff, especially when it comes out of TikTok. My staff has had me do some real goofy videos over the last 6 months. Something about being demure. I don't even know. I don't have TikTok, so I don't. Yeah, they got me. My comms director did this thing where she pretended she was on a video call, and she put it down in front of me while I was working and told her followers to babysit me for a while, and then just walked out of the room. And it was like a 30-second video of me trying, what are we doing? I thought there were people on there. I was like, am I supposed to be talking to them? Look, it was. Yeah, exactly. It was funny for my staff. I don't know that was really very productive for our overall marketing strategy. Maybe it was. I don't know. But just because you can do something doesn't mean you should do something. And also, do it strategically. If you're going to do something like that, build it in as part of your overall plan, not as, I saw something funny on TikTok, so now I'm going to go harass my boss. At least that's a personal view of mine. And then last but not least on this one, work smarter, not harder. And I'm going to repeat this again and again and again, because there is no company out there that is big enough or has enough money or has enough staff to fully implement their perfect marketing plan. Everyone has to make some adjustments, some reductions, right? And the smaller you are, the bigger the reductions and adjustments. The only way around this in the short term is efficiency. And I'll tell you, AI is a huge benefit here. This will save you so much time. It's also focusing on where your strengths are, leveraging your customers. Your customers can be your best advocates, especially on the digital comms and marketing side of things. It's an engagement. It's not a one and done. But finding ways to make sure that what you do is as efficient as possible so that you can get the biggest coverage you can with the resources you have is going to make or break your marketing, honestly. Here's a fun fact. Websites are still #1. We talk a lot about social media because they're fun to talk about and there's a lot of data out there, but In a nationwide survey of US small businesses, the #1 best marketing resource they had, best channel they had, websites. Social media was #2, but it wasn't close. It wasn't as close as you'd think. It was about 10% difference. Yeah, go ahead.
That's where when we hear something, well, any of it I do, when I hear something on social media, I want to look it up on the website.
Exactly, exactly. I mean, social media is good for the engagement, but when I'm looking for, say, you know, a restaurant, or if I'm looking to shop, I'm generally hitting now. I'm a particular age demographic, right? But I'm looking at websites. It's the digital storefront, right? There's a lot of activity there. And it's important for a lot of businesses, not all businesses, but a lot of businesses to have a robust website. And the good news on this front, when I was first starting out in economic development, websites were like, it was like witchcraft. You needed a special, like, it was hard to do. Not everybody could do it. It was they're very coding heavy. It was very, technical. Moving one thing across the screen was a big deal. These days, my kids can throw up 3 websites in an hour and, have them online, search engine optimization, 6 different tools, and an e-commerce store, and they just do it for funsies. The tools have gotten significantly easier. The frameworks for the websites have gotten significantly easier. Now, if you do it yourself in an hour, is it going to look the same as a national corporation that spent $1 million on it? No, it absolutely isn't. But you can do a lot with minimal resources, and you can do a lot with minimal training that'll get you pretty far. Also, hiring people, again, much like general marketing, hiring a web person to either handle the heavy lift or the online maintenance and the search engine optimization is huge. So it's definitely an option. And for businesses, I think if you're going to spend on one or the other, depending on the business, obviously, I think the website, I would focus on that first. Because it's, especially if you're selling products, if you have anything tangible that you're offering your customers, it's really going to be a key piece of it. And then you branch out into social media or print media or whatever it is. The other thing is search engine optimization. I mentioned this again and again, and this is basically how findable are you, right? So when you launch a website, we all know Google's out there, and there's other search engines that nobody uses, but sometimes we pretend. Typing it in, how does Google find you? There's things that you can do. There's things that you can do on the back end and the front end of your website that makes you more visible, that makes you show up more, that gets you a higher ranking, right? Yeah, go ahead. That's right, exactly. Or just starting every name with an A. A hurts. But no, that's exactly it, and that's the old school version of this, right? But how do you do that when you're dealing with an algorithm that's basically just crawling the entire internet every so often? There's tricks to it. There's tips to it. I'm not gonna deep dive on that, right? But there's a lot of different trainings out there that you can look at. The other thing that we're starting to see that's more and more important. It's not just the text searches anymore. You have to be prepared for the voice searches. Hey Siri, what's happening in, oh, did that just work? I heard a beep. Uh-oh, sorry. I'm not gonna do that again. I don't wanna order a bunch of food for the Sheraton or something. But how do you optimize for voice, right? I mean, that's a whole different thing. And it's not just Siri, it's Alexa, it's AI. There's a lot of voice-activated artificial intelligence programs out there now. How are they finding things, and how do you position yourself to show up when people are using those services? And that's relatively new, but those products have been around for years and years, right? I mean, those dots are in a lot of homes, and it's becoming more and more important, and understanding how to interact with that is really key. And the website itself, I can't tell you how many times we've seen businesses that create a website, a beautiful website, a really functional, high-value website, and then 3 years later, they haven't touched it, right? It's the same exact content, it's the same stuff. Half the links are broken now because of updates. You can't just set it and forget it. A website isn't like a social media post. You have to go back and keep refreshing, keep looking, because the worst thing that can happen is for somebody to find you and to immediately hate your website. Like, that's just not a good day for anybody. You really need to make sure that it's a good experience, but also updating your content, refreshing it, putting more things on there. It'll help with your search engine optimization. It'll help keep things fresh. It'll help keep people coming back. And that's really the name of the game. It's not just the initial introduction or interaction. It's the repeat interaction. It's the community that you build around your organization or your business. That's the bread and butter of all of this, right? It's, if, you know, for most businesses. Some of them are, look, we're just gonna sell you one thing and we're never gonna talk to you again. But 99% of the businesses out there, you want them coming back and you want them telling people about how great the experience was, not just the product, but the company. And part of that is gonna be developing that sense of your values, your personality, what's important to you, you know, what you do for the community, how you fit into a community, right? It's a difficult thing to do, but if you do it, it pays dividends that really just honestly can't be measured. I mean, there's some, I'm sure you can think of in any community that you're from, some handful of companies that just sort of epitomize what that city's all about. Like, you can't imagine the city without it, right? That's what you're going for. That's the sort of the gold standard on all of that. Social media is the close second. And it's interesting because by the numbers, social media is growing unbelievably. So in 2015, there was about 2.07 billion social media users in the world. By 2025, there was, I think, 5.24 billion. It grows by about 4 to 6% every year. Hundreds and hundreds of platforms. Now, the biggest one is still Facebook. It's got over 1 billion users. But there are 14 different social media sites, all that have over 500 million users. So it is, you know, depending on the platform you are. Some of them you may want a more targeted audience, right? You may not want to try and wade your way through 500 different, you know, users. They're using these platforms on average about 3 hours a day. And each individual is using about 7 platforms every day. That's a lot of eyeballs on a lot of screens looking at a lot of things. And the interesting thing about these social media platforms, and Facebook really kind of pioneered this, they can, you get ads through them, you can tell them exactly who you want to see those ads. I mean, I'm talking down to, you know, hair color, down to, you know, how many times they look at, you know, retail shops, how many friends they have, what part of the country they're in, what their economic status is, married, not married, divorced, how many kids. There is an absurd amount of information about each and every one of us on the internet, and it's collecting it constantly. They can tell you which platforms you jump to. They can say, hey, they went from Facebook to X to Instagram within a matter of minutes, so if you wanted to really leverage your dollars, you can hit all 3 of those and get the same guy 3 times, or gal. It's a lot. Now, the trick is, everybody knows that, right? And the marketing on these things isn't terribly expensive for most businesses, right? They're very relatively cheap. So you can get a lot of ads out there, but everybody else is doing it too. So when it comes to these platforms, when it comes to really making sure that your signal is heard above the noise, even more so than in every other platform we talk about, identifying who you're talking to is crucial, because you really want to try and parse that down to the core group of people and hope that, you know, you're one of the few people that is advertising specifically to this particular demographic, right? The wider you get it, the more people are trying to capture that group, right? And so it gets a little bit where you don't want to be so small that even if you get them, it doesn't really make any difference to your business, but you don't want so big that you're competing with the Nikes and the, you know, McDonald's of the world, right? You have to find where you slot into all this stuff. It's a little bit of a trial and error, right? A lot of it is do something, especially if it's a low dollar amount or low barrier to entry, see how that works, use all this data that they're able to feed you, and iterate until you get where you're going. And we'll talk a little bit about that in a second. It really comes back to how do you know any of this is working. But again, we talked a little bit about the demographics, right? Each platform has a very distinct, almost like a fingerprint of who's on there, right? In terms of men versus women, age ranges, professional level, you know, all that stuff. Understanding that is so important. And it's also gives you a feel for the interactivity level that these platforms engage in, right? So Facebook, you've seen those comment sections. There's like 3,000 comments under a particularly spicy post, right? You know, that's a thing. Whereas on X, and X is actually another thing. Whereas on Pinterest or Instagram, less so, right? You're not really there for the hot political commentary. You're there for other things. And so understanding that and understanding how to do the interactions. The one thing I will tell you before we get into there, we're going to talk a little bit about the downsides to all this interactivity. Don't panic and don't lose your temper, right? This second one is so important. I see this all the time. People get, people are attacking your business, your organization, that's your baby, and you want to get in there and start swinging. I get it, man. Don't do it. Don't do it. It's not worth it. You do not win a fight on the internet ever. Nobody ever in the history of the internet has won a fight on there, ever. I'm just telling you, right? It's not a thing, man. People aren't even there to win. They don't want to win. They're just angry, and they want to fight, and they do it. They're great at it. Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
Not even Johnny Depp.
Not even Johnny Depp. Now he won the battle of hearts and minds, I think. But I think that when it comes down to the comment section, you can spend a lot of time and you can make it worse. You can make it so much worse by getting in there and yelling. Yeah.
Hold on.
Oh, sorry.
Our online audience wants to hear it.
I'm a millennial, so I think that's the first rule of the internet is don't feed the trolls.
That's it. Don't wrestle with the pigs in the mud because the pig likes it, right? I mean, there's no upside to that. It's funny, as a millennial, you guys are the #1 user of social media by far of any demographic, even the younger demographics. There's a question in the back too.
We were saying at dinner last night, if it walks like a duck and it quacks like a duck, it's a duck.
That's it. So, that's social media in a nutshell. But there's other options, right? We talked a little bit about email. We talked about, I still believe in email. I think it's a valuable asset. I think the email list itself is worth generating that. It's a slower media, so you don't have to always do, like on some of these social media platforms, you're expected to post multiple times a day, right? It's not, Facebook, you can get away with one a day, maybe one every couple days. Email, it's easier, right? You can do it once a week, you can do it once a month, once a quarter. It doesn't have to be this constant thing, but it is a way for you to reach out, and you can parse your email list, and I highly recommend you do, different things. Use it for targeted outreach. Use it to build a personal connection. The CEOs in the room, you can use it to build a personal brand within the company's brand. That's not a bad idea, in my mind. I also like e-newsletters. I think that these are another slow form of marketing that allows you to do a more polished product. It's a little easier on your staff. You can go a little deeper in depth, and you can route people back to your website. You can route people back to your social media platforms. You can use it as a jumping off point to push them to the other channels that you want. It also generates content for the website. So you can host your e-newsletters on your website and constantly refresh your content, which is sort of a twofer, right? That's, again, working smarter, not harder. I still like radio. I'm a huge fan of radio. I wish being a radio host paid more because I would totally do that. I know podcasting is not the same. Don't talk to me about podcasting. I'm a middle-aged man, but I'm not that middle-aged manish. I like old school regular radio. And particularly here in Alaska, right? I mean, I said this before, I think print media, I think radio, I think that television all play a role. I think they do elsewhere as well, but up here in particular, we're starting to get more internet access to the remote and rural communities, I agree. But at the end of the day, there's one thing to have access to the internet, it's another thing to be able to adopt it in a way that, people in the urban centers do. It's going to take time, and I still think that the radio and other things are important. Is there a question over here? Yeah.
I had a quick question.
Sure.
How, now that you mentioned this, it's different for rural Alaska. Sometimes some people now have Starlink. Other people don't have pretty good, reliable internet other than, Starlink. But do you have clients you speak with when their audience is rural Alaska?
Yeah, absolutely. So do we have businesses that need to interact with rural? Yes, a lot of it is B2B, business to business. But yeah, I mean, and it's, we advise them to utilize these, not only the internet, but we, go there first or go there as well, but also the more localized media markets. I think it's a valuable thing, and it pays dividends. I won't spend too much more time on that, but also the one other thing I'll mention, if you're part of these traditional media channels, being associated with them also can add a little more gravitas to your brand, right? You know, if people see you on Channel 2 News or something like that, or, you know, you're in the ADN, that's a little more, that can be a little more impactful than seeing a social media ad, right? Everyone can do that. I can do that right now for less than $1. But being associated with the larger, older media sometimes carries a little more weight, gives you a little more credibility. I've got about 5 minutes left, so I'm going to speed run some of this stuff. Is anyone listening? This is one of the most crucial things I can tell you. If you can't measure it, don't do it. Like, if you can't measure it, don't do it. I'm going to say it again. Because a lot of this is very difficult to determine the efficacy of, right? I mean, just because you had eyeballs on your ad, just because somebody opened your e-newsletter, can you always connect that to a sale or a contact or a lead or something? Not always. You have to be able to take all the data you can gather and extrapolate what you can to figure out what's working and, more importantly, what's not working. And as soon as you identify something's not working, stop doing it. You don't have the resources, the time, or the money to waste on things that aren't moving the needle for you. Even if it may, like in 5, 10, 6 months, whatever, forget about that. If it's not moving the needle right off the bat, move on. And the large part of that is because you need to iterate your way to success, and you don't have time to wait 6 months to figure out if it worked or not, right? So iterate, check your KPIs, figure out what you're trying to do, figure out how you would know if you did it, and then look constantly on how well you're achieving your goals. What about AI? Now, normally AI is the key focus of what I talk about these days because it's everywhere. Even if you're not using like ChatGPT or Gemini or anything like that, you're using AI. If you're using Google, if you're using Microsoft, if you're using Adobe, it's everywhere. It has wormed its way into almost every program and platform you can imagine. It's in your social medias. It's a good thing. It can be. It can be extraordinarily valuable. It can tell you, hey, I want to open a coffee shop in Midtown Anchorage, and tell me what to do. It'll help you write a business plan. It'll help you write a marketing plan. It'll tell you who's in that neighborhood that you can target. Okay, I want to reach out. You say that there's a lot of 35-year-old young professionals working in the tourism business. How do I attract them? All right, here's a breakdown of all the social media sites, and here's how to reach them, and here's how often you should be posting. And by the way, I'm going to help you generate posts. All of this is doable. It can write. We had it do an entire e-newsletter from soup to nuts. It wrote all the content, it generated all the graphics, it did everything. And we just sent it out. It came up with a hideous headshot for me. But other than that, it was pretty great. It was very disconcerting. I was like, that's what it thinks I look like. Yeah. Oh, yeah. No, I was agreeing. Yeah, and it can do all sorts of things, but there's a danger to it as well, right? I mean, there's downsides to everything. I won't beat that to death. A lot of people have talked about it, but I'm happy to talk about it more. And this is sort of the last thing before we just do the quick sum up. What happens when marketing, you want it all to go well. What happens when it goes bad? And we talked a little bit about this. One of the downsides or potential downsides to the interactivity of modern marketing, the social media, the website, the instantly able to give you my feedback, is that people get scrappy on the internet. They take things personal. They have a bad experience and they light you up, or they have a bad day that has nothing to do with you and they light you up. One of the things I can recommend is look into all the different review sites out there, right? There's a lot. The Google has one, Better Business Bureau, all these things where people can just anonymously or whatever get on there and yell about you. Google's particularly hard to get a fake review off of. We've got a couple on ours, and there aren't even people in Alaska. I'm like, no, you didn't work with us. But they get angry, they put it on there, and it's real hard to get it off. We already talked about don't feed the trolls. You can defend yourself, but don't make it personal, don't make it emotional, right? Be honest, be short, be open about what you're doing and who you are. A lot of people try to turn you into a faceless corporation, especially it's weird with small businesses. They try it, but it usually ends up being like a family business, like 3 people, mom, dad, and a kid. And once you pop the lid on that, a lot of people back off. Like it's just, they're looking for a fight with corporate America. I'll give you an example, and this one's a little bit of a weird one, but it came across my news feed actually yesterday. There was a guy involved in Washington in a road rage incident, and he really was upset. He said a lot of things that you probably shouldn't say, and the person that he was angry at was recording because everybody's got a video camera in their pockets these days. And they posted it to Reddit, which is an online community, a social media-esque platform. And Reddit loves to fight. They love to fight, particularly if they think they're fighting against the injustices of the world. And so they went on and they review bombed this guy's plumbing business that they found out he owned. It went from 4.7 to under 2 stars in 48 hours. They looked up everything they could about him, and these guys are really good about looking stuff up online. They found all, and maybe this is him, maybe it's not. Who knows, right? They're just making wild claims that this guy did this guy did that. They posted it to all of the different media sites around town and things like that. It was a really bad day for this guy. I'm guessing the business is going to go under. When this happens, don't panic, but also, know that you're being watched, right? Everybody, everything, and it doesn't even have to be during the business, right? It can be any time. So just know that can bounce back on you and plan ahead. Don't wait for it to all get on fire before you try to fix it. Come up with a strategy on what you'll do beforehand. Yes?
Are there, when I was looking at insurance for businesses, there was like a marketing insurance for mishaps like this. Are those insurances for like marketing and branding advised? Is that something that we should look into as business owners?
I mean, I think that you should probably talk to a professional insurance adjuster on stuff like that. But I think small businesses, generally speaking, it's probably more for the larger businesses where the scale of what you're going to lose justifies the cost of the insurance. But I don't know what they're charging. So I mean, you have to do that cost-benefit analysis. It is a real thing, though. Like it is, people are out there, and they're more so now after COVID. People are just angry. There's a lot of folks out there that are angry. Sorry, I know I'm way over time. I'm good. But if anybody has any other questions or anything for me, please reach out. I'm easy to find. Happy to talk to all of you. This is my cell phone, so hopefully all those people online will do the right thing and not post that out there everywhere. Thank you. I appreciate that.
I want to do a real quick one.
Okay. Yeah. Your call.
Hi, John.
Hello.
So I know that it wasn't talked about a lot during this session, but I would be remiss if I didn't mention that John has been, over the last 3 years, a huge advocate for Alaska Natives and small business owners. He had worked with AFN, and I had the pleasure during the time that we were developing the consortium for the SSBCI funds. John recognized that Alaska has 229 tribes who were eligible for Treasury funds, and that many of our remote and rural communities don't have the capacity to manage those funds. And alongside of AFN, built one of the largest consortiums, developing over half of the tribes in the state of Alaska.
125, yeah.
Joined onto this consortium, over $83 million, which
That's
then
right.
translates into over hundreds of millions of dollars of economic development that's coming in to rural and Alaska Native small business owners. So I just want to say kudos to you and thank you for all you do, and this was a perfect platform for you. So
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you.
All right, thank you, John. We're bringing up Charmaine, but we are gonna do our drawing right now. So if you did not get a chance to put in your card, please do so. Ed.
If you get to find this thing here, it's mine.
That we'll have. I put it was in there already. All right. Here, for your image. So the prize is we have airline tickets for Alaska Airlines for one person, and then we have a 2-night stay at a Caesars property in Las Vegas, and then also a 2026 Reds ticket. So if you're not familiar with RES, it's called the Reservation Economic Summit. It's our annual conference, happens in Las Vegas. Really beneficial to attend. So that's what we're all giving away right now. And so, have a straw. Mix it up real good. All right, Moses. Moses Wiseman. Awesome. Okay. All right. I'm gonna turn over.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Charmaine Charlie, and I'm the administrative specialist here at the National Center. Thank you all for spending the day with us. Next up, we have Rich Yealing. He's our Chief Financial Officer here at the National Center, and he'll be presenting on starting a small business. So please join me in welcoming Rich to the stage.
Thank you. Good to be here with everybody this afternoon. And we do appreciate you sticking around for the length of the session. And I just would like to say what a great lineup of speakers we've had today, huh? I don't often accompany the National Center team to these NEIs, but when I do, I always feel very benefited and rewarded. So good to be here in the state of Alaska, my first visit. Hopefully not my last. I guess there's just 2 more states that I need to get to have all 50. But I sure wish I had more time to explore Alaska. We'll be leaving tonight, but a lot of great landmarks here and wonderful assets. So certainly we'll be back. Yeah, there you go, on a cruise. As mentioned, I'm the CFO at the National Center. I've been with that group for about 3.5 years now. And my background is primarily hospitality, golf, real estate development. I am a licensed CPA in the state of Arizona. And I have to tell you, it's been a real transition for me moving from for-profit industries into the nonprofit world. Just some new things to learn, and certainly interesting in how things work in the nonprofit world. So it's been a nice change for me, and I appreciate it. So my presentation has to do with starting a small business. Just some things to think about there, and a couple of caveats. You can see the title, what every trusted advisor, not entrepreneur, should know. And so certainly the underlying thing there is to make sure that if you're going to launch a small business, to have subject matter experts along for the ride where necessary, because these things can be very hazardous to your health in terms of starting a new business. From A to Z, whether it's the structure you choose, the investors that work alongside you, the sort of insurance that you take. Sorry, could I get some water? Could I have, please? Thank you. Sorry. And so many aspects. And so this presentation really is about activities that have to do with startup, and not so much as you're into the business and have gone on for a year or 2 or more. And so the agenda that is going to be presented here shortly is more about that startup phase and less about some of the other activities. And so we're not going to talk about, thank you, products and services, and we're not going to talk about sales and marketing plans or employment agreements or intellectual property agreements. Those are all very important, but I'm going to be talking more about the salient points that have to do with the startup. Unfortunately for you, we're not going to be talking about accounting, because accounting can be very dry, especially this time of day. But I will tell you, and my friend over here, Ed Byers, would agree that FASB, which is the Financial Accounting Standards Board, and IFRS, which is the International Financial Standards Board. They work very hard to make accounting pronouncements, at least those that are existing, and even the ones that they're adding on a pretty regular basis, more complex and more difficult to keep guys like Ed and I employed, right? And so those are things that you need to consider certainly when you get into a business, because you can get tripped up very easily, or you can benefit very greatly if you've seek that kind of resource. And if we talk about topics like taxes, for instance, it can be a huge, huge windfall for you, or it can be a really bad nuclear surprise, right? So what we're going to cover today, just, and I don't know if I have 45 minutes worth of material, but in any case, here we go. We're going to talk about why you should start a small business, why you should have a business plan, certainly, and that's been mentioned a couple of times today, and selecting the right corporate structure for yourself. And that's one that's very, very meaningful and important. Avoiding the piercing the corporate veil, accounting and record keeping software, sell software, and we'll talk just briefly about leases and financing, equipment financing, some insurance discussion, and establishing your owners and investors, and finally some financing. So according to the Small Business Administration's Office of Advocacy, there's something like 600,000 new small businesses formed every year. Their definition of a small business is one that has under 500 employees. And that changes really from industry to industry. They assign these NAICS codes, I guess NICS or NAICS codes, however that's pronounced, to your business. And you would register with the Small Business Administration, obviously, if you're going to do business at the government level. And there's about 20 codes that they have out there, and underneath those codes, another bunch of subcodes that they use to relate to your business. And it's really for their statistical analysis, but also for government contracting and access to tax incentives. But it's really more for their benefit than it is for yours. So put the numbers in context for small businesses. More than 600,000 small businesses form each year. Small businesses with fewer than 20 employees make up almost 90% of business enterprises in the U.S. There are currently something like 23 million businesses that have no employees at all. So it's one person doing the job that's required, which is kind of interesting. This statistic here is a little, I guess we would understand that something like 61% of the businesses are owned by men, 22 by women, and 14 are equally owned. And then this next statistic is really appalling, I think, that approximately 85% are owned by white, the rest among Asian, Hispanic, and black, with only 1% for Native Hawaiian and Alaskan, which it needs to change, right? About 86% of adults say that small businesses are a good thing, and they view it positively, even more so than how they feel about military and churches. And that's really the lifeblood here in the U.S. Something like 75% of the GDP is generated in the small business arena. Here's the bad news about getting into a business for yourself. And I don't want to discourage anybody, but something like 20% of small businesses fail in the first 5 years, or first year of business. First 5 years, almost half. And in the next 10 years, around 65% of small businesses fail. And that's for a variety of reasons, and some of which we're going to talk about. The general trend is that the failure rate increases over time, which highlights obviously the challenges that small businesses face. Survival rate, only 25% of small businesses survive 15 years or more. So it's like life. There's, birth, there's growth, there's maturity, and then there's death, right? And sometimes that comes quicker than you would want. So something like 595,000 businesses fail or close each year, and that compares to the 600,000 that you saw on a previous slide that are formed each year. So it's kind of a net, I guess there's a small net positive there. Reasons to start a small business. Look, if you want to build wealth, if you're not a trust baby or you're not in line for some big inheritance, you can certainly make a good living in many, many professions. But if you really want to build real wealth, owning your own business is certainly a great way to do that. I mean, you look at Elon Musk and Zuckerberg and all of those guys. I mean, they've gotten there because they own their own businesses, right? And candidly, while I have these points up here, I'm not sure that I agree with all of them about running a small company forces you to live below your means. I don't know, maybe not. Certainly your wealth is concentrated in illiquid private company stock. Because you're at greater risk of failure, you're probably more careful, and so you're controlling your expenses that come with that business. But certainly one of the advantages of owning your own business when you sell your business or you dispose of your business at some point in time, and assuming it's a successful one, you do have some advantage of long-term capital gains rates. You can pay 0, you can pay 10, you can pay 15%, no more than 20. The average is about 15%, and that's pretty lucrative when you think about the tax rates that come with income tax and so on. Just compare the wealth of entrepreneurs to professionals such as dentists and doctors and so on. Professionals typically scale their quality of life and to their income as their income grows, whereas a entrepreneur frequently is a starving artist until it grows and they dispose of the business. Moving on, a couple of presentations today talked about business plans, and I can tell you, and it's not to say if you don't have a business plan you're not going to be successful, but I would tell you, like I used to tell my kids about education, well, it may not help, but it sure as hell can't hurt. And that's certainly the case for a business plan. And certainly if you expect to get funding from a variety of sources, whether it's investors or banks or whomever, a business plan is so critical. And it's really kind of the roadmap that a business uses and should be updated and refreshed as life goes on. But a business plan is so critical because it really helps you spot the strengths and weaknesses of your business. You had John up here just now talking about marketing plans. Well, that's one component of a business plan. The initial forecasts may provide positive projections you need to actually get started and to attract outside investment. There aren't many investors that are going to talk to you without a business plan. They're just not. It's a level of sophistication and professionalism that you need. So continuing, it helps you understand cash flow issues. One of the things that, or one of the employment experiences that I had just out of college, I was recruited by Sky Chefs, which is a wholly owned subsidiary of American Airlines. At the time it was. This is back in the 80s. These were the folks that some of you probably remember, you used to be able to eat something pretty good on an airplane flight. Well, Sky Chefs were the caterers to many, many airlines, along with airport concessions that they had throughout the United States. And so I was a senior financial analyst with them, and all of our work had to do with, again, you heard about feasibility studies today. We did those kinds of evaluations ad nauseum. We would work on new bids, new lines of business that would open up in, airports around the country, or new flight kitchens. We would do analysis along purchasing capital equipment. And it's really kind of where I learned to like the numbers a lot. We would do a lot of discounted cash flows, pro formas, to help us understand, the net present value of an investment, the payback period, the ROIs, the IRRs, and so on. And those are all things that you can do on an Excel spreadsheet pretty easily. It's not very hard. We would develop base cases around a particular investment, and then we would do a series of what-if scenarios around that base case, where we would change the variables and the assumptions in the investment to understand where the strengths and weaknesses were with that investment. So if volume changed, or interest rates changed, or whatever it happened to be in the components, helped us understand whether it was go or no go for an investment. And certainly I would recommend that's something that you would undertake. And again, maybe with the help of a professional, to understand what you could expect from a financial perspective. Because listen, if you're not making it financially, I don't care about your marketing plan. I don't care about who you've hired or any of that. It doesn't matter. It's like your personal situation. You get paid so much money, you shell out so much money. At the end of the day, if there's a profit, you're good. If not, and there's a deficit, you're in trouble. And it also helps you understand your competition, certainly, and that I think John covered that pretty well, and so did Ruth, but gives you a nice insight into your competitor demographics and trends and preferences. Disadvantages of business plan. I don't know that there's many, but certainly, it is a highly skilled process, but there's no guarantee that what will be produced will be accurate. Business climates can change very quickly. Look what's just happened in the last 90 days or so, right? The world's come apart, and certainly some of the base case assumptions maybe that you had in a business plan are no longer valid. You can get very tunnel vision. This is my baby. I mean, this is, I produced this, I made this, and it can't be wrong, right? There's an ego part of it to it. And, I think treating your business plan as an uncompromising manual is a bad idea. I think that's pretty accurate. And so you may fail to adapt when market forces change and you're just not nimble enough to stay profitable. And you can waste precious time and money. I mean, if you do get out with some business professionals, they can be expensive. You have to have that sort of ready cash to make that happen, and you may not have that. What's in a business plan? I probably should have had this slide up there first, but documents and explains how the business work and what it is expected to achieve, outlines the goals, strengths, and resources. And so when you get into business, there's this thing called SWOT analysis: strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, threats. This is a little like that. It's kind of the prelude to that. So you're going to want an executive summary, a business description of your business, marketing analysis, marketing sales strategy, operation plan, management organization, financial plan, and that financial plan, I think, is the most critical of the list there. But I would say that because I'm an accountant. And I have to tell you, I've been around long enough to see businesses succeed and businesses fail, and for a lot of different reasons. But again, it comes back to profitability and doing the things that make that business successful. So moving on, what is the most appropriate business structure? I got my friend over here, Ed Byers, who's going to tell me that, Rich, You've got to get an LLC or you've got to get an S corp, right? And I don't disagree with that. I think there's, certainly that as it relates to a small business proposition, that those structures provide some great benefits, and there's a few disadvantages, but an LLC and an S corp, they're very similar. There are some differences, though. But the two sort of main tenets of those structures is it allows pass-through taxation to the business owner, much like you would get as a sole proprietor or a partnership, versus a corporation where the entity is taxed twice, once at the income level and then once at the dividend distribution. And the other one is the limited liability protection that you gain through that structure so that your personal assets aren't in jeopardy. Unless, and we'll go on to that with a couple more slides here, unless that corporate veil is pierced, which it's very rare, but it can be pierced and you can be held liable for a claim against your corporation in the event that happens. With a limited liability company, business owners are treated as members. They experience the same tax and management advantages of businesses operating as a partnership or sole proprietorship, and they have this limited liability protection. Other advantages, again, we talked about the pass-through taxation, where they report their profits on their individual tax returns. In some states, LLCs are allowed to have subsidiaries. LLCs, as compared to the S corps, are a little less formal, and so they're not required to have corporate minutes or a board of directors, making management of the company hopefully easier and more manageable. And they don't have limitations on the number of members in their entity. Certain states allow LLCs variations in distributions of profits. So you could be a shareholder, if you will, that had, or a member, a founding member that had 50% investment in the company, but you take 20% of the profits. That's not the case with an S corp. If in an S corp, if you're a 50% owner of the company, you're going to take 50% of the profits. So one of the disadvantages in both of these entities, both S corps and LLCs, is that profit needs to be distributed every year. It may not be a disadvantage, but in a C corp, if you're really interested in retaining earnings, because you want to build something big later, or you're going to use it as a future investment, you don't have that situation in an LLC or an S corp. But in a C corp, you can hang on to the earnings and not distribute. LLCs can be more expensive to form than a partnership or a sole proprietorship. Filing with the Secretary of State, $250. Organization, articles of organization, $30 plus a buck per page, above 50. You obviously would like to have a registered statutory agent, which can be up to $300 a year. And then the annual report is $100 online, and that's Alaska. Those stats are for Alaska, state of Alaska. Some additional disadvantages in ownership with an LLC is more difficult to transfer when compared to a corporation. Members should outline that in the operating agreement if they anticipate that happening down the road. But however, there are decades of case law related to an LLC versus some of the other entity structures. Onto an S corp. Same thing, pass-through taxation. I already talked about the retention of money. Other advantages, S corps provide owners with limited liability protection as well. And so they're protected from claims by creditors unless it's the corporate veil is pierced. Other advantages, we talked about pass-through double taxation. Salary and dividend payments can be, can select to receive, the S-Corp owner can select to receive both salary and dividend payments from the corporation as well as the self-employment tax. And that's not the case in an LLC. The self-employment tax is something that cannot be recognized as an expense. Other advantages, an S-Corp can be taxed as a C corporation if they file an election with the IRS. They'd like to do that. You know, an LLC, if they want to convert to an S corporation or C corporation, they'll have to comply with the state law or the state corporation LLC laws in the state. And many require filings of dissolution and formation filings. Some small disadvantages with the S-Corp, you know, they're a little more rigid, and so, you know, they're only allowed 100 shareholders. There can only be one class of stock, and different voting rights are permitted. And as I had mentioned before, if you're a member or if you're an owner and you've invested 50%, you're going to get 50% of the distribution on an annual basis. So that's what that next paragraph is all about. There's just more formalities with an S-Corp than there is with an LLC in terms of how they communicate with the state. Just some background on both. The first formal LLC statute occurred in 1977 in the state of Wyoming. In 1988, the IRS changed its rules to allow LLCs to be taxed like a partnership. There are roughly 21.6 million LLCs operating in the U.S. today. IRS statistics show that year over year, the LLCs, the number of LLCs have increased since 2004. S corporations, which get their meaning from subchapter S in the IRS Internal Revenue Code, those came around in 1958. There were a number of revisions or reforms in 1982 and 1996. The IRS estimates that there are 5 million S-Corps operating in the U.S. So you can see by the number of entities here, the choice is definitely an LLC over an S-Corp. In addition, there are approximately 1.7 million traditional C corporations and about 21 million, or 20, is that 21? 23 million sole proprietorships operating today in the U.S. So those are interesting. Let's talk a little bit about, you know, piercing this corporate veil, which, you know, this occurs when a court sets aside the limited liability protections of the corporation and allows the corporation to be personally liable to its creditors. And it happens certainly more with closely held corporations. But courts generally do not pierce the corporate veil unless there's something serious, some serious misconduct. And so you can see the three-part test. The business entity is a mere instrumentality or an alter ego for another entity or person. The entity is engaged in improper conduct, or there's an unjust loss or injury to the plaintiff, or the entity is undercapitalized. Those are reasons why a court might consider a claim against the corporation that would not be protected. So don't go there. Here's what they suggest to avoid that happening. Complete all the formalities of forming the company, complete the minutes, stock certificates, adopt bylaws or operating agreement, prepare organizational minutes, issue stock or membership certificates, have annual meetings of the shareholders, maintain a separate bank account for sure. Don't commingle personal assets and title business assets in the business name only. Do not use business assets for personal use. Use the business name or the fictitious name on all stationary business cards and contacts. And sign all contracts as an office manager of the business and not in an individual capacity, if you can. That's not always possible. Create a signature block with your title for your email and all communications. Avoid signing a personal guarantee of a business obligation, if you can. That may not be possible. And then timely file the annual report, pay the annual fee to avoid having the company be administratively dissolved. I think it's after 5 years, I think the state will administratively dissolve an entity if you haven't filed annual reports. All right, moving on. Accounting software, which is, it's pretty important to have a, to have an application that gives you all the benefits that you need. Certainly you can do it with an Excel spreadsheet. I would never recommend that. We, a couple of years ago, moved from one of our accounting applications, QuickBooks, which is more a mom and pop application. It's not a bad application, but for what we were doing in terms of all of our federal grants and the other sort of expense activity that we had, we moved to Sage Intacct. So two things that I would just tell you that I think are important in an accounting application over the years of my career. One, the ease of use is there. It's intuitive, and it doesn't take you a year to learn how to operate it. And two, there's a good reporting mechanism, a good reporting application. I mean, you can bolt on other applications, but it's great to have that in the package that you acquire. So, accounting packages like QuickBooks or Peachtree, MYOB accounting, those are all good platforms. Xero, those are good platforms for a good for a small business. Sales software is an incredibly broad market out there. Lots of products that are custom products, depending on what business you're in. They do have software designed, especially CRM software that is designed for real estate, nonprofits, and financial service providers. We have a CRM at the National Center with Salesforce. Neosera is another product that we use. But a good components of a good relationship management software, you can see there. Good account contact management, sales pipelines, workflow automation, opportunity management, price quoting, calendars, task management, and sales forecasting, reporting, and mobile applications are elements that you would look for. Business intelligence, BI, that's a newer addition to what's available out there. I used Tableau for a while. That was a pretty good product that gives you an opportunity to import disparate information into one database. So again, you would want these things if you're doing a lot of volume. You'd be looking for data mining, predictive analysis, real-time reporting, what-if scenarios, benchmarking, performance management. The industry leaders out there, Tableau, Good Data, LiveHive, SenseSense, and Burst. Some more information about sales software, marketing automation, which is important, but common features you can see: email campaigns, templates, A/B testing, social marketing campaigns, search engine optimization, autoresponders, drip programs, lead management, reporting analytics, and analytics. Those are all important considerations when you look for sales software. I'm sorry, I'm moving on here kind of quickly, but this next slide has to do with equipment financing and equipment leasing. Equipment financing is just a way to sort of build your inventory. It's a loan agreement. Its advantages are that you have certainly the ownership of the equipment at the end of the term. There are some great tax deductions that come along with 179 depreciation and the interest expense that you pay. In addition to that, typically the monthly payments are a little less than what you would find in a lease agreement, which is more of a rental agreement. And so it just depends on how much money you have to you know, they would look for certainly a down payment, which could be significant depending on how much equipment you're buying, versus a lease, which is a rental agreement. Advantages are there that the monthly payments are a little less, and you do have at least the expense deduction in terms of the rental that you're paying. There's maybe a deposit that you would make in terms of a down payment. But in both cases, either equipment financing or leasing, you're going to be responsible for the maintenance of the equipment. And I can tell you, with the convergence of GAAP with IFRS, this whole area of lease accounting has become, I think you would poke your eyes out before you would want to read the literature that has to do with the treatment of accounting leases these days. It's pretty complex and ugly. Not advancing. Maybe I'm done. No, I'm not. I'm not done. Here we go. So some business insurance, just some quick things here. General liability insurance is one that you should have. Certainly protects your businesses if you're sued by a third party. That's one that I would certainly recommend. Commercial property insurance, same thing. You know, if you own or lease a building, you would have that. Professional liability protects against malpractice claims. Typically, you see that in the medical community. Workers' comp obviously is required in the state of Alaska, in most states, if you have more than one employee. And then cyber insurance, I've heard that talk about a little bit today. Certainly, you know, protects from financial losses stemming from cyber attacks and data breaches. And it's probably one of the more expensive lines of coverages that you would get out there. Financing a small business. Look, you can get money from your family and friends, other investors. You know, you're certainly going to want to be very diligent about who you're bringing into a company, whether it's an institutional investor or angel investor. Let's see here. There we go. There's debt financing for with loans that are secured or unsecured. You know, primary sources of secured short-term financing for business owners are commercial banks and commercial finance companies. Or you can factor your accounts receivable, and so that's money that would be advanced to you in exchange for the ownership of your accounts receivable. The USBA or the SBA administration provides a bunch of different kind of loan products, cap lines, microloans, USDA loans. We learned about some of those earlier today. There's crowdsourcing, there's venture capitalists, equipment loan financing that we just talked about. And these are the types of SBA loans that are offered out there. You know, the cap loans are up to about $5 million, I think you can get on each of those lines. And the SBA guarantees up to a certain percentage. And certainly credit worthiness is a big deal. But the SBA doesn't loan directly to any entity. They work through other you know, commercial banks and CDCs and so on. Finding the right investors, investors with a mindset of getting the deal done need to be careful. Look, investors, they're more concerned about certainty than they are about opportunity, trust me. And if you're going to bring an investor in, there are three things that they're going to want to immediately see. And that's your debt, that's your financials, right? And that's your structure, your corporate structure. If you can't give them those, they're probably not going to be interested. And so finding the right investors, obviously you want to know, you would like to have one that is silent, that doesn't say anything to you, but that's generally not the case. You know, do they mesh with your culture? You know, because that's what sets you apart from competitors. Do they understand the vision for the company? Do they plan to be involved actively in the decision-making or more passive? Find investors who like to mentor. And it helps to remember what they want. Obviously, they want to know when they're going to get paid and how much they're going to get paid. That's their first concern. Said another way, investors want to make money. And so, you know, just some other considerations there as it relates to their involvement. Find someone who's qualified and enthusiastic about what you're doing. And the exit strategy is certainly important to all investors. Questions? Sorry, I hurried through that, but there's a lot there.
Questions? Okay, one moment.
So very good presentation, Rich.
Thank you.
One thing I want to just bring up as a kind of a lesson learned, I think it's great to have a business plan. It's great to have a great financial plan. It's great to have a great marketing plan. But how do you execute those to be successful? I'll tell you one story that happened to a young man. Found him on the internet, hired him to do heat tape on our roof so ice wouldn't form. And he did everything online, brought the invoice online, but he forgot to bill me. And he took half a payment, then 6 months later he says, did I ever collect on that? That's what kills small businesses.
Yeah.
That's that 595 small businesses, is not having your back office thought through. Your accounting, your HR, and a lot of times it's one-man shops, right? When we first get started, you start as one, you gain to two, gain to three. I don't do numbers. I can run your business. I can make you money. I've made plenty of people money, but don't put me in accounting. I will lose you money. I'm not the detail guy, right? So as you're thinking about all of this stuff today, think about how that execution works, right? Because you've got to have the right people in the right job.
Absolutely. Thank you for that. Yeah.
Any other questions? All right, thank you, Rich.
Thank you.
Oh. I got a little bit with the last question.
It's just a comment. Hey, great presentation about setting all this up. One of the things we didn't talk about, I talked a little bit last night, was the IRS benefits of having your LLC. Is incredible. I mean, you won't believe it. I just helped my nephew set up an LLC, a pool business. He made $50,000 in income after his expenses. He lost $8,000 after taxes, after all the IRS deductions. That went to the 1040, reduced his wife's income by then to $8,000, saved him about $12,000 just in taxes. That's what IRS deductions can do for a small business. And a small business like that, we got them set up in a couple hours. It's not that hard. A bigger thing where you need investors, that's more complicated.
Yeah.
But these simple things that many of us want to do, you can do it quick and don't overthink it. You know, I got to do a business plan for 5 years. No, go do it, something small. There's a lean template from the SBA. SBA provides a lot of good advice. Rich provides a lot of good advice on accounting. So he loves that accounting stuff, and that's great.
No, I don't. No, honestly, accounting's not my first love. It's really not. It's the financial, space that I really gravitate toward, and I view accounting as sort of the archive of the information that you utilize to do financial analysis and to grow the business and to make the business profitable. And so I understand accounting. I get it. It's a necessary evil. But the one thing we were talking about last night, too, was a good tax accountant. It's interesting. They can save the company up to 10 to 20% to the bottom line, moving through all of the, the tax-related information and provisions and regulations. And if you're talking about a blue chip company like Google, or Meta or whatever, 10 to 20% on billions and billions of dollars of income, that's huge. And that's why those folks are paid so well, yeah.
You know, and those people don't track their expenses, like your capital don't collect revenue. They don't track their expenses. They don't take the deduction. You gotta collect your bills and track your expenses.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Rich. What was that?
Is there more prizes?
No. Well, thank you guys so much for joining us today and sticking it out with us. Also, thank you to our NCIAD team. I know Yvette kind of went through it earlier, and of who are all our team is here, but just to let everyone know, we have Aaron, Yvette, we have Michaela in the back, Charmaine in the front, and then to all our wonderful speakers as well. Thank you. Rich, sorry. And then me, Kaya. And then Skyburn Media, our video team that allowed our audience to join, our online audience to join us. Well, we're going to say goodbye to the online audience. Thank you for joining us. Bye. To